Tonight, we embark on the extraordinary journey of the space race, a thrilling chapter in history marked by relentless ambition, groundbreaking discoveries, and humanity's bold quest to reach beyond the stars. From the launch of Sputnik to the triumphant moon landing, this is the story of innovation, rivalry, and destiny. Before we get started, please hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. And don't forget to share where you're watching from and what time it is in your part of the world. The end of World War II in 1945 marked not only the defeat of the Axis powers, but also the beginning of a new and intense geopolitical rivalry. The two remaining superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union, emerged with vastly different ideologies, economic systems, and visions for the post-war world. The US championed capitalism and democratic governance, while the Soviet Union promoted communism and a state-controlled economy. Though they had been allies during the war, their cooperation quickly deteriorated, giving rise to a global conflict known as the Cold War. This ideological struggle played out not through direct military confrontation, but through proxy wars, political maneuvering, espionage, and a fierce competition for technological and military superiority. One of the defining features of the early Cold War period was the rapid development and stockpiling of nuclear weapons. In 1945, the United States demonstrated the devastating power of atomic bombs in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. This not only hastened the end of World War II, but also signaled to the world, and especially to the Soviet Union, the unmatched military capabilities of the US. In response, the Soviets accelerated their own nuclear program, successfully testing their first atomic bomb in 1949. This event shattered the US monopoly on nuclear weapons and marked the beginning of the arms race. Each side began developing more powerful bombs, including hydrogen bombs, and the means to deliver them, such as long-range bombers and intercontinental ballistic missiles. This military escalation brought about a new focus on missile technology. Rockets, once seen as experimental and largely impractical, became central to the defense strategies of both nations. In particular, the development of ballistic missile technology laid the groundwork for space exploration. The same rockets that could deliver nuclear warheads across continents could also be used to launch satellites into orbit. As both countries invested heavily in missile research and development, the boundaries between military and civilian technological advancements became increasingly blurred. The roots of this technological race can be traced to Germany, where during World War II, scientists developed the V-2 rocket, the world's first long-range guided ballistic missile. After the war, both the United States and the Soviet Union raced to capture German scientists and their research. This effort, known in the United States as Operation Paperclip, brought key figures such as Wernher von Braun to America. Von Braun and his team would go on to play a crucial role in developing US missile technology, and later the Saturn V rocket that powered the Apollo missions. In the Soviet Union, captured German engineers were also put to work, and Soviet scientists led by Sergei Korolev began to achieve remarkable progress in rocketry. Korolev, whose identity was kept secret for many years, was the chief architect of the Soviet space program. Under his leadership, the USSR made rapid advancements in missile and space technology. His vision and determination were instrumental in turning Soviet aspirations into historic achievements. As the Cold War intensified, both nations sought new ways to assert their dominance. The focus began to shift toward space. Control of space was seen not only as a strategic advantage in military terms, but also as a symbol of technological and ideological superiority. If one side could place satellites, or even humans in orbit, it would demonstrate a clear edge in innovation and power projection. By the mid-1950s, Preparations for launching artificial satellites were underway in both countries. The International Geophysical Year of 1957 to 1958, a cooperative international scientific effort, provided a politically neutral cover under which the two superpowers could publicly justify their satellite projects. However, beneath this surface of scientific collaboration lay a deep and driving competition. Each nation wanted to be first. The rivalry extended beyond technology and into the realm of public opinion and international influence. Success in space would not just win prestige, it would inspire other countries to align with the victor's ideology. The space race, born from the nuclear arms race and Cold War tensions, was not merely about reaching the stars, it was about winning hearts and minds on Earth. The space race, therefore, did not begin in a laboratory or a launch pad. It began in the aftermath of World War II, in the ashes of destroyed cities, in secret military projects, and in the minds of leaders who believed that supremacy in space could determine the future of the planet. As tensions mounted and technology advanced, the world watched as two superpowers prepared to take their conflict beyond the skies. The story of modern rocketry begins not in the United States or the Soviet Union, but in Nazi Germany. During World War II, German engineers led by Wernher von Braun developed the V-2 rocket, the world's first long-range guided ballistic missile. The V-2 was a revolutionary weapon, capable of delivering a 1-ton warhead at supersonic speeds to targets over 300 kilometers away. Though it was deployed too late in the war to change the outcome, its impact on the future of missile and space technology was profound. The V-2 was the first man-made object to reach the edge of space, and its design would serve as the foundation for post-war rocket development. As the war came to an end in 1945, both the United States and the Soviet Union launched covert operations to secure German military technology and recruit the scientists who created it. The Americans initiated Operation Paperclip, a secret program aimed at capturing top German scientists before they could fall into Soviet hands. Among those brought to the US was Wernher von Braun, who had been instrumental in designing the V-2 rocket. Von Braun and more than 100 of his colleagues were relocated to the United States, where they began working for the US Army at Fort Bliss and later at the Redstone Arsenal in Alabama. Their expertise would be critical in developing America's missile systems and eventually its space program. In the Soviet Union, a similar effort was underway. Soviet forces captured V-2 production facilities, documentation, and several German engineers. These individuals were sent to the USSR to assist in reconstructing the V-2 and to help develop an indigenous Soviet rocket program. Soviet engineers, under the leadership of Sergei Korolev, absorbed and then surpassed the technology gleaned from the German designs. Korolev, working with limited resources but tremendous determination, played a central role in adapting V-2 concepts to Soviet needs. He would later become the chief designer of the Soviet space program and the architect behind many of its most significant achievements. The legacy of the V-2 rocket was not merely technical, it demonstrated that space was no longer beyond human reach. The transition from wartime weapon to tool of exploration began with small modifications and ambitious thinking. American engineers modified V-2 rockets for high-altitude scientific experiments, launching them from the White Sands Proving Ground in New Mexico. These early tests provided crucial data on the upper atmosphere and cosmic radiation, laying the groundwork for future space missions. Meanwhile, in the USSR, the V-2 derivatives led to the development of the R-1, R-2, and eventually the R-7 rocket, which would become the first intercontinental ballistic missile and the launch vehicle for Sputnik and later crewed space flights. The Soviet strategy was clear: Mastery of rocket technology meant not only military strength, but also the potential for unmatched propaganda victories. Achieving dominance in space would be a way to demonstrate the superiority of the communist system to the world. For both superpowers, the line between military missile development and space exploration was thin. The same technologies that could deliver a nuclear payload to an enemy city could also place a satellite in orbit or carry astronauts into space. The captured knowledge and expertise from Nazi Germany became the backbone of Cold War rocket programs. What had once been weapons of war were being repurposed for scientific discovery and national pride. Wernher von Braun emerged as a key figure in the US space effort. By the 1950s, he was leading the development of the Redstone and Jupiter series of missiles. His team's work culminated in the launch of Explorer-1 in 1958, America's first satellite, and later the mighty Saturn V rocket that would carry astronauts to the moon. Despite his controversial past as a member of the Nazi Party and SS, von Braun was embraced by the American public as a visionary and pioneer. Sergei Korolev, whose identity remained a state secret until after his death, was equally vital to the Soviet side. Though he had once been imprisoned during Stalin's purges, he rose to lead the USSR's most ambitious space missions, including the launch of Sputnik in 1957 and Yuri Gagarin's historic flight in 1961. Like von Braun, Korolev transformed the knowledge of war into the tools of exploration. The influence of Nazi technology on the early years of the space race cannot be overstated. The V-2 rocket was more than a weapon, it was a blueprint for the future. Through the efforts of German scientists and the vision of American and Soviet engineers, the destructive legacy of the Second World War was turned toward peaceful, though highly competitive, ends. The birth of rocket science in the shadow of conflict set the stage for a new kind of battle, one fought not on the battlefield, but in the heavens above. On October 4, 1957, the Soviet Union stunned the world by launching the first artificial satellite into orbit. The satellite was called Sputnik 1. It was a small spherical object about the size of a beach ball, weighing roughly 83 kilograms, and it emitted a steady beeping signal that could be detected by radio operators around the world. Though it carried no scientific instruments beyond its radio transmitter, its impact was enormous. For the first time in history, a man-made object was orbiting the Earth. The launch of Sputnik was more than just a scientific achievement. It was a seismic political event that instantly changed the global balance of power. The United States, which had believed itself to be the undisputed leader in science and technology, was caught completely off guard. American officials and citizens alike reacted with shock, anxiety, and even fear. The realization that the Soviet Union had beaten the United States into space sent waves through the government, the media, and the public. Sputnik was launched aboard an R-7 intercontinental ballistic missile, a fact that made the event even more alarming to American military planners. If the Soviets could launch a satellite into orbit, they could also deliver nuclear warheads across continents with the same technology. This was not just a race for space, it was a race for national survival. The satellite's beeping was a constant reminder to the world that the USSR had taken a decisive lead in the most advanced area of technology. The immediate reaction in the United States was one of panic and soul-searching. Newspapers dubbed the event the Sputnik Crisis, and politicians demanded to know how the country had fallen behind. President Dwight D. Eisenhower, though calm in public, ordered sweeping reviews of American science and education policy. Congressional hearings followed, with intense scrutiny of the nation's schools, universities, and scientific institutions. The consensus was clear: the United States had to catch up, and fast. One of the most significant outcomes of the Sputnik launch was the creation of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, or NASA. In July 1958, less than a year after Sputnik, Congress passed the National Aeronautics and Space Act, and NASA began operations on October 1, 1958. It marked a new era of American commitment to space exploration, research, and competition. The government also increased funding for science education and research, including the National Defense Education Act, which aimed to boost American expertise in math and science. Sputnik also had a deep psychological impact. It challenged American assumptions about technological superiority and raised fears about Soviet intentions. Many feared that space would become militarized, that the Soviets would place weapons in orbit, or that they would be able to strike the US from above. The idea of space as a new frontier, once the realm of science fiction, suddenly became an urgent and tangible reality. In the Soviet Union, the launch of Sputnik was a triumph. It was broadcast widely, celebrated by citizens, and used as powerful propaganda. The Soviet government framed the achievement as proof of the superiority of communism and central planning. Sergei Korolev, the chief designer behind the Soviet space program, became a national hero, though his identity remained secret outside the highest levels of government. For the USSR, Sputnik was not just a technical milestone, but a strategic victory in the ongoing ideological struggle of the Cold War. Internationally, the launch of Sputnik shocked and fascinated the world. Scientists, journalists, and ordinary people around the globe watched the skies, listened for the satellite's signal, and marveled at the dawn of the space age. It sparked global interest in science and exploration, and made space a key arena in the geopolitical rivalry between East and West. The United States quickly responded with its own satellite program. On January 31, 1958, America launched its first satellite, Explorer 1, into orbit. Though smaller and less immediately dramatic than Sputnik, Explorer 1 carried a scientific payload that led to the discovery of the Van Allen radiation belts around Earth. The American response was now fully underway. The launch of Sputnik 1 marked the beginning of a new chapter in human history. It set off a chain reaction of scientific, political, and cultural changes that would shape the second half of the 20th century. More than just a beeping ball in orbit, Sputnik was a wake-up call to the world. It symbolized a shift in power, a new technological age, and the beginning of one of the most dramatic competitions in human history. In the wake of the Soviet Union's stunning success with the launch of Sputnik 1 in October 1957, the United States found itself in a crisis of confidence. The world's leading democracy and technological powerhouse had been caught off guard, and the pressure to respond was immediate and intense. The American government, military, scientific community, and public all demanded action. The first major attempt to answer Sputnik came in the form of the Vanguard project, a satellite program developed by the US Navy under the direction of the Naval Research Laboratory. The Vanguard program had been selected in 1955 as the official US entry for the International Geophysical Year, a scientific initiative running from 1957 to 1958. It was intended to be a peaceful civilian-led project that would showcase American scientific prowess. However, when Sputnik launched and stole the spotlight, the political stakes for Vanguard skyrocketed. Suddenly, what had been a research mission was now a symbol of national pride and technological credibility. On December 6, 1957, the United States prepared to launch its first satellite, Vanguard TV-3, from Cape Canaveral. The event was heavily publicized, with reporters, photographers, and TV cameras all waiting to witness America's response to Sputnik. But the launch ended in disaster. Just 2 seconds after liftoff, the rocket lost thrust, fell back onto the pad, and exploded in a fiery spectacle. The small satellite was thrown clear of the blast and landed nearby, still transmitting a signal, but the damage was done. The failure was a humiliation. The media dubbed it Flopnik, Kaputnik, and Stayputnik, mocking the effort and fueling national embarrassment. The Soviet Union, already basking in the success of Sputnik, reveled in the American misstep. The failure of Vanguard TV3 intensified the sense of urgency and desperation within the US government. If the country was to regain its technological credibility and secure its place in the space age, something had to change. Fortunately, the United States had another option. The Army Ballistic Missile Agency, led by Wernher von Braun, had been quietly working on a backup satellite program using a modified Redstone missile known as the Jupiter C. When Vanguard failed, the Army's program was quickly authorized to proceed. Working under intense pressure, von Braun's team prepared their rocket and satellite for launch. On January 31, 1958, just weeks after the Vanguard disaster, the United States successfully launched its first satellite into orbit. The satellite, Explorer 1, weighed about 14 kilograms and carried scientific instruments developed by physicist James Van Allen. The mission was a success, and the data returned led to the discovery of the Van Allen radiation belts, an important breakthrough in space science. More importantly for the American public and government, it proved that the United States was not out of the race. The success of Explorer 1 was a turning point. It demonstrated that the United States had the technical capability to compete in space. However, the fragmented nature of the country's space efforts was now seen as a serious problem. At the time, various branches of the military and different government agencies were all pursuing independent rocket and satellite projects. Coordination was poor, funding was scattered, and strategic direction was lacking. Recognizing the need for a unified civilian space agency, President Dwight D. Eisenhower proposed the creation of a new organization that would consolidate the nation's space efforts. Congress responded with the National Aeronautics and Space Act, which was passed in July 1958. The act established the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, or NASA, which officially began operations on October 1, 1958. NASA absorbed the earlier work of the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, or NACA, as well as several military programs and personnel. It brought together engineers, scientists, and administrators under one roof, with a clear mission to lead the nation in space exploration. Unlike the military-led Soviet space program, NASA would be a civilian agency, emphasizing peaceful purposes and scientific discovery. This distinction was crucial in framing the American space effort as a noble and democratic endeavor. The creation of NASA marked a new beginning. It was more than just a bureaucratic shift, it was a statement of intent. The United States would not simply react to Soviet achievements, but would develop a long-term strategy to lead in space. NASA's early goals included developing satellite technology, creating human spaceflight capabilities, and advancing aeronautics research. Its leaders understood that space was the new frontier in the Cold War, and they prepared to meet the challenge. The failure of Vanguard TV3, though painful, served as a catalyst for change. It exposed weaknesses in the American approach and paved the way for reform. The success of Explorer 1 showed that the country could recover quickly and achieve significant milestones. And the creation of NASA laid the foundation for the dramatic achievements that would follow, including putting the first Americans into orbit and eventually landing men on the moon. In less than a year, the United States went from embarrassment to resurgence. The launch of Sputnik had shocked the nation, but it had also awakened it. With the birth of NASA, America was ready to embark on a new era of exploration and competition in the vast reaches of space. On April 12, 1961, the Soviet Union achieved one of the most extraordinary milestones in human history. Yuri Gagarin, a 27-year-old Soviet Air Force pilot, became the first human to travel into space. His spacecraft, Vostok 1, lifted off from the Baikonur Cosmodrome and completed a full orbit of the Earth in approximately 108 minutes. Gagarin's mission was not only a triumph of engineering and courage, but a profound statement of Soviet capability and ambition in the Cold War space race. The Vostok 1 mission was shrouded in secrecy until its success could be confirmed. The spacecraft was fully automated, as Soviet engineers were uncertain about how the human body would react to weightlessness and orbital flight. Gagarin had little control over the capsule, but he remained calm and composed throughout the mission. His famous phrase, "Poyakali," meaning "let's go," became an instant cultural icon and symbolized the Soviet Union's bold leap into space. Yuri Gagarin returned to Earth a hero, landing in a rural field in the Saratov region after ejecting from the capsule and parachuting to the ground, as the Vostok's design required. News of his safe return and successful flight spread rapidly across the globe. In the USSR, he was celebrated as a national treasure. He was awarded the title Hero of the Soviet Union and began a worldwide tour, receiving accolades and admiration. Gagarin's flight was a propaganda victory of immense proportions, showcasing Soviet scientific and technological prowess. In the United States, Gagarin's historic flight was received with a mix of admiration and alarm. While many Americans respected the Soviet achievement, the political leadership understood its deeper implications. The USSR had now twice beaten the United States to major space milestones, first with Sputnik and now with the first human in space. The pressure on the American space program intensified dramatically. Just weeks later, on May 5, 1961, the United States launched its own human into space. Alan Shepard, a naval aviator and test pilot, flew aboard the Freedom 7 spacecraft on a mission designated Mercury Redstone 3. Shepard's flight was suborbital, lasting just over 15 minutes and reaching an altitude of 187 kilometers. Though far shorter than Gagarin's orbit, Shepard became the first American in space and instantly a national hero. The Freedom 7 spacecraft, unlike Vostok, allowed for manual control, and Shepard used it effectively to maneuver during his brief but critical flight. His words, "What a beautiful view," captured the awe and wonder of seeing Earth from space. Despite the short duration, the mission restored some confidence in the American space program and demonstrated the reliability of NASA's systems and procedures. The contrast between the two missions was significant. Gagarin had orbited the Earth, a clear technical superiority at the time. However, Shepard's mission had its own importance, showcasing precision control, astronaut involvement, and a rapid response from NASA following the earlier Soviet lead. The Mercury program, which had begun in 1958, was finally bearing fruit. Both missions had an enormous impact on public perception and the political stakes of the space race. Space exploration was no longer just about satellites and scientific instruments. It was now a deeply human endeavor, with astronauts and cosmonauts as the new face of national pride and technological achievement. The eyes of the world were on these pioneers, and their stories captivated millions. For the Soviet Union, Gagarin's success strengthened its image as the dominant space power and gave its citizens a sense of pride and accomplishment during the tense years of the Cold War. For the United States, Shepard's mission served as a turning point. Just weeks after Shepard's flight, President John F. Kennedy addressed a joint session of Congress and declared the ambitious goal of sending an American to the moon before the end of the decade. The era of human spaceflight had officially begun, marked by courage, innovation, and the intense competition between two global superpowers. Yuri Gagarin and Alan Shepard were the trailblazers, the first to venture beyond the bounds of Earth, and their missions would ignite a new chapter in the history of space exploration. Following the pioneering missions of Yuri Gagarin and Alan Shepard, both the Soviet Union and the United States accelerated their efforts in human spaceflight. The early 1960s marked a period of rapid development and experimentation as each nation sought to demonstrate its technological superiority. The Soviet Vostok program and the American Project Mercury were central to this phase, and both faced immense technical challenges while achieving a series of crucial milestones. The Vostok program, led by Sergei Korolev and his team, continued to build on the momentum of Gagarin's success. On August 6, 1961, just months after Gagarin's flight, cosmonaut German Titov launched aboard Vostok 2. His mission lasted over 25 hours and included 17 orbits around the Earth. Titov became the first human to spend an entire day in space, offering valuable data on the physiological effects of prolonged weightlessness. Despite experiencing space sickness, Titov's mission was a success and reinforced Soviet dominance in space. Subsequent Vostok flights expanded both the duration and ambition of human space missions. Vostok 3 and Vostok 4, launched in August 1962, marked the first time multiple crewed spacecraft were in orbit simultaneously. Although the capsules did not dock, they came within a few kilometers of each other, demonstrating increasing precision in orbital maneuvering. The next year, Vostok 5 and Vostok 6 continued this trend, culminating in the historic flight of Valentina Tereshkova aboard Vostok 6 on June 16, 1963. Tereshkova became the first woman in space, a major propaganda victory for the USSR and a testament to the growing complexity and inclusivity of its space program. Meanwhile, the United States advanced Project Mercury with a deliberate and methodical approach. Following Shepard's suborbital flight, astronaut Gus Grissom repeated a similar mission aboard Liberty Bell 7 in July 1961. Although the flight itself was successful, the capsule sank after splashdown due to a premature hatch release, highlighting the risks and unpredictability of early spaceflight. NASA's first orbital mission came with John Glenn's flight aboard Friendship 7 on February 20, 1962. Glenn became the first American to orbit the Earth, completing 3 orbits during a nearly 5-hour mission. His safe return marked a critical milestone for the United States and helped restore national confidence. Glenn was celebrated as a hero, and his flight demonstrated that the Mercury spacecraft could perform complex orbital operations. Project Mercury continued with further missions to refine systems and gather scientific data. Scott Carpenter flew Aurora 7 in May 1962. Wally Schirra flew Sigma 7 in October 1962, and Gordon Cooper completed the final Mercury mission, Faith 7, in May 1963. Cooper's mission lasted over 34 hours and included 22 orbits, proving that Americans could sustain longer missions and laying the groundwork for more advanced programs. Both programs faced numerous technical challenges. Engineers had to solve problems related to life support, re-entry heat shielding, launch vehicle reliability, and communications. Every mission posed new questions. How would the human body respond to longer periods in weightlessness? Could astronauts control their spacecraft under stress? Would automated systems function as intended? Each flight provided data and experience, allowing both countries to iterate and improve. The Vostok capsules were larger than Mercury capsules and allowed cosmonauts more freedom of movement, but they were also almost entirely automated, reflecting Soviet caution and control. Mercury spacecraft were smaller and more cramped, but American astronauts had greater control over their missions, aligning with NASA's emphasis on piloted flight. The Mercury and Vostok programs represented an era of trial and error, intense risk and rapid learning. Both nations lost uncrewed test vehicles, struggled with launch failures, and constantly pushed the limits of available technology. Behind every success were teams of engineers, scientists and mission controllers working tirelessly to solve unprecedented problems. Despite the Cold War rivalry, there were moments of mutual respect between the programs. Each side monitored the other's progress closely, and achievements were acknowledged, albeit often with political spin. The race was fierce, but it was also driven by shared human curiosity and the desire to explore beyond Earth. By the end of the Vostok and Mercury programs in 1963, both superpowers had demonstrated their ability to launch, orbit, and safely return human beings from space. These early missions laid the foundation for more ambitious projects, the Soviet Vostok and American Gemini programs, which would focus on multi-person crews, longer durations, and the techniques necessary for lunar exploration. The Mercury and Vostok programs were stepping stones in the larger narrative of the space race. They turned the dream of human spaceflight into a reality and proved that sustained exploration was possible. Through trial, error, and eventual success, the boundaries of space were pushed further than ever before. On May 25, 1961, just weeks after Alan Shepard became the first American in space, President John F. Kennedy addressed a joint session of Congress and delivered a speech that would define the future of American space exploration. He declared, "I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal, before this decade is out, of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth." It was a bold and ambitious promise, one made at a time when the United States had only just begun to test its capabilities in space. Kennedy's announcement was driven by several factors. The Soviet Union had already scored major victories with Sputnik and Yuri Gagarin's historic orbital flight. The Cold War was intensifying, and technological supremacy in space had become a key measure of national power and prestige. Kennedy's moonshot promise was as much a geopolitical maneuver as it was a scientific or exploratory goal. It aimed to rally American talent and resources around a singular, inspiring challenge. To reach the moon, the United States needed a stepping-stone program that would develop and refine the techniques required for such a complex mission. This led to the creation of Project Gemini, NASA's second human spaceflight program, which ran from 1961 to 1966. Gemini was designed to test technologies and skills that would be essential for lunar missions, such as orbital rendezvous, docking, long-duration spaceflight, and extravehicular activity, commonly known as spacewalking. The Gemini spacecraft was more advanced than its predecessor, Mercury. It could carry 2 astronauts instead of 1, had greater maneuverability, and supported longer missions. The program consisted of 10 crewed flights, each building on the lessons of the last. Gemini missions were launched atop Titan II rockets, which were adapted from intercontinental ballistic missiles but modified for human spaceflight. Gemini 3, launched on March 23, 1965, was the first crewed flight of the program. Astronauts Gus Grissom and John Young tested the spacecraft's maneuvering capabilities and completed the first orbital change by an American spacecraft. The mission demonstrated that astronauts could alter their flight path in orbit, a necessary skill for rendezvous and docking. Gemini 4, launched in June 1965, featured the first American spacewalk. Ed White became the first American to float outside his spacecraft, tethered by a long cord and using a handheld maneuvering unit. His 23-minute EVA was both a technical achievement and a powerful symbol of human presence in space. However, it also revealed challenges, such as limited mobility and the difficulty of re-entering the spacecraft. Gemini 5 tested endurance. Astronauts Gordon Cooper and Pete Conrad spent nearly 8 days in orbit, proving that humans could survive in space for the time required to travel to the moon and back. The mission encountered power and guidance issues, but its success marked another major step forward. Gemini 6A and Gemini 7 demonstrated the feasibility of orbital rendezvous. In December 1965, the two spacecraft flew within a foot of each other in orbit, maneuvering in close proximity for several hours. Gemini 7, carrying astronauts Frank Borman and Jim Lovell, also set a record by remaining in space for 14 days, testing the limits of human endurance in microgravity. Gemini 8, launched in March 1966, carried astronauts Neil Armstrong and David Scott. It achieved the first docking of two spacecraft in orbit, linking with an unmanned Agena target vehicle. However, a stuck thruster caused the docked vehicles to spin uncontrollably, forcing Armstrong to perform an emergency undocking and stabilization. The incident underscored the risks of spaceflight, but also showed the skill and calmness of American astronauts. Subsequent missions refined spacewalking techniques. Gemini 9, 10, 11 and 12 all included extravehicular activity, with varying degrees of success. By the final Gemini mission in November 1966, astronauts had learned how to work effectively outside their spacecraft, a vital skill for any lunar landing. Gemini also mastered orbital rendezvous and docking procedures, vital for assembling and operating multi-module spacecraft. These complex maneuvers became routine, building the confidence and experience necessary for Apollo missions. Project Gemini was not glamorous in the way Apollo would later be, but it was indispensable. It transformed American spaceflight from experimental jaunts into a mature, reliable system capable of complex, extended missions. Every successful Gemini flight pushed the boundaries of what was possible and prepared NASA for the monumental task ahead. By the end of Gemini in 1966, NASA had tested all the key components required for a lunar landing. The astronauts, engineers, and mission controllers were seasoned. The technology was proven, and the promise Kennedy had made in 1961 was within reach. The foundation had been laid. The United States was ready to take the next giant leap. While much of the world's attention was focused on the dramatic Apollo program and the Gemini missions, the Soviet Union was quietly making significant strides in both crewed and robotic space exploration. The Soviet Soyuz and Luna programs exemplify this period of innovation, marked by both remarkable achievements and tragic setbacks. The Luna program, initiated in the late 1950s, was the first series of robotic missions aimed at exploring the moon. Beginning with Luna 1 in 1959, the Soviets achieved a number of pioneering firsts. Luna 1 was the first spacecraft to reach the vicinity of the moon, passing within 6,000 kilometers of its surface, although it did not impact as intended. Luna 2 followed shortly thereafter, becoming the first human-made object to impact the lunar surface. These early missions gathered valuable data on the moon's environment and radiation, laying the groundwork for future exploration. In 1966, Luna 9 achieved a historic milestone by performing the first successful soft landing on the Moon. The spacecraft transmitted panoramic images of the lunar surface back to Earth, offering humanity its first close-up views of another world. The lunar program continued with sample return missions, such as Luna 16 in 1970, which brought lunar soil back to Earth, a feat unmatched by the United States at that time. Parallel to these robotic efforts, the Soviet Union was developing the Soyuz spacecraft, which would become the cornerstone of its crewed space program for decades. Designed to replace the aging Vostok and Voskhod capsules, Soyuz was larger, more versatile, and capable of supporting longer missions with a crew of up to 3 cosmonauts. The development of Soyuz involved solving complex technical challenges, including life support systems, re-entry technology, and orbital maneuvering capabilities. The Soyuz program's early years were marred by tragedy. On April 24, 1967, cosmonaut Vladimir Komarov became the first human to die during a space mission. Komarov's Soyuz 1 suffered multiple system failures shortly after launch. Despite his efforts to manually control the spacecraft, the parachute failed during re-entry, causing a fatal crash landing. Komarov's death was a sobering reminder of the inherent dangers of spaceflight and underscored the urgency of thorough testing and system reliability. Despite these setbacks, the Soyuz spacecraft proved to be an incredibly durable and adaptable platform. Subsequent missions improved upon the original design, and Soyuz would go on to support decades of crewed missions, including ferrying astronauts to space stations like Salyut Mir and the International Space Station. Throughout the late 1960s and 1970s, the Soviets continued to advance their robotic lunar exploration. The lunar program contributed vital scientific knowledge, while the Soyuz program laid the foundation for human spaceflight longevity and cooperation. These efforts, while less publicized than the Apollo landings, were essential components of the broader space race. The Soviet Union demonstrated technical prowess and resilience, maintaining a strong presence in space despite the challenges. The story of Soyuz and lunar missions is one of both triumph and tragedy. It reflects the determination of a nation to explore the unknown, push the boundaries of technology, and endure the costs of such ambitions. The Apollo program was one of the most ambitious and challenging endeavors in the history of space exploration. It was born out of the urgent desire to win the space race against the Soviet Union and was fueled by President John F. Kennedy's bold 1961 promise to land a man on the Moon and return him safely to Earth before the decade's end. This goal pushed NASA engineers, scientists and astronauts to their limits, demanding innovation, resilience, and an unwavering commitment to overcoming every obstacle. However, the journey toward that historic achievement was fraught with setbacks and profound tragedy. On January 27, 1967, disaster struck during a routine pre-launch test of Apollo 1, then officially designated as 204, at Cape Kennedy Launch Complex 34. Inside the command module, astronauts Virgil Gus Grissom, Ed White and Roger Chaffee were conducting a plugs-out test, a simulation of the spacecraft's internal systems running independently from ground support. Suddenly, a spark ignited a fire in the pure oxygen atmosphere, causing flames to engulf the cabin in seconds. The intense heat and toxic smoke made escape impossible, and all 3 crew members tragically lost their lives. The Apollo 1 fire sent shockwaves through NASA and the entire nation. It exposed critical flaws in spacecraft design and safety protocols. Investigations revealed that the command module's interior contained flammable materials, that the hatch opened inward and was nearly impossible to open quickly under pressure, and that electrical wiring was vulnerable to short circuits. This disaster brought the Apollo program to a temporary halt as engineers and NASA leadership grappled with the profound challenge of redesigning the spacecraft to ensure astronaut safety. In the aftermath, NASA launched a comprehensive overhaul of the Apollo command module. Fire-resistant materials replaced highly combustible components. The hatch was redesigned to open outward and could be released in seconds, even under pressure, to facilitate rapid escape. Electrical systems were strengthened and rerouted to reduce the risk of shorts or sparks. Testing became more rigorous, emphasizing safety above all else. These changes represented a major investment of time and resources, but were essential to regain trust and confidence in the program. After 3 years of painstaking redesign, retesting, and astronaut training, NASA was finally ready to return to crewed flight. Apollo 7, launched on October 11, 1968, marked this critical milestone. Commanded by veteran astronaut Wally Schirra, with Don Eseler and Walter Cunningham as crewmates, Apollo 7 was the first successful crewed mission in the Apollo series. The mission lasted 11 days in low Earth orbit and was designed to test the revamped command module's life support, propulsion, and communication systems. Apollo 7 demonstrated the spacecraft's reliability, providing NASA with the confidence to move forward with lunar missions. It was a steady, methodical flight that, while lacking the glamour of a lunar landing, was absolutely vital to the program's ultimate success. With the successful completion of Apollo 7, NASA quickly planned the next step, sending astronauts to the moon's vicinity. Apollo 8, launched on December 21, 1968, was the first crewed mission to leave Earth orbit and travel to the moon. Astronauts Frank Borman, Jim Lovell, and Bill Anders entered lunar orbit, completing 10 orbits over roughly 20 hours. During this mission, the crew tested navigation, communication, and life support systems in deep space conditions. Apollo 8 also provided the first live television broadcasts from lunar orbit, mesmerizing viewers on Earth, with dramatic views of the moon's surface and the distant Earth rising over the lunar horizon. Apollo 8 was a profound psychological and political victory for the United States. It proved that humans could travel to the moon and back safely, effectively closing the gap with Soviet space achievements. The crew's reading from the Book of Genesis during a Christmas Eve broadcast became one of the most memorable moments of the space race, symbolizing hope and unity during a turbulent era. Apollo 8 set the stage for the final and most daring missions yet to come. Following Apollo 8's triumph, Apollo 10 was launched in May 1969 as a full dress rehearsal for the moon landing. Astronauts Thomas Stafford, John Young, and Eugene Cernan piloted the mission, taking the lunar module within 15 kilometers of the moon's surface. This mission tested every component and procedure needed for landing, including lunar orbit rendezvous, descent and ascent techniques. Although the crew did not land, they came close enough to verify all systems performed as expected. The mission confirmed that NASA was ready for the historic landing attempt planned for Apollo 11. The sequence of Apollo 1's tragedy, Apollo 7's return to flight, Apollo 8's lunar orbit, and Apollo 10's rehearsal demonstrated NASA's ability to learn from failure, innovate, and press forward under enormous pressure. Each mission built upon the last, showcasing human ingenuity and resilience. The lessons from Apollo 1's fire fundamentally reshaped spacecraft design and safety culture, ensuring that future astronauts had the best possible chance of survival. These pivotal missions paved the way for the crowning achievement of the Apollo program, the first moon landing by Apollo 11 in July 1969. The journey from fire and failure to triumph embodied the spirit of exploration and the determination to push beyond known limits. It showed the world that even in the face of profound setbacks, human beings could come together to achieve the extraordinary. Apollo 11 remains one of the most extraordinary and transformative achievements in human history. On July 16, 1969, the world watched as the mighty Saturn V rocket, the most powerful launch vehicle ever built, thundered into the sky from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. On board were three astronauts, Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin and Michael Collins. Their mission was nothing less than to achieve humanity's first manned landing on the moon, an unprecedented challenge that represented the pinnacle of decades of research, engineering and determination, fueled by the intense geopolitical rivalry of the Cold War. This mission symbolized the ultimate goal of the space race, a competition between the United States and the Soviet Union that had begun with the launch of Sputnik over a decade earlier. Apollo 11 was not just about beating another nation to the moon. It was about pushing the boundaries of human capability, science and technology to new heights. The journey to the moon was fraught with complexity and risk. After the powerful launch, the crew entered Earth orbit and performed critical system checks. The translunar injection, a carefully calculated rocket burn, propelled the spacecraft out of Earth orbit and toward the moon, beginning a 3-day voyage across approximately 240,000 miles of space. While Armstrong and Aldrin prepared for their descent in the lunar module, Michael Collins remained in the command module, Columbia, orbiting the moon alone. His role was essential, managing spacecraft systems and preparing for the rendezvous with the lunar module after the historic landing. Despite being isolated for hours in lunar orbit, Collins' calm expertise ensured the mission could continue smoothly. On July 20th, 1969, the lunar module, named Eagle, separated from the command module and began its descent toward the moon's surface. What followed was a tense and dramatic sequence that captivated millions around the world. Armstrong took manual control when the automated landing system guided the module toward a hazardous boulder-strewn area. With fuel running low and time running out, Armstrong skillfully piloted the Eagle to a safe landing in the Sea of Tranquility, a relatively flat and stable area chosen for its suitability. When Armstrong radioed back to Mission Control, "Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed," the world erupted in celebration. This simple message confirmed that humanity had achieved what was once thought impossible. Several hours later, Neil Armstrong descended the ladder of the lunar module and set foot on the moon. His words, "That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind," instantly became one of the most famous quotes in history. Buzz Aldrin soon joined him on the surface, describing the lunar landscape as magnificent desolation. Together they spent about 2.5 hours conducting scientific experiments, collecting 47.5 pounds of lunar rocks and soil, and capturing images that would inspire generations to come. Their activities provided critical data about the moon's composition and environment, laying the groundwork for future exploration. While Armstrong and Aldrin explored the lunar surface, Michael Collins orbited overhead, ensuring the command module was functioning perfectly and ready to rendezvous for the return journey. Though often overshadowed by the lunar landing itself, Collins's role was vital to the mission's success. Without his precise piloting and technical skill, the astronauts on the surface would have had no way home. The moon landing was broadcast live on television, with an estimated 600 million people worldwide tuning in to witness history. The event transcended national borders and political divides, uniting humanity in awe and wonder at the possibilities of exploration. It was a powerful symbol of human ingenuity and courage, demonstrating what could be accomplished with vision, teamwork and perseverance. After completing their tasks on the moon, Armstrong and Aldrin returned to the Eagle, which launched from the lunar surface to dock with Collins in orbit. The three astronauts then began their journey back to Earth, splashing down safely in the Pacific Ocean on July 24, 1969. Their triumphant return was met with worldwide acclaim, and the crew was celebrated as heroes who had expanded the horizons of human achievement. Apollo 11 marked not only the peak of the space race, but also its symbolic end. The successful moon landing fulfilled the goals set by President John F. Kennedy and showcased the technological and organizational prowess of the United States. For the Soviet Union, it was a moment of reckoning, as the initial shock gave way to recognition of the United States' monumental accomplishment. Though space exploration would continue with new missions and international cooperation, Apollo 11 represented a defining moment where humanity took its first steps beyond Earth in a profoundly tangible way. The legacy of Apollo 11 continues to inspire scientists, engineers and dreamers around the world. It demonstrated that no challenge is too great when met with determination, creativity, and collaboration. It also changed our perspective of Earth, showing it as a fragile, beautiful oasis suspended in the vastness of space. This mission laid the foundation for future endeavors such as the development of space stations, robotic exploration of other planets, and the ongoing quest to send humans to Mars. Apollo 11 remains a testament to the extraordinary potential of human exploration, a beacon of hope and achievement that reminds us of our ability to transcend boundaries and explore the unknown. The journey of Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin and Michael Collins is forever etched in history as the moment humanity reached for the stars and touched another world, proving that with courage and vision, we can accomplish the unimaginable. In the beginning of what we now call ancient Greece, the line between history and myth did not exist. The earliest Greeks understood their world through stories passed down over generations. These myths explained the origins of the universe, the birth of the gods, and the deeds of legendary heroes. At the center of it all was chaos, a primordial void from which all things emerged. From chaos came Gaia, the earth, and Uranus, the sky. Their union produced the Titans, powerful beings who ruled before the Olympian gods. Kronos, one of the Titans, overthrew Uranus and took control. Fearing the same fate from his own children, he swallowed each one as they were born. But his wife Rhea hid their youngest, Zeus, who grew up in secret. Zeus later forced Kronos to regurgitate his siblings, Hestia, Hera, Demeter, Poseidon and Hades. Together they waged a 10-year war known as the Titanomachy. The Olympians emerged victorious, casting the Titans into Tartarus, a deep abyss. Zeus became king of the gods, ruling from Mount Olympus. The Olympians formed a divine family with complex relationships and distinct domains. Hera was Zeus's wife and goddess of marriage. Poseidon ruled the seas, Hades the underworld. Athena, born fully grown from Zeus's forehead, became the goddess of wisdom and war. Apollo was god of the sun and music, Artemis of the moon and the hunt. Ares embodied war, Aphrodite love, and Hephaestus fire and craftsmanship. These deities were not perfect. They displayed jealousy, wrath, lust and pride. Yet they served as models and warnings to mortals, embodying human nature amplified. Myths of the gods were more than entertainment. They explained the seasons, natural disasters, and the origin of the cosmos. The myth of Persephone's abduction by Hades and her mother Demeter's grief explained the changing seasons. The tale of Prometheus, who stole fire from the gods to give to humanity, and was punished by eternal torment, illustrated the cost of defiance and the gift of knowledge. Rituals, temples and festivals honored the gods. Oracles like the one at Delphi allowed mortals to communicate with the divine. Greek myths also celebrated heroes, mortals of divine descent or extraordinary ability, who performed great deeds and faced terrible trials. Heracles, the strongest of them all, completed 12 labors to atone for past sins. He fought the Nemean lion, captured the Erymanthian boar, and descended into the underworld. Perseus beheaded Medusa with the help of gifts from the gods, and rescued Andromeda from a sea monster. Zeuxias defeated the Minotaur in the labyrinth of Crete, and united Attica under Athenian rule. These stories carried moral lessons. Heracles taught the value of perseverance and redemption. Perseus showed courage and humility. Zeuxias embodied intelligence and leadership. But hubris, excessive pride, was a constant warning in Greek mythology. Characters who defied the gods or overestimated themselves, like Arachne or Niobe, were punished severely. In early Greek society, myths were part of everyday life. They were told in homes, at festivals, in the theater, and in education. They helped define what it meant to be Greek, offering a shared cultural identity. Myths guided behavior, reinforced values, and inspired art and architecture. Temples were built to honor specific gods, statues depicted legendary events, and epic poetry preserved these stories for generations. The age of myths and legends formed the spiritual and cultural foundation of ancient Greece. Even as the Greeks moved toward rational thought and democracy, the influence of their mythology remained strong. It shaped how they saw the world, understood themselves, and passed on their values. In many ways, the gods and heroes never truly left. Their stories lived on, in marble, in verse, and in the imagination of a civilization that would shape the future of the Western world. Long before the rise of the classical Greek city-states, the Aegean world was shaped by two great Bronze Age civilizations, the Minoans on the island of Crete and the Mycenaeans on the Greek mainland. These cultures laid the groundwork for much of what would later define ancient Greece, from writing systems to myths, trade and palace societies. The Minoan civilization, centered on Crete, emerged around 3000 BCE and flourished until approximately 1450 BCE. It is considered the first advanced civilization in Europe. Named after the legendary King Minos, the Minoans built vast, complex palace structures, the most famous of which is the palace at Knossos. These palaces were not merely royal residences, but also administrative and religious centers. They featured advanced architecture, including multi-story buildings, sophisticated plumbing systems, and intricate frescoes that depicted scenes of nature, festivals, and rituals. Minoan society was heavily focused on trade. The Minoans established a vast maritime network, exchanging goods such as olive oil, wine, and pottery for copper, tin, and luxury items from Egypt, Anatolia, and the Levant. This trade network not only brought wealth, but also cultural exchange, evident in Minoan art and religious practices that show Egyptian and Near Eastern influences. The Minoans used a writing system known as Linear A, which remains undeciphered to this day. Their language and script were unique, and do not appear to be related to later Greek. Religion played a significant role in Minoan life, with a strong emphasis on goddess worship. Many scholars believe the Minoans had a matriarchal element in their religious structure, as female figures dominate their iconography. Bull imagery also featured prominently, symbolizing strength and fertility. The myth of the Minotaur and the labyrinth, later told by the Greeks, may have originated from Minoan bull-leaping rituals and the maze-like complexity of palace architecture. Around 1450 BCE, the Minoan civilization declined sharply. Evidence suggests that a massive volcanic eruption on the island of Thera, modern-day Santorini, and subsequent tsunamis may have devastated the Minoan infrastructure and economy. This natural disaster, combined with possible invasions or internal conflicts, allowed the Mycenaeans from the mainland to rise in power and eventually dominate Crete. The Mycenaean civilization began around 1600 BCE and lasted until about 1100 BCE. It was centered in fortified palace cities like Messenia, Tiryns, and Pylos. Unlike the peaceful-seeming Minoans, the Mycenaeans were a more militaristic society. Their kings, known as wanaks, ruled from heavily fortified citadels. These palaces were economic and political hubs, where scribes recorded transactions and inventory using a script known as Linear B. This script, an early form of Greek, was deciphered in the 1950s and revealed insights into Mycenaean administration and daily life. The Mycenaeans were also seafarers and traders, maintaining networks that extended throughout the eastern Mediterranean. They adopted much from the Minoans, including art, architecture, and religious motifs, but gave them a more austere and martial character. Mycenaean tombs, particularly the beehive-shaped tholos tombs, and the wealth found within them, such as gold masks and ornate weapons, show a society that valued power and prestige. The legacy of the Mycenaeans lives on in Greek mythology. Many of the heroes and tales from Homer's epics, such as Agamemnon, Achilles, and Odysseus, are believed to be based on Mycenaean rulers and warriors. The story of the Trojan War, immortalized in the Iliad, may reflect a real conflict or a series of conflicts between Mycenaean Greeks and city-states in Anatolia, particularly Troy, which has been excavated in modern-day Turkey. While the historical accuracy of the war remains debated, archaeological evidence supports that Troy was a significant city and may have been attacked during the Late Bronze Age. By around 1100 BCE, the Mycenaean civilization collapsed. The reasons are still debated, but likely include a combination of internal strife, invasions by the so-called Sea Peoples, and natural disasters. Their fall marked the beginning of the Greek Dark Ages, a period of decline in population, trade, and literacy. However, the cultural memory of the Minoans and Mycenaeans endured. Their myths, architecture, and early writing systems formed a foundation that later Greek civilization would build upon, ensuring that their legacy would never be completely lost. Around 1100 BCE, the Mycenaean civilization, which had dominated mainland Greece for centuries, abruptly collapsed. The great palaces of Messenia, Pylos, and Tiryns were destroyed or abandoned. Trade routes fell silent. The carefully kept records in Linear B ceased to exist. This sudden and widespread decline marked the end of the Bronze Age in Greece and the beginning of a period historians now call the Greek Dark Ages. For roughly 4 centuries, from 1100 to 750 BCE, Greek society underwent profound change. It became smaller, poorer, and less connected to the wider world. The precise reasons behind the fall of the Mycenaeans remain uncertain. Scholars have proposed a combination of factors. Internal conflict may have weakened the palace-based system. Evidence of burned fortresses suggests waves of violent destruction, possibly by invading forces such as the mysterious Sea Peoples. These raiders also attacked other major civilizations of the eastern Mediterranean, including Egypt and the Hittites. Earthquakes, droughts, or widespread famine could have added to the instability, triggering societal collapse. The disappearance of long-distance trade and the breakdown of central administration caused local economies to shrink and become self-sufficient. Without the surplus provided by palace economies, communities reverted to a more primitive agrarian lifestyle. One of the most significant consequences of this collapse was the loss of writing. The Mycenaean script, Linear B, vanished with the fall of the palace centers. For centuries afterward, the Greeks had no written language. As a result, historical records from this period are almost non-existent. This is one of the key reasons why we refer to it as a dark age. Much of what we know about these centuries comes from archaeology rather than written sources. Excavations reveal that settlements became smaller and more scattered. Monumental architecture disappeared. Pottery became simpler, and graves contained fewer luxury goods, reflecting a drop in wealth and social complexity. Despite the widespread decline, Greek culture did not vanish, it adapted. Over time, small tribal communities began to emerge across the Greek mainland and islands. These were often led by local chieftains, and their power was based more on personal leadership and kinship than institutional authority. These tribal societies were the seeds of what would later become the Greek city-states, or polis. Many Greeks migrated during this time, spreading out into new areas, including the islands of the Aegean and the western coast of Asia Minor, in what is now Turkey. These migrations helped preserve Greek language and culture, and led to the establishment of new communities in places like Ionia, Aeolis, and Doria. Oral tradition became crucial in preserving history, religion, and identity. Without written records, stories were passed down through generations by word of mouth. Poets, or bards, played an important social role, reciting epic tales of gods and heroes. It is during this time that the legends of Achilles, Odysseus, and other figures of the Trojan War were kept alive through oral poetry. These stories, rich in myth and memory, would later be written down in the great epics of Homer, the Iliad and the Odyssey, during the following archaic period. The Greek Dark Ages were not entirely stagnant. Though they began with widespread destruction and loss, the period also laid the groundwork for renewal. Iron tools and weapons began to replace bronze, giving rise to what is called the Iron Age. This technological shift allowed for better farming tools and stronger weapons, which slowly helped communities stabilize and grow. The simplicity of life in these centuries also contributed to a growing sense of local identity and self-reliance. By the end of the Dark Ages, new social and political structures were beginning to take shape. Communities became more organized, trade slowly revived, and contact with other cultures, such as the Phoenicians, reintroduced literacy through the adoption of the alphabet. The foundations were laid for the rebirth of Greek civilization in the Archaic period. Although the Greek Dark Ages were a time of hardship and uncertainty, they also represented a crucible of transformation. Out of the ashes of the Mycenaean collapse came the early formations of the classical Greek world. The myths, oral traditions, and tribal societies of this period formed the cultural bedrock of a civilization that would soon begin to flourish once again. After centuries of decline and isolation during the Greek Dark Ages, a powerful resurgence began to take shape around 800 BCE. This period, known as Archaic Greece, saw the gradual re-emergence of social, political, and cultural life across the Greek world. One of the most defining developments of this era was the rise of the polis, or city-state. Unlike the palace-centered kingdoms of the Bronze Age, the polis was a community of citizens with shared laws, customs, and religious practices, rooted in a common territory and identity. The polis was both a physical and conceptual entity. At its heart stood an urban center, often dominated by an acropolis, a fortified hilltop that held temples and public buildings. Below lay the agora, the central marketplace and gathering space for political, social, and commercial activity. Surrounding the city were fields and villages that provided food and resources. Each polis was politically independent, governed by its own citizens. Though they spoke the same language and worshipped the same gods, city-states like Athens, Sparta, Corinth and Thebes developed distinct institutions, values and ambitions. Athens, located in Attica, evolved into a hub of intellectual and artistic development. Early on it was ruled by aristocrats, but growing social unrest would eventually lead to reforms and the birth of democracy. Sparta, in contrast, developed a militarized society in the Peloponnesus, governed by a rigid code of discipline and ruled by a dual monarchy and a council of elders. Corinth became a wealthy trading center, strategically located on the narrow land bridge, connecting mainland Greece to the Peloponnesus. Thebes, powerful in central Greece, often played a rival role in the shifting alliances and wars among the polis. One of the major forces behind the rise of the city-states was the revival of trade and contact with the wider Mediterranean world. Around 800 BCE, the Greeks re-established connections with Egypt, the Near East, and the Western Mediterranean. These interactions brought new ideas, goods, and technologies. Most significantly, the Greeks adopted the Phoenician alphabet, which they adapted to create a true writing system. This new Greek script allowed for the recording of laws, treaties, poetry, and historical memory. It marked the end of the oral-only tradition of the Dark Ages. Colonization was another hallmark of the Archaic period. Between 750 and 550 BCE, Greek city-states founded hundreds of colonies across the Mediterranean and Black Sea regions. This wave of expansion was driven by population growth, food shortages, political unrest, and the desire for trade. Colonies were often established as independent polis, but retained cultural and religious ties to their mother cities. Important colonies included Byzantium, later Constantinople, in the Bosporus, Syracuse and Tarentum in southern Italy, and Massalia, modern-day Marseille, in southern France. These new settlements helped spread Greek language, art, religion, and political ideas far beyond the Aegean. The rise of the polis was also accompanied by changes in warfare and social organization. The introduction of the hoplite phalanx, a tight formation of heavily armed infantrymen, reflected a shift towards citizen soldier armies. Military service became both a duty and a source of identity. This shift reinforced the idea of equality among citizens, at least in theory, and laid the foundation for more participatory forms of government. Though not all city-states were democratic, the concept of citizenship, where political power was linked to civic duty and participation, began to take root. Religion played a central role in unifying the polis. Each city-state had its own patron deity, with Athens honoring Athena and Sparta devoted to Artemis and Apollo. Pan-Hellenic sanctuaries, such as those at Delphi and Olympia, became sites of common worship and competition. The Olympic Games, first held in 776 BCE, provided a peaceful forum for athletic excellence and communal identity among the often fractious Greek cities. During the Archaic period, art, architecture, and literature flourished. Monumental sculpture and temple building became widespread, with styles influenced by Egyptian and Near Eastern models. The epic poetry of Homer, possibly written down in this era, became a cornerstone of Greek education and identity. The works of Hesiod offered insights into cosmology, agriculture, and justice. These texts provided moral frameworks and preserved collective memory in a rapidly changing society. By 600 BCE, the city-states of Greece had become the dominant political and cultural units of the region. Though each polis remained independent and often competed with others for power and influence, they shared a common Hellenic identity. They were bound by language, religion, and customs, yet fiercely proud of their autonomy. This dynamic tension between unity and independence defined Greek history for centuries to come. The rise of the polis in archaic Greece marked not just the end of the Dark Ages, but the beginning of a civilization that would shape the Western world in profound and lasting ways. Sparta, located in the region of Laconia in the southeastern Peloponnesus, developed one of the most distinctive societies in ancient Greece. While most Greek city-states valued trade, art, and political debate, Sparta chose a different path. It became a military state, structured entirely around discipline, obedience, and warfare. This transformation was not accidental, but the result of deliberate choices made by the Spartans in response to internal and external pressures. Spartan society was built on a rigid class system. At the top were the Spartiates, full citizens who had completed the rigorous state-sponsored education and military training system known as the agoge. Only Spartiates could vote, hold public office, and serve in the army as hoplites. Below them were the periakoi, or those who dwell around. These were free inhabitants of Spartan territory who managed trade and craft production, but had no political rights. At the bottom were the helots, an enslaved population primarily composed of conquered peoples from Messenia and other neighboring regions. The helots worked the land and provided food for the Spartan citizens. Their labor allowed the Spartiates to devote themselves entirely to military training and governance. To maintain control over this large and resentful helot population, Sparta became a society permanently on guard. Fear of helot uprisings shaped Spartan policy and culture. Every year the Spartan government declared ritual war on the helots, legally allowing any Spartiate to kill a helot without penalty. This brutal system was a cornerstone of Spartan dominance, but also a constant source of tension. The agoge was central to Spartan identity. Boys entered this state-run education system at the age of 7. They left their families and lived in communal barracks where they were taught discipline, endurance, loyalty, and martial skill. The agoge emphasized survival skills, physical toughness, and obedience to authority. Boys were subjected to harsh punishments, minimal clothing and food, and constant drills. At the age of 12, they began more intensive military training, and by 18 they were expected to participate in a form of secret police duty against the helots, known as the cryptia. Those who passed this phase joined the ranks of the full warriors. From age 20 to 60, a Spartan male served in the military. Even during peacetime, they lived in military mess halls with fellow soldiers and continued to train. Marriage was allowed, but men typically did not live with their wives until they retired from the army. Spartan women, by contrast, enjoyed a degree of freedom and respect rare in the ancient world. They were expected to maintain physical fitness, to bear strong children, and managed household estates while the men were away. They were educated, could own property, and participated in public life to a greater extent than women in other Greek city-states. Sparta's political system was also unique. It was a mixed constitution that combined monarchy, oligarchy, and limited democracy. At its head were 2 kings, drawn from 2 separate royal families, the Agiads and the Eurypontids. This dual kingship provided balance and allowed one king to lead in war, while the other remained in Sparta to govern. The king's power, however, was checked by the Gerousia, or Council of Elders, which included 28 men over the age of 60, plus the 2 kings. This council proposed laws and served as a high court. The Apella, an assembly of Spartan male citizens over the age of 30, had the right to vote on proposals from the Gerousia. Although the assembly had limited debate powers, it did play a role in major decisions such as declarations of war and treaty approvals. The Ephors, 5 annually elected officials, held significant executive power. They could supervise the kings, control education and public conduct, and even bring charges against the monarchy. This intricate system ensured that power was shared and that no single institution or individual could dominate Spartan life. Sparta's military prowess was legendary. The phalanx formation, composed of tightly packed hoplites with shields and spears, required immense discipline and coordination. Spartan warriors trained for years to perfect this tactic. Their society's devotion to martial excellence made their army one of the most feared in the Greek world. They fought few wars compared to other city-states, but were nearly unbeatable on the battlefield. The Battle of Thermopylae in 480 BCE, where 300 Spartans led by King Leonidas made a heroic last stand against the Persian army, became a symbol of courage and sacrifice. Despite its strengths, Sparta's rigid system had limitations. Its refusal to adapt and its reliance on a shrinking class of full citizens eventually weakened its power. As fewer men qualified for full citizenship due to economic hardship or failure to complete the agog, the military manpower declined. Furthermore, its cultural isolationism limited innovation in art, philosophy and trade. While other Greek city-states flourished during the classical period, Sparta remained insular. Nevertheless, Sparta's legacy endured. Its values of duty, discipline, and sacrifice were admired even by its rivals. Greek and Roman writers often idealized Spartan society, and its military culture became a model for later generations. Sparta was not a typical polis, but its unique approach to governance, warfare, and social structure played a crucial role in the broader story of ancient Greece. Athens, one of the most influential city-states in ancient Greece, experienced a dramatic political transformation over several centuries. From its early days under aristocratic rule to its pioneering experiment in democracy, Athens became a model for civic participation and political innovation. This journey was neither simple nor smooth. It was shaped by internal struggles, social pressures, visionary reforms, and the constant tension between the elite and the broader citizen body. In the earliest period of Athenian history, power was held by aristocratic families. These elites, known as the Eupatridae, controlled land, religious offices, and the courts. Political decisions were made by the Areopagus, a council composed of former archons or magistrates. Ordinary citizens had little to no say in government. Tensions grew as economic inequality deepened. Many small farmers were pushed into debt slavery, and the city teetered on the brink of civil unrest. In response, Athens turned to a respected aristocrat named Solon around 594 BCE. Solon enacted sweeping reforms aimed at reducing inequality and laying the groundwork for civic participation. He cancelled existing debts, banned debt slavery, and divided citizens into 4 income-based classes. Political office became accessible based on wealth rather than birth, allowing richer non-aristocrats to participate in governance. Solon also created a council of 400 citizens to prepare legislation for the larger assembly. Although his reforms did not create full democracy, they marked a significant shift away from aristocratic dominance and toward broader political inclusion. Solon's changes, however, did not eliminate all conflict. Power struggles continued, and within a few decades, a popular aristocrat named Pisistratos seized control and established himself as a tyrant. Unlike modern connotations of tyranny, Pisistratos' rule was relatively benevolent. He maintained Solon's reforms, promoted public works, supported the arts, and redistributed land to the poor. His sons, Hippias and Hipparchus, continued his rule until Hippias became increasingly oppressive, following the assassination of Hipparchus. Eventually, Hippias was overthrown with the help of exiled aristocrats and the Spartans. The next major reformer was Cleisthenes, often called the father of Athenian democracy. Around 508 BCE, Cleisthenes reorganized the political structure of Athens to break the power of the aristocratic clans. He created 10 new tribes, based not on kinship but on geography, each composed of citizens from the city, the coast, and the inland regions. This diluted regional loyalties and promoted unity. He also established the Council of 500, with 50 members chosen by lot from each tribe, to oversee daily government operations and propose legislation. Most importantly, he expanded the role of the citizen assembly, or ecclesia, which could debate and vote on laws. Cleisthenes introduced ostracism, a practice that allowed citizens to vote once a year to exile any individual deemed a threat to the state. If a man received enough votes, he was exiled for 10 years but did not lose his property or rights. Ostracism was a safeguard against tyranny and political concentration, though it could be used for personal or factional rivalries. Democracy in Athens continued to evolve and reached its height under the leadership of Pericles in the mid-5th century BCE. Pericles expanded participation by introducing pay for public officials and jurors, allowing even the poorest citizens to serve in government. He reinforced the power of the ecclesia and supported cultural and architectural projects that turned Athens into a beacon of Greek civilization. Under Pericles, the Athenian democracy became more direct. All male citizens over the age of 18 could participate in the assembly, vote on laws, and serve on juries and councils chosen by lot. Athenian democracy was limited by modern standards. Only free male citizens could participate. Women, slaves, and resident foreigners, known as metics, were excluded from political life. Despite these limitations, the Athenian model introduced revolutionary ideas. It emphasized civic duty, accountability, and the belief that ordinary citizens could govern themselves. Citizens had the right and responsibility to participate in debates, propose laws, and vote on public matters. Courts were staffed by large juries of citizens selected by lot, and verdicts were final. This system minimized corruption and ensured broad participation in legal decisions. Athens' democratic system was not static. It faced challenges, including wars, economic crises, and political upheaval. Yet, even after periods of oligarchic rule and external pressure, the democratic institutions were often restored. The Athenian experiment profoundly influenced later thinkers, including Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, who debated its strengths and weaknesses. Athens' transformation from aristocracy and tyranny to democracy was a complex and gradual process. Each reformer built on the work of those before them, responding to the needs and tensions of their time. Through innovation, conflict, and civic engagement, Athens created a political system that, while imperfect, laid the foundational concepts of citizen governance. These principles would echo through history, inspiring future generations and helping to shape the democratic ideals that continue to influence the modern world. In the early 5th century BCE, the Greek world faced one of the greatest threats in its history. The vast Persian Empire, ruled by the mighty kings Darius and later Xerxes, sought to bring the independent city-states of Greece under its dominion. What followed was a series of extraordinary events that tested the resilience, courage, and unity of the Greeks. Despite their differences and rivalries, the city-states came together in a desperate struggle for freedom. The Persian Wars, fought between 490 and 479 BCE, became a defining moment in Greek history and a foundation of their collective identity. The origins of the conflict lay in the Ionian Revolt of 499 BCE. The Greek cities of Ionia, located on the coast of Asia Minor and under Persian control, rose up against their overlords with support from mainland Greece, including Athens and Eretria. Although the revolt was ultimately crushed, it provoked the wrath of King Darius I, who vowed to punish the cities that had aided the rebellion. His plan was not just retribution, but the expansion of Persian control westward into the heart of Greece. In 490 BCE, Darius launched a punitive expedition. The Persian fleet crossed the Aegean Sea and landed at the plain of Marathon, northeast of Athens. The Athenians, joined by a small force from Plataea, chose to confront the invaders rather than wait behind their city walls. Outnumbered and facing a far larger enemy, the Greeks employed bold tactics. Under the command of Miltiades, the Athenian hoplites charged the Persian lines in a surprise assault. Their tight phalanx formation and discipline overwhelmed the Persian forces. The Battle of Marathon was a stunning victory for the Greeks. It demonstrated that the Persians could be defeated and became a symbol of Hellenic courage and resolve. But the threat was far from over. A decade later, Darius's son, Xerxes VI, prepared a massive invasion to conquer all of Greece. In 480 BCE, he launched a campaign with an enormous army and navy. Ancient sources claimed he led hundreds of thousands of troops, though modern estimates are more conservative. Still, the scale of the Persian force dwarfed that of the fragmented Greek city-states. In response, a coalition of Greek cities formed under the leadership of Sparta and Athens. Despite centuries of rivalry, they agreed to set aside their differences for the survival of their civilization. The first major clash of Xerxes' invasion occurred at the narrow mountain pass of Thermopylae. There, a small Greek force led by King Leonidas of Sparta attempted to block the Persian advance. The pass's geography allowed the Greeks to hold off the much larger Persian army for several days. Leonidas and his 300 Spartans, along with a few thousand allied troops, fought with unmatched bravery. Ultimately, they were betrayed by a local who revealed a hidden path to the Persians. Surrounded and outnumbered, Leonidas and his men fought to the death. Though Thermopylae ended in defeat, it became a rallying cry for Greek unity and resistance. At the same time, the Greek fleet engaged the Persian navy at the Battle of Artemisium. The naval battles were indecisive, but they bought precious time. As the Persians marched south, they sacked Athens, which had been evacuated. The Greek fleet, under the strategic brilliance of Themistocles, regrouped in the Straits of Salamis. The Battle of Salamis was a turning point. Themistocles lured the Persian fleet into the narrow waters between the island of Salamis and the Athenian mainland. There, the larger and less maneuverable Persian ships were at a disadvantage. The Greek triremes, fast and agile, struck with precision. In a chaotic and brutal engagement, the Greeks dealt a crushing blow to the Persian navy. Xerxes, witnessing the disaster from his throne on shore, began to lose confidence. He soon retreated with the bulk of his forces, leaving a general named Mardonius to continue the campaign. In 479 BCE, the final battle of the war took place at Plataea. A combined Greek army led by the Spartans, Athenians, and other allies confronted the remaining Persian forces. After days of skirmishes and strategic maneuvering, the Greeks launched a decisive assault. The Persian army was routed, and Mardonius was killed. Around the same time, the Greek fleet achieved another victory at Mycale, on the coast of Asia Minor, destroying the remnants of the Persian navy and sparking new revolts among the Ionian cities. The Persian wars ended with a stunning Greek victory. A coalition of independent and often contentious city-states had defeated the largest empire the world had ever seen. The triumph was not just military but cultural. It affirmed the value of freedom, civic duty and unity. It demonstrated that courage, strategy and determination could overcome overwhelming odds. The wars also solidified a shared Greek identity. Though Athens, Sparta, and their allies would later fall back into rivalry and conflict, the memory of their joint resistance became a cornerstone of Greek pride and historical memory. In the aftermath, Athens rose to new heights. It rebuilt its city, strengthened its navy, and formed the Delian League, a defensive alliance against future Persian aggression. Sparta returned to its conservative ways, wary of Athenian ambition. But for a brief and shining moment, the Greek city-states had stood together, not as rivals but as defenders of a common civilization. The Persian Wars marked the birth of what we now call classical Greece, a period that would see the flourishing of philosophy, art and democracy, all nurtured by the hard-won freedom secured on the battlefields of Marathon, Thermopylae, Salamis and Plataea. Following the victory over the Persian Empire, Athens entered a remarkable period of cultural, political, and intellectual flourishing that historians call the Golden Age. Lasting roughly from 480 to 404 BCE, this era was defined by the leadership of Pericles, the strengthening of Athenian democracy, and an explosion of achievements in philosophy, drama, architecture and the arts. It was during this time that Athens became not only a powerful empire, but also the cultural and intellectual heart of the Greek world. Pericles, a charismatic and visionary statesman, emerged as the most influential leader of Athens in the mid-5th century BCE. Under his guidance, Athens transformed from a leading city-state into an empire that exerted control over much of the Aegean Sea. Pericles expanded the Delian League, originally formed as a defensive alliance against Persia, into a mechanism for Athenian dominance. Member states were required to pay tribute, which was used to fund Athens' navy and ambitious building projects. While this increased Athenian power, it also sowed resentment among allies and would later contribute to conflict. Pericles also initiated a massive public works program that reshaped the city of Athens and symbolized its glory. The most iconic of these projects was the Parthenon, a temple dedicated to Athena, the city's patron goddess. Constructed on the Acropolis, the Parthenon showcased the heights of classical architecture. It was built entirely of marble and adorned with intricate sculptures that celebrated both mythological scenes and the greatness of Athens. The Parthenon stood as a testament to the values of balance, harmony, and civic pride. During the Golden Age, Athens became a center for drama and the performing arts. Theatrical festivals such as the Dionysia brought together citizens to watch tragedies and comedies performed in grand amphitheaters. Playwrights like Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides crafted stories that examined human nature, morality, and the gods. Aeschylus introduced complex dialogue and dramatic structure. Sophocles refined character development and plot, while Euripides challenged traditional values and portrayed psychological depth. Comedy also flourished, especially in the works of Aristophanes, who used satire to critique Athenian politics and society. Philosophy in Athens also reached new heights. Thinkers began to question traditional explanations of the world and sought rational, ethical, and metaphysical insights. Among the most influential was Socrates. He did not leave behind written works, but profoundly impacted Greek thought through dialogue and debate. Socrates wandered the streets of Athens, engaging citizens in discussions about justice, virtue, and the good life. His method involved asking probing questions to stimulate critical thinking and expose contradictions. Though many respected his intellect, Others saw him as subversive. In 399 BCE, he was sentenced to death for allegedly corrupting the youth and impiety. His student Plato preserved his teachings, which would shape Western philosophy for centuries. In politics, Pericles strengthened democracy by introducing reforms that allowed greater citizen participation. Public officials and jurors were paid, enabling poorer citizens to take part in governance. The assembly, or ecclesia, met regularly to debate laws and make decisions. Council members were chosen by lot, reflecting the belief that any citizen could serve the state. This level of democratic engagement was unprecedented in the ancient world. However, it was limited to free male citizens. Women, slaves, and foreigners had no political rights. Education and literacy expanded as well. Citizens were expected to be informed and articulate, capable of participating in public discourse. This emphasis on rhetoric and reasoning gave rise to the sophists, professional teachers who taught skills in argumentation and persuasion. Though controversial, their influence reflected the dynamic intellectual climate of Athens. Visual art also advanced significantly. Sculptors like Phidias created lifelike statues that emphasized realism and idealized beauty. Vases and pottery depicted scenes of mythology, daily life and athletic competition, reflecting the values and interests of Athenian society. These artistic expressions combined technical mastery with storytelling and philosophical reflection. Science and history developed as intellectual pursuits. Historians like Herodotus and Thucydides pioneered methods of recording and analyzing past events. Herodotus wrote about the Persian Wars with a blend of inquiry and storytelling, while Thucydides took a more rigorous, evidence-based approach in his account of the Peloponnesian War. Despite its achievements, the Golden Age of Athens was not without flaws. Its empire was built on coercion, and its democracy excluded large portions of the population. Internal tensions, political rivalries, and growing resentment from other Greek city-states set the stage for future conflict. Nevertheless, the legacy of the Golden Age is enduring. It was a time when human potential was celebrated, when art and reason were elevated, and when the foundations of Western thought were laid. Athens during this period became a beacon of intellectual and artistic excellence. Its contributions in philosophy, drama, politics, and architecture continue to influence and inspire. The Golden Age of Athens represents one of the highest expressions of civilization in the ancient world, a moment when a city dared to imagine what humanity could achieve. In 431 BCE, the Greek world was plunged into a brutal and prolonged conflict that would leave it fractured and weakened. The Peloponnesian War, fought between Athens and its allies, and the Peloponnesian League, led by Sparta, lasted for nearly 3 decades and marked the end of the classical Greek Golden Age. It was a war not of foreign conquest, but of Greek against Greek, brother against brother. The struggle arose from deep-seated tensions over power, influence, and ideology, and it would have far-reaching consequences for the entire Greek world. The roots of the war can be traced to the aftermath of the Persian Wars. While the threat from Persia had unified the Greek city-states temporarily, peace did not last. Athens emerged from the conflict immensely powerful, having built a vast maritime empire through the Delian League. This alliance, originally a mutual defense pact against Persia, gradually became an Athenian tool of dominance. Athens used tribute from allied cities to fund its military and cultural projects, enforcing its will through naval strength. Sparta, a land-based military power with a rigid oligarchic society, viewed Athens' growing influence with alarm. The two city-states represented opposing systems, democratic Athens versus conservative, militaristic Sparta. Tensions escalated through a series of disputes involving their allies. When Corinth and Corcyra, Two members of opposing alliances clashed and Athens intervened. Sparta and its allies felt provoked. In 431 BCE, war formally broke out. The Peloponnesian War unfolded in three major phases. The first, known as the Archidanian War, lasted from 431 to 421 BCE. Named after the Spartan king Archidamus II, this period saw Sparta invade the Athenian countryside almost annually, devastating farms and attempting to provoke a land battle. Athens under Pericles avoided direct confrontation on land and relied on its powerful navy to conduct raids along the Peloponnesian coast and maintain its empire. During one of Sparta's early invasions, Athens was struck by a devastating plague in 430 BCE. The disease, likely typhus or typhoid fever, spread rapidly through the overcrowded city. It killed tens of thousands, including Pericles himself. The loss of leadership and morale shook Athens to its core. Despite the plague, the war dragged on with neither side gaining a decisive advantage. In 421 BCE, a temporary truce was signed, the Peace of Nicias. Named after the Athenian general who negotiated it, the peace was intended to last 50 years but quickly unraveled. Hostilities resumed, and the conflict entered a new and disastrous phase. In 415 BCE, Athens launched the Sicilian expedition, one of the most ambitious and ill-fated military campaigns in its history. Encouraged by the charismatic Alcibiades, a controversial and ambitious Athenian leader, Athens set out to conquer Syracuse, a powerful city-state in Sicily allied with Sparta. The campaign began with great hopes, but soon descended into catastrophe. Alcibiades was recalled to Athens to face charges of impiety, but he defected to Sparta instead. Meanwhile, the Athenian forces, poorly led and lacking local support, were crushed. In 413 BCE, the entire Athenian fleet was destroyed, and thousands of soldiers were killed or captured. The Sicilian expedition marked a turning point in the war. Following the disaster, Athens struggled to maintain its empire. Its finances were depleted, and many of its allies revolted. Sparta, now aided by Persian funding and advised by Alcibiades, built a fleet to challenge Athens at sea. The final phase of the war, from 413 to 404 BCE, saw intense naval battles, shifting alliances, and mounting desperation. Athens experienced a brief internal coup in 411 BCE, when a group of oligarchs seized power. However, democratic forces quickly restored the old system. Despite this turmoil, Athens managed to win several naval victories and held out longer than many expected. Yet the pressure was relentless. In 405 BCE, the Spartan general Lysander secured a decisive victory at the Battle of Aegospotami. The Athenian fleet was surprised and annihilated. With no navy to protect it and its food supply cut off, Athens was besieged. In 404 BCE, the city surrendered. Sparta imposed harsh terms. Athens had to dismantle its walls, surrender its remaining ships, and accept a Spartan-aligned oligarchy known as the 30 Tyrants. The Peloponnesian War left Greece in ruins. Thousands were dead, cities were weakened, and trust among the Greek states was shattered. Athens, once the beacon of democracy and culture, was humbled and impoverished. Sparta emerged victorious but not unscathed. Its own rigid system would soon face challenges, and its hegemony was short-lived. The war also had profound cultural and philosophical impacts. It prompted deep reflection on human nature, politics, and the cost of power. Thucydides, an Athenian general and historian, chronicled the war with a level of detail and analysis that laid the groundwork for modern historiography. His account was not just a military history, but a study of ambition, fear, and the fragility of civilization. The Peloponnesian War was a tragedy in every sense. It showcased the dangers of internal division, the destructive nature of power struggles, and the vulnerability of even the greatest societies. In choosing war over diplomacy, the Greek city-states exhausted their strength and paved the way for future conquests by Macedon and later Rome. What was lost in the war was not just political power, but the unity and spirit that had once allowed Greece to repel the mightiest empire on earth. As the classical Greek city-states lay weakened and divided in the aftermath of the Peloponnesian War, a new power was quietly rising to dominate the region. The Kingdom of Macedon, located to the north of the Greek heartland, was once considered a backwater by the sophisticated city-states of Athens, Sparta, and Thebes. However, under the visionary leadership of King Philip II, Macedon transformed into a formidable military and political force. Philip's rise marked the end of the classical age of independent Greek city-states and set the stage for a new era of Greek influence across the known world. Philip II ascended to the Macedonian throne in 359 BCE during a time of crisis. His kingdom was threatened by hostile neighbors, internal instability, and disorganized armies. Philip immediately set about reforming Macedon. He reorganized the army, introducing the sarissa, a long spear that gave his infantry a deadly advantage. He trained his troops with rigorous discipline and developed new tactics that combined infantry, cavalry, and siege warfare. Philip's military innovations transformed Macedon into the most powerful force in the region. Beyond military might, Philip was a shrewd diplomat and strategist. He skillfully manipulated alliances and rivalries among the fractious Greek city-states. His goal was not simply conquest, but the unification of Greece under Macedonian leadership. Through marriage alliances, bribery, and calculated warfare, he steadily expanded his influence southward. The Greek city-states, exhausted by decades of conflict, were unable to mount a united resistance. Athens was still recovering from the Peloponnesian War and internal strife. Sparta remained a shadow of its former self. Thebes, once powerful, had been weakened by civil conflict. In 338 BCE, Philip decisively defeated a coalition of Greek city-states at the Battle of Chaeronea. This victory effectively ended Greek independence. Philip established the Corinthian League, a federation of Greek states under his hegemony, ostensibly to defend Greece against Persia. Philip's vision extended beyond Greece. He planned to lead a grand campaign against the Persian Empire, the common enemy of all Greeks. However, his assassination in 336 BCE abruptly ended his reign. His son Alexander inherited the throne and the vast Macedonian army. Alexander the Great would carry Philip's ambitions to unprecedented heights, conquering the Persian Empire and spreading Greek culture across Asia and Egypt. This era, known as the Hellenistic Age, saw the blending of Greek and Eastern civilizations, expanding the legacy of classical Greece far beyond its traditional borders. Although the age of independent city-states was over, the ideals of classical Greece, democracy, philosophy, art, and science continued to influence the world. The achievements of Athens and Sparta, the tragedies and triumphs of their people, and the intellectual foundations laid during the classical period echoed through history. The political fragmentation that had plagued Greece also paved the way for new ideas about governance and empire. The rise of Macedon marked both an end and a beginning. It ended the era of city-state rivalry and ushered in a new chapter of Greek history, where Greek culture would spread across continents, shaping civilizations for centuries to come. The classical age, with its triumphs and tragedies, remained a powerful symbol of human potential and the enduring quest for knowledge, freedom, and unity. The so-called Dark Ages were anything but dark. While there were certainly challenges, the medieval period was also a time of remarkable progress, artistic achievement, and groundbreaking innovation. The idea that civilization stood still for a millennium is one of the greatest historical misconceptions. Many of the foundations for modern science, art, and governance were laid during this time. Cities flourished, trade expanded, and knowledge was not only preserved but actively developed. The reality is that medieval Europe was a dynamic, ever-evolving society shaped by invention, cultural exchange, and intellectual curiosity. One of the biggest myths is that medieval people were wholly ignorant of science and reason. In reality, medieval scholars made astonishing advancements in various fields. Universities began to emerge across Europe, creating intellectual hubs where subjects like medicine, mathematics, and astronomy were studied. The medieval period saw the rise of thinkers like Thomas Aquinas, who sought to reconcile reason with faith, and Roger Bacon, who emphasized empirical observation centuries before the scientific revolution. The Islamic Golden Age played a significant role in preserving and enhancing classical knowledge, which was later reintroduced to Europe, inspiring further progress in philosophy, medicine, and engineering. Art and architecture also flourished in ways that still inspire awe today. The construction of towering cathedrals, such as Notre Dame and Chartres, required an advanced understanding of engineering and design. These structures, with their intricate stained glass windows and gravity-defying spires, were not merely places of worship, but symbols of human ingenuity and artistic ambition. The Gothic style, which emerged in the High Middle Ages, showcased incredible craftsmanship, blending spiritual symbolism with mathematical precision to create structures that continue to impress architects and historians today. Innovation extended beyond architecture. The medieval period saw the invention of the mechanical clock, the development of eyeglasses, and improvements in agricultural techniques that increased food production. The three-field system of crop rotation significantly boosted yields, allowing for population growth and economic expansion. The use of windmills and watermills revolutionized industry, allowing for more efficient grain grinding and textile production. These were not the actions of a stagnant society, but of one constantly seeking better ways to live and work. The advancements in shipbuilding and navigation techniques eventually laid the groundwork for the age of exploration, expanding Europe's reach across the globe. Even the concept of knights and warfare is often misrepresented. While battles did occur, much of medieval life was not consumed by war. Chivalry was more than just a romanticized notion. It was a code that emphasized honor, justice, and the protection of the weak. Knights were not just warriors, they were also patrons of the arts and scholars in their own right. Tournaments and jousting competitions, while dangerous, were more about prestige and spectacle than actual military conflict. Furthermore, medieval warfare was not constant. Extended periods of peace allowed for trade, education, and cultural growth to flourish. Trade networks expanded during this period, connecting Europe to the Middle East, North Africa, and even Asia. The Silk Road facilitated the exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies, bringing innovations such as paper, printing, and advanced medical knowledge to Europe. Cities such as Venice and Constantinople became centers of commerce where goods, ideas, and cultures intermingled. The establishment of guilds provided economic stability and training for craftsmen, helping to create a skilled workforce that fueled further economic growth. The rise of banking institutions in cities like Florence and Bruges laid the foundation for modern finance, demonstrating that medieval economies were far more complex than often assumed. The Middle Ages also witnessed significant social mobility, something often overlooked. While the feudal system did exist, it was not as rigid as commonly believed. Serfs could buy their freedom, skilled tradesmen could rise in status, and many women played vital roles in business, medicine, and even politics. Noble women often managed large estates, and some, like Eleanor of Aquitaine, wielded tremendous influence over European affairs. Religious institutions also provided avenues for upward mobility, as monasteries and convents became centers of learning and literacy. Many rulers, recognizing the value of education, sponsored schools and scholars to ensure their courts remained centers of culture and knowledge. The perception of the medieval period as a time of darkness and suffering is largely a product of later historical bias. Renaissance scholars sought to distance themselves from the past, branding the era before them as backward to elevate their own achievements. The term Dark Ages itself is misleading, as it ignores the vibrancy and dynamism that defined medieval society. The printing press, developed at the tail end of the Middle Ages, played a crucial role in the rapid spread of knowledge, helping to usher in the Renaissance rather than simply marking the end of an ignorant age. By looking beyond the myths, we can see that the Middle Ages were a time of extraordinary resilience and progress. The people of this era were not merely surviving, they were innovating, creating, and laying the groundwork for the world we live in today. The next time you hear the phrase the Dark Ages, remember that history is far more nuanced than the stories we have been told. The Middle Ages were not a time of unrelenting darkness, but an era of transformation, discovery, and human ingenuity that still influences us to this day. When people think of the Middle Ages, they often imagine a world of filth and squalor, where unwashed peasants lived in streets filled with refuse and disease. Hollywood and popular media have perpetuated this image, making it seem as though medieval people had no concept of hygiene. But the truth is far from this grim portrayal. In reality, people in the Middle Ages were far more concerned with cleanliness than we give them credit for. Bathing, washing, and even sewage management played important roles in medieval society, proving that life in the Middle Ages was not nearly as dirty as many believe. Personal hygiene was an essential part of daily life, particularly for those who could afford regular access to clean water. Public bathhouses were a common feature in many medieval towns and cities, where people would gather to bathe and socialize. In fact, medieval Europeans inherited a love for bathing from the Romans, whose bathhouse traditions continued well into the Middle Ages. Cities like Paris, London, and Prague had numerous bathhouses where people of all classes could wash themselves, and in some cases even enjoy heated water. In the 13th and 14th centuries, public bathhouses became so popular in many European cities that they were seen as centers of relaxation and even luxury. Bathing was not just reserved for the wealthy or those living in cities. In the countryside, peasants and farmers often bathed in rivers, lakes, or even wooden tubs inside their homes. Soap, made from animal fats and ashes, was commonly used for washing both the body and clothing. Medieval recipes for soap making show that people were well aware of the importance of cleanliness, and many varieties of soap were perfumed with herbs such as lavender and rosemary. Monasteries, which served as centers of knowledge and daily life, encouraged hygiene among their monks and often had dedicated washing areas. Some even required their members to bathe at least once a week, which compared to some later historical periods was quite frequent. Beyond personal hygiene, medieval societies also made efforts to maintain the cleanliness of their cities and towns. Many medieval cities had rudimentary sewage systems, with waste being channeled away through drainage ditches or underground pipes. In some places, regulations were even put in place to ensure waste was properly disposed of, and streets were kept clean. London, for example, passed laws in the 14th century to remove waste from the streets and prevent contamination of drinking water sources. While these measures may not have been as advanced as modern sanitation systems, they demonstrate a clear awareness of the importance of cleanliness and public health. Tooth care was another aspect of hygiene that medieval people took seriously. While they didn't have modern toothpaste, they used a variety of herbal remedies to clean their teeth and freshen their breath. Some of these included rubbing salt or ashes on their teeth, or using herbal mouth rinses made from mint or sage. Wealthier individuals sometimes used primitive toothbrushes made from animal hair or frayed twigs to scrub their teeth. There are even records of medieval people using chew sticks, a practice that continues in some cultures to this day. The idea that medieval people simply accepted filth as a part of life is a modern misconception. While they certainly didn't have access to the same level of sanitation and medical knowledge as we do today, they made significant efforts to stay clean. Bathing, washing clothes, and maintaining public hygiene were all considered important aspects of daily life. The belief that medieval society was inherently dirty comes largely from later time periods, particularly the early modern era, when bathing became less common due to misguided fears that water spread disease. In contrast, medieval people often embraced bathing and cleanliness as a way of life. The next time you see a medieval movie depicting peasants covered in dirt and filth, remember that history tells a different story. People in the Middle Ages valued cleanliness, enjoyed regular baths, and made efforts to maintain the hygiene of their communities. Far from being a time of squalor, the medieval period was one where hygiene was an important part of life, even if it looked different from the standards we have today. Medieval medicine is often dismissed as primitive, filled with superstition and ineffective treatments. While it is true that medieval medical practices were not as advanced as modern medicine, they were far more sophisticated than many people realize. Physicians, surgeons, and apothecaries relied on centuries of accumulated knowledge, drawing from ancient Greek, Roman, and Islamic sources. Universities taught medical students through structured curricula, and hospitals provided care for the sick in ways that laid the foundation for modern medical institutions. One of the most surprising aspects of medieval medicine is surgery. While it is often assumed that surgical procedures were nothing more than crude amputations performed without anesthesia, the reality is more complex. Medieval surgeons were skilled practitioners who performed procedures such as trepanation, setting broken bones, and even removing bladder stones. Texts like the Practica Chirurgiae by Roger Frugadi and Chirurgia Magna by Guy de Chauliac provided detailed surgical techniques and emphasized the importance of cleanliness. While anesthesia, as we know it, did not exist, medieval doctors used herbal sedatives such as opium, mandrake, and hemlock to dull pain. Cauterization and ligatures were used to control bleeding, demonstrating an understanding of wound management. Some surgical procedures, such as cataract removal, were carried out with surprising precision using fine tools and careful techniques. Surgeons also understood the importance of post-operative care, using wound dressings soaked in wine or honey to prevent infection. Herbal medicine played a crucial role in medieval healthcare. Monasteries served as centers of medical knowledge, where monks cultivated medicinal plants and recorded their uses in detailed manuscripts. Texts such as the Herbarium of Apuleius and the Physica by Hildegard of Bingen catalogued the properties of various herbs. Remedies included garlic for infections, willow bark for pain relief, and honey for wound healing. While some treatments were ineffective or based on superstition, many herbal remedies had real medicinal value and are still used in some forms today. Physicians also recognized the importance of diet and lifestyle in maintaining health. Medieval medical texts emphasized the benefits of balanced nutrition, fresh air, and moderate exercise in preventing illness. Many doctors prescribed specific foods and herbal teas to treat ailments, showing an early understanding of nutrition's role in health. The establishment of hospitals in the medieval period marked a significant step toward organized health care. Contrary to the belief that the sick were simply abandoned, hospitals were built across Europe to care for the ill and needy. Institutions like the Hôtel Dieu in Paris and St. Bartholomew's Hospital in London provided medical treatment, shelter, and food. These hospitals were often run by religious orders that emphasized compassionate care. While medieval hospitals did not function like modern medical centers, they represented an early attempt at structured health care that went beyond simple hospice care. Some hospitals specialized in treating certain diseases, such as leprosy or the plague, and many provided long-term care for chronic illnesses. Medical practitioners in hospitals kept records of patients' symptoms and treatments, contributing to a growing body of medical knowledge that informed future generations. Public health measures were also more advanced than commonly believed. Medieval cities implemented quarantine measures during outbreaks of disease, particularly during the Black Death. The concept of contagion was understood, even if the precise mechanisms were unknown. In some cases, infected individuals were isolated to prevent the spread of illness. Urban centers developed sanitation systems that included waste removal and clean water sources. While these measures were not always effective by modern standards, they reflect a recognition of the need for public health efforts. In some cities, officials enforced street cleaning, regulated the sale of food, and monitored water supplies to reduce contamination. Bathhouses and public latrines were common in larger towns, allowing people to maintain better hygiene than commonly assumed. Medical education in the Middle Ages was rigorous and systematic. Universities such as Salerno, Bologna, and Montpellier trained physicians through formal education. Students studied texts from Galen, Hippocrates, and Avicenna, learning about anatomy, diagnosis, and treatment methods. The curriculum was structured with examinations required for medical degrees. While some medical theories such as the four humors were incorrect, medieval doctors engaged in scholarly debate and empirical observation, laying the groundwork for later medical advancements. Medical students often practiced dissections on animals or, in some cases, human cadavers, contributing to an evolving understanding of anatomy. Universities also fostered medical innovation, with scholars experimenting with new techniques and questioning outdated theories. The medieval period was not a dark age of ignorance in medicine. It was a time of learning, adaptation, and the preservation of medical knowledge. While many treatments were limited by the lack of scientific understanding, medieval physicians and healers worked within the best knowledge available to them. Their contributions to surgery, herbal medicine, hospital care, and public health helped shape the medical practices that would evolve in later centuries. The idea that medieval medicine was entirely backward is a myth that overlooks the remarkable progress made during this period. In fact, many medieval medical advancements laid the foundation for discoveries in the Renaissance and beyond, proving that the pursuit of medical knowledge never truly stagnated. The Middle Ages are often portrayed as a time of ignorance and intellectual stagnation, but this perception is far from accurate. In reality, medieval society placed a significant emphasis on education, and learning was far more widespread than many people assume. The period saw the establishment of universities, monastic schools, and cathedral schools, which laid the foundation for modern education systems. While literacy rates varied across social classes, education was not limited to the clergy or the nobility. Many members of the emerging middle class also had access to schooling. One of the most important developments in medieval education was the rise of universities. The first European universities, such as those in Bologna, Paris, and Oxford, emerged in the 12th and 13th centuries. These institutions became centers of higher learning, offering instruction in law, medicine, theology, and the liberal arts. The university model, with its structured curriculum and degrees, provided an educational framework that still influences modern academia. Students studied classical texts from scholars such as Aristotle and Cicero, as well as works from Islamic and Jewish scholars like Avicenna and Maimonides. Despite the challenges of medieval life, these universities produced some of the greatest intellectuals of the time, including Thomas Aquinas and Albertus Magnus. Education was not limited to universities. Monastic schools played a crucial role in preserving and transmitting knowledge. Monks meticulously copied and studied ancient manuscripts, ensuring the survival of Greek and Roman literature, scientific texts, and theological works. These schools provided education to young boys, primarily those training for the clergy, but also to lay students in some cases. Cathedral schools, often attached to large churches, also became important centers of learning. They trained future clerics but sometimes accepted students from wealthy or influential families who sought a broader education. Subjects taught included Latin, logic, rhetoric, arithmetic, and music, forming the basis of the medieval curriculum known as the trivium and quadrivium. Contrary to the belief that only the elite had access to education, many towns and cities had grammar schools where children of merchants and artisans could receive instruction. These schools focused on literacy, numeracy, and practical skills needed for trade and administration. Apprenticeship systems also functioned as an alternative form of education, with young people learning specialized crafts under the guidance of master artisans. This hands-on training was essential for professions such as blacksmithing, weaving, and bookkeeping. Women's education in the Middle Ages was more common than often assumed, though opportunities varied by social class. While most formal education was directed at men, noble women were frequently taught reading, writing, and mathematics, particularly if they were expected to manage estates or engage in correspondence. Some women, particularly in convents, received extensive education in Latin, theology, and even medicine. Figures like Hildegard of Bingen and Christine de Pizan demonstrate that medieval women could be scholars, writers, and intellectuals in their own right. The influence of medieval education extended beyond the classroom. The rise of literacy contributed to the spread of knowledge through books and manuscripts, fostering a growing intellectual culture. The development of libraries, both in monasteries and universities, allowed scholars to access and build upon previous works. Additionally, the increasing use of the vernacular in literature and legal documents expanded education beyond Latin-speaking scholars to a broader audience. The idea that the Middle Ages were a time of intellectual darkness is a misconception. Instead, it was a period of educational development that laid the groundwork for the Renaissance and the modern university system. From the rigorous scholarship of medieval universities to the practical learning of apprenticeships, education was a vital part of medieval life. The widespread efforts to teach, learn, and preserve knowledge ensured that intellectual progress did not stall but rather evolved, setting the stage for the advancements that followed in later centuries. The common perception of women in the Middle Ages is that they were entirely subordinate, voiceless, and without power. While it is true that medieval society was largely patriarchal, the reality was far more complex. Women played significant roles in trade, politics, and even warfare, often exerting more influence than modern portrayals suggest. Across medieval Europe, women could be merchants, landowners, scholars, and even rulers, shaping their communities in ways that defy simplistic stereotypes. One of the most overlooked aspects of medieval women's lives was their role in commerce. In many towns and cities, women actively participated in trade, working as merchants, artisans, and shopkeepers. Guild records show that women were involved in professions such as weaving, brewing, and textiles, often running businesses independently or alongside their husbands. In some cases, widows took over their late husband's trade and continued to operate successfully. Cities such as London, Paris, and Bruges had numerous female entrepreneurs, proving that economic agency was not limited to men. Women also held significant political power, particularly in noble and royal circles. Queens and noble women frequently acted as regents, ruling in place of underage or absent kings. Figures such as Eleanor of Aquitaine and Isabella of Castile wielded immense influence, making political decisions, leading military campaigns, and shaping the fate of entire kingdoms. Some women even exercised direct rule, controlling vast territories and negotiating treaties. In many cases, noble women managed estates, overseeing agricultural production, finances, and local governance in their husband's absence. Beyond political and economic roles, some women defied expectations by taking up arms. While female warriors were rare, they were not unheard of. Women such as Joan of Arc, Matilda of Tuscany, and the Viking shield maidens challenged traditional gender roles by leading troops into battle. Even if they did not fight personally, many noble women organized military defenses and commanded castles during sieges. Chronicles and records document instances where women were instrumental in wartime leadership, ensuring the survival of their people and lands. Education and intellectual life were also accessible to some medieval women. Convents served as centers of learning, where nuns not only preserved ancient texts, but also wrote influential works on theology, medicine, and philosophy. Hildegard of Bingen, a 12th century abbess, was a respected writer, composer, and scientist. Christine de Pizan, a 15th century writer, actively defended women's intellectual capabilities and criticized the misogyny of her time. While women's access to formal education was more restricted than men's, those who did receive an education contributed meaningfully to medieval scholarship. The legal status of women varied across medieval Europe. In some regions, women had property rights and could inherit land, particularly in areas influenced by Germanic and Celtic traditions. Customary laws often granted women legal autonomy in matters such as marriage, trade, and inheritance. Although medieval legal systems were not always favorable to women, they provided more opportunities for autonomy than is commonly assumed. For example, in some medieval cities, women could represent themselves in court, own businesses, and form contracts. Religious and cultural attitudes toward women were complex and often contradictory. While many religious texts reinforced traditional gender roles, there were also female saints and mystics who commanded great respect. Women who entered religious life often gained independence and influence, as abbesses sometimes held power equivalent to bishops. Some religious communities fostered female leadership and intellectual engagement, offering women an alternative path to authority outside of marriage and motherhood. The idea that medieval women were powerless is an oversimplification. While they faced many restrictions, they also found ways to exercise influence in commerce, politics, education, and even warfare. By examining historical records, it becomes clear that women played vital roles in shaping medieval society, often challenging the limitations placed upon them. Their contributions were significant, even if they have been overshadowed by later historical narratives. The Middle Ages were not a time of total female oppression, but rather a period of complexity where women could, and did, carve out spaces of power and autonomy. The image of the medieval knight is often reduced to that of a brutish warrior, clad in heavy armor, wielding a sword, and engaging in endless battles. While knights were indeed warriors, their role in medieval society was far more complex than simple combat. They were not just fighters but also poets, diplomats, and philosophers, bound by a strict code of honor known as chivalry. The ideals of knighthood emphasized not only martial prowess, but also loyalty, courtly manners, and a dedication to justice. Their position in society required them to be as refined in the court as they were fierce on the battlefield. Knighthood was a long and arduous journey that began in childhood. Boys of noble birth were typically sent to a lord's household at a young age to train as pages. They learned the basics of combat, horsemanship, and weaponry, but they also studied literature, music, and etiquette. Pages were expected to serve at feasts, learn to read and write, and become well versed in courtly behavior. By their teenage years, they became squires, serving a knight directly and refining their skills in battle. They were responsible for maintaining their knight's armor and weapons, caring for the horses, and accompanying their mentor into skirmishes. Only after proving themselves in both combat and character could they be dubbed knights in a formal ceremony, which often had deep religious significance. The dubbing ritual was more than symbolic. It solidified their social standing and responsibilities. One of the defining features of knights was their commitment to chivalry, a code that dictated how they should behave both on and off the battlefield. This code emphasized bravery, loyalty to one's lord, protection of the weak, and respect toward women. While not all knights lived up to these ideals, historical records show that many took their vows seriously. Chivalry was not just about fighting honorably, but also about acting as a just and virtuous leader. Knights were expected to resolve disputes, uphold justice, and serve as protectors of the people. This is evident in medieval literature, where knights are often portrayed as noble figures who strive to do what is right, even at great personal cost. Many knights acted as judges or arbitrators in legal matters, settling feuds and ensuring that laws were enforced in their territories. Beyond their roles as warriors, knights were also patrons of the arts, and sometimes artists themselves. Many knights composed poetry and music, particularly within the tradition of courtly love. Troubadours, often knights themselves, wrote and performed songs celebrating love, honor, and adventure. Figures such as William IX of Aquitaine, one of the earliest known troubadours, demonstrated that knights could be both fierce warriors and refined poets. Chivalric romances, which told tales of heroic knights and noble quests, were among the most popular forms of literature in the medieval world. Knights were expected to appreciate the arts, sponsor artists, and participate in elaborate tournaments that combined martial skill with theatrical performance. Diplomacy was another essential aspect of a knight's role. Many knights served as envoys and advisors to kings and lords, negotiating treaties, forging alliances, and maintaining peace between warring factions. They were expected to be well versed in the laws and customs of different lands, able to navigate the complex political landscape of medieval Europe. Some knights rose to positions of great influence, acting as regents, counselors, or even rulers in their own right. Their ability to speak multiple languages, understand economic principles, and interact with foreign dignitaries made them indispensable in the affairs of the realm. Knights were often involved in marriage alliances as well, securing peace and strengthening political ties through strategic unions. Religious devotion was also central to knighthood. Many knights participated in the Crusades, seeing themselves as warriors of God. Orders such as the Knights Templar and the Hospitallers combined military skill with religious service, protecting pilgrims and defending Christian territories. Even outside of the Crusades, knights were expected to uphold Christian values, support the church, and engage in acts of charity. Some knights retired to monastic life, seeking spiritual fulfillment after years of service in war. Others founded religious institutions or donated wealth to the church as a means of securing their place in the afterlife. The connection between knighthood and faith was deeply ingrained, with many knights swearing oaths before relics or undergoing religious fasting before significant battles. Tournaments and jousting played a crucial role in the life of a knight. Far from being simple entertainment, these events allowed knights to hone their skills, gain fame, and prove their worth. Jousting was a dangerous and highly technical sport, requiring immense skill in both horsemanship and weaponry. Victories in tournaments could elevate a knight's reputation, earning them sponsorships, land, or marriage prospects. These events were also social gatherings, where knights could showcase their refinement, engage in courtly dialogue, and demonstrate their adherence to chivalric principles. While the idealized knight of legend did not always match the reality, many historical knights genuinely embodied these ideals. Their influence extended far beyond the battlefield, shaping medieval culture, politics, and art. The true legacy of knighthood is not just one of bloodshed and conquest, but also of learning, leadership, and moral responsibility. Knights were not merely warriors, they were the embodiment of a broader medieval worldview that valued honor, wisdom, and service. They played critical roles in shaping the societies they served, leaving behind a lasting impact that extended well beyond their years in armor. The knight was not just a fighter, but a guardian of tradition, a scholar of virtue, and a leader whose influence resonated through generations. When people think of medieval cities, they often imagine dirty, overcrowded, and unsanitary places filled with disease and chaos. However, this image is far from the truth. Many medieval cities were highly organized, boasting intricate administrative systems, bustling markets, and impressive architectural feats. From London to Paris, medieval cities functioned as centers of commerce, governance, and culture, demonstrating a level of sophistication that is often overlooked. Medieval cities were not simply clusters of houses haphazardly built around castles or monasteries. They were planned and structured with a clear sense of organization. Many cities had walls for defense, intricate road networks, and designated districts for different trades and professions. Guilds played a crucial role in regulating business, ensuring quality standards, and protecting the rights of artisans and merchants. These guilds formed an early version of professional associations and helped maintain economic stability within the city. One of the most significant features of medieval cities was their market systems. Weekly markets and large annual fairs brought people from surrounding villages and towns, allowing for the exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies. Merchants traded everything from textiles and spices to metals and livestock. Some cities, like Venice and Bruges, became major trade hubs, connecting Europe with distant regions such as the Middle East and Asia. These thriving economies encouraged innovation and financial advancements, including the early use of banking systems and credit. Despite common misconceptions, medieval cities had surprisingly sophisticated sanitation and infrastructure. Many cities implemented rudimentary but effective sewer systems, with waste disposal regulations enforced by local authorities. Wells and public fountains provided access to clean water, and bathhouses were common in many urban centers. In places like London and Paris, street cleaning regulations were in place to maintain hygiene, and designated officials monitored food markets to prevent the sale of spoiled goods. Governance in medieval cities was also more structured than one might assume. Many cities were granted charters that allowed them a degree of self-rule, separate from feudal lords. City councils, often composed of wealthy merchants and influential citizens, made important decisions regarding laws, taxes, and public projects. Some cities operated under elected mayors or magistrates, providing an early example of municipal government. This system allowed cities to maintain stability and ensure that commerce and daily life ran smoothly. Culturally, medieval cities were vibrant places filled with artistic and intellectual activity. Universities such as those in Bologna, Paris, and Oxford flourished and attracted scholars from across Europe. These institutions laid the foundation for modern academia, fostering advancements in philosophy, science, and medicine. Additionally, cathedrals and town halls stood as architectural marvels, showcasing the craftsmanship and ambition of medieval builders. Cities became hubs of literature, theater, and music, with poets, playwrights, and musicians entertaining both nobility and common folk alike. In conclusion, medieval cities were far from the primitive and chaotic settlements often depicted in popular media. They were well-organized, economically dynamic, and culturally rich centers of human activity. Their advancements in governance, trade, infrastructure, and education laid the groundwork for the development of modern urban life. Rather than being dirty and backward, medieval cities were thriving centers of progress, demonstrating the ingenuity and resilience of their inhabitants. The history of witch hunts is often intertwined with images of the Middle Ages, but the most infamous and widespread witch hunts actually occurred during the early modern period, long after the Middle Ages had ended. The idea of the medieval era being the height of witch persecution is a misconception, influenced by later historical events and a romanticized image of the so-called Dark Ages. In reality, witch hunts were much more prevalent in the Renaissance and beyond, particularly in the 16th and 17th centuries. The first thing to understand is that belief in witches was not unique to the Middle Ages. Widespread belief in magic, spirits, and supernatural forces existed throughout European history, from ancient times through the medieval period and into the Renaissance. However, the systematic and violent persecution of alleged witches really took off during the early modern period. One of the most significant drivers of these witch hunts was the rise of the Catholic and Protestant Reformations. Both religious movements encouraged the belief that witches were agents of the devil, and this fueled the persecution of those accused of witchcraft. In the Middle Ages, while accusations of witchcraft did exist, they were generally not as widespread or organized as they would become in the early modern period. It wasn't until the 15th century, with the publication of the infamous witch-hunting manual Malleus Maleficarum, the Hammer of Witches, in 1487, that the witch-hunt hysteria began to truly escalate. Written by two Dominican inquisitors, Heinrich Kramer and Jacob Sprenger, the Malleus Maleficarum argued that witches were real and dangerous, and that they were often women who had made pacts with the devil. This book was incredibly influential in encouraging the mass persecution of witches, particularly in Germany and France, but it was not a universally accepted text. Many medieval thinkers, including prominent scholars and clergy, did not fully endorse the ideas in the Malleus Maleficarum. Throughout the Middle Ages, accusations of witchcraft were more often linked to local disputes, personal vendettas, and social tensions, rather than a widespread belief in satanic conspiracies. The belief in witches was certainly present, but it was not as pervasive or institutionalized as it would later become. In fact, much of the fear of witches was tied to rural areas where folk beliefs about magic, healing, and curses were more common. Urban centers, on the other hand, where the influence of the church and educated elites was stronger, were less likely to be caught up in witch hunts. It wasn't until the 16th and 17th centuries, during the Reformation and the rise of Protestantism, that witch hunts truly began to spread across Europe. Protestant and Catholic authorities alike increasingly saw witchcraft as a threat to both religious and social order. In Protestant countries like England, the Netherlands, and the German states, witch trials became a means of asserting control over society and combating perceived threats to Christian orthodoxy. Catholic countries, too, had their own wave of witch hunts, with Spain, Italy, and France seeing an uptick in trials, often fueled by the Inquisition. The witch hunts were also closely tied to the social and political upheaval of the time. The turbulence of the Reformation, which saw religious divisions and conflict across Europe, created an environment where fear of the unknown and the supernatural could easily spread. In times of social instability, accusations of witchcraft were often used as a scapegoat for misfortune, such as bad harvests, disease outbreaks, and unexplained deaths. This fear of witches was often amplified by the growing influence of early modern states and the rise of more centralized legal systems, which made it easier to prosecute individuals accused of witchcraft. Despite the prevalence of witch hunts in the early modern period, it's important to note that they were not as widespread or as frequent as popular media often suggests. The majority of the population in medieval and early modern Europe did not participate in or even believe in witch hunts. Many towns and regions remained relatively untouched by witch trials. It's also crucial to remember that accusations of witchcraft were often rooted in misogyny and the fear of powerful or independent women. The majority of those accused were women, particularly those who were older, unmarried, or otherwise marginalized in society. Witch hunts were as much about social control and gender dynamics as they were about fear of the supernatural. In conclusion, while belief in witches and witchcraft was certainly a part of medieval European culture, the widespread witch hunts and trials that are most famous today occurred in the early modern period, not the Middle Ages. The idea that the Middle Ages were a time of rampant witch persecution is a misconception. The true horror of the witch hunts came in the centuries that followed, when the Reformation, political instability, and social fears created the perfect storm for the persecution of thousands of innocent people. The witch hunts of the early modern period are a sobering reminder of the dangers of superstition, fear, and intolerance, but they are also a reflection of the changing religious, social, and political dynamics of the time. One of the most enduring myths about the Middle Ages is that it was a period dominated by superstition, ignorance, and an overwhelming lack of scientific progress. This idea is often rooted in the notion of the Dark Ages, a time when the intellectual and cultural advancements of the classical world supposedly came to a halt. However, the reality of medieval science tells a much different story. Far from being a time of stagnation, the Middle Ages were a period of significant scientific development, particularly in fields such as astronomy, mathematics, and medicine. In the medieval period, the foundation of scientific learning was laid in the monasteries, where monks copied ancient texts and worked on preserving knowledge from the Roman, Greek, and Islamic worlds. These monks were not merely religious scholars, they were also some of the earliest scientists of their time. For example, in astronomy, medieval scholars like the English monk Bede and the Persian scientist al-Batani made significant contributions to the understanding of the stars, the planets, and the motion of the heavens. Bede's De Natura Rerum and Albertini's accurate calculations of the length of the solar year helped lay the groundwork for later astronomical discoveries. Moreover, universities began to emerge in the medieval period, offering formal education in subjects such as philosophy, astronomy, medicine, and mathematics. The University of Bologna, founded in 1088, and the University of Paris, founded in the 12th century, were two of the earliest institutions where scientific learning flourished. The medieval university curriculum was heavily influenced by the works of ancient scholars like Aristotle, Galen, and Ptolemy, as well as Arabic and Jewish scholars, whose translations of ancient Greek texts provided much of the intellectual foundation for medieval science. Astronomy was one of the key fields of study during the Middle Ages. While many people think of medieval astronomy as primitive or based purely on superstition, the reality is that medieval scholars developed highly sophisticated models of the universe. The most influential astronomical work of the time was Ptolemy's Almagest, a treatise on the geocentric, Earth-centered model of the cosmos. This work was taught in universities across Europe and was widely regarded as the authoritative text on astronomy for centuries. Medieval astronomers also made advancements in understanding the movements of the planets, using tools such as the astrolabe, a device for measuring the positions of celestial bodies. In mathematics, medieval scholars made important strides in number theory, geometry, and algebra. One of the most significant developments was the introduction of Arabic numerals, which replaced the cumbersome Roman numerals and revolutionized mathematical calculations. The famous mathematician Fibonacci, who studied in the Arab world, introduced the Fibonacci sequence in his book Liber Abaci, which had a profound impact on mathematics. Additionally, scholars in the Middle Ages worked on refining Euclidean geometry, and many mathematical concepts that we take for granted today were developed during this period. In medicine, medieval scholars made significant strides as well. While the medical knowledge of the time may seem rudimentary by today's standards, it was based on a combination of ancient Greek and Roman knowledge, as well as new insights derived from the study of anatomy and disease. The writings of Galen, Hippocrates, and Avicenna were central to medical education in the Middle Ages, and many universities offered courses in these texts. In addition to theoretical knowledge, medieval doctors also made practical advances in surgery and medical treatment. For example, early medieval surgeons developed techniques for treating wounds, setting broken bones, and performing cataract surgeries. Some medieval hospitals even specialized in particular types of care, such as leprosy, showing a level of medical specialization. Medieval alchemy also laid the foundation for the development of modern chemistry. Although alchemy was rooted in mysticism and the search for the philosopher's stone, it contributed to the understanding of chemical processes and the development of laboratory techniques. Alchemists like Roger Bacon and Paracelsus made contributions to the study of materials and chemical reactions, leading to a greater understanding of the physical world. While it's true that many people in the Middle Ages believed in supernatural forces, demons, and magic, these beliefs were not dominant in the intellectual elite or the institutions of higher learning. The scientific work being done in universities and monasteries was based on observation, reason, and experimentation. Far from being a time of ignorance, the medieval period was one of intellectual exploration and scientific inquiry. The idea that the Middle Ages were a time of scientific backwardness is an oversimplification that ignores the significant contributions made by medieval scholars in many fields. In conclusion, the Middle Ages were far from a period of scientific darkness. In fact, they were a time of significant scientific advancement in astronomy, mathematics, medicine, and alchemy. Universities played a central role in preserving and advancing knowledge, and many of the foundational discoveries of modern science were made during this time. The myth of the Dark Ages and the idea that medieval society was dominated by superstition and ignorance overlooks the true intellectual achievements of this period. Instead of being a time of stagnation, the Middle Ages laid the groundwork for the scientific revolution that would follow in the Renaissance and beyond. The idea of the Middle Ages as a time of isolation and stagnation is a common misconception. In reality, the medieval period was marked by the rise of complex trade networks that connected Europe to the rest of the world. Far from being cut off from other parts of the globe, Europe was part of a vast and intricate trading system that spanned across continents, bringing goods from Asia, Africa, and the Middle East to European markets. This interconnected world was built on ancient trade routes, as well as new networks established during the medieval period. One of the most important aspects of medieval trade was the Silk Road, a series of overland routes connecting China, Central Asia, the Middle East and Europe. Although the Silk Road had been in use for centuries, it remained a crucial trade route throughout the medieval period. Goods such as silk, porcelain, spices and tea were transported from the east to the west, while European merchants traded products like wool, glass and metalwork in exchange. This exchange of goods also facilitated the movement of ideas, technologies and even disease, linking different cultures and societies in ways that would shape the course of history. In addition to the Silk Road, maritime trade routes played an increasingly important role in medieval commerce. The Mediterranean Sea, for example, was a central hub for trade between Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. Italian city-states such as Venice, Genoa, and Pisa were particularly active in maritime trade, establishing powerful fleets that dominated Mediterranean commerce. Venetian merchants, for example, brought luxury goods such as spices, silks, and precious metals from the East and sold them to customers across Europe. This maritime network was vital not only for the flow of goods, but also for the exchange of knowledge, as merchants and travelers brought back new ideas and innovations from the farthest reaches of the known world. By the 12th and 13th centuries, trade routes connected Europe to even more distant lands. The Crusades, while primarily military campaigns, also opened up new avenues for trade, particularly with the Middle East. Crusaders brought back valuable goods like sugar, citrus fruits, and exotic textiles, all of which became highly sought after in Europe. The Crusades also helped establish trade links between Europe and the Islamic world, where goods and knowledge from ancient Greece, Rome, and the farthest reaches of Asia were preserved and shared. The rise of powerful trade cities and the development of banking and financial systems further contributed to the growth of medieval commerce. In cities like Florence, Venice, and Bruges, merchants and bankers created a financial infrastructure that allowed for the efficient exchange of goods across great distances. The Medici family in Florence, for example, became immensely wealthy through their banking empire, which financed trade ventures across Europe and beyond. The development of letters of credit, bills of exchange, and early forms of banking allowed merchants to conduct business without the need to carry large amounts of cash, making trade safer and more efficient. Medieval Europe was not only connected to Asia and Africa, but also engaged in trade with sub-Saharan Africa. The kingdoms of West Africa, such as Mali, Ghana, and Songhai, were major players in the trans-Saharan trade. These kingdoms were rich in gold, salt, and other valuable resources that were traded for goods like textiles, metalwork, and weapons. The trade routes across the Sahara Desert were some of the most important in the medieval world, connecting the Islamic world in North Africa with the kingdoms of sub-Saharan Africa and beyond. The wealth generated by this trade helped fuel the rise of powerful empires and allowed for the exchange of cultures, technologies and ideas. The flow of goods was not limited to luxury items. Everyday products such as grains, wool and timber were traded across medieval Europe, facilitating the growth of urban centers and the development of a money economy. The rise of a merchant class and the increasing importance of towns and cities transformed European society, providing opportunities for social mobility and the spread of new ideas. Despite the numerous challenges of the medieval period, such as political instability, war and disease, trade continued to thrive. The movement of goods, people and ideas helped create a more interconnected world and laid the foundation for the globalized economy that would emerge in the centuries to come. The medieval period, far from being a time of isolation, was a time of dynamic exchange and growth, where merchants, travelers and scholars connected different parts of the world and helped shape the development of the modern global economy. In conclusion, the Middle Ages were a time of remarkable global trade. Through the Silk Road, maritime trade routes, and the exchange of goods and ideas during the Crusades, Europe was deeply connected to Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. The development of banking and financial systems helped facilitate trade, while the rise of powerful trading cities fostered economic growth and cultural exchange. Far from being an isolated time, the medieval period was a time of thriving global commerce that helped pave the way for the interconnected world we live in today. When most people think of the Middle Ages, they picture crude, dark huts with thatched roofs and muddy streets. However, this image doesn't do justice to the incredible artistic and architectural achievements of the period. The Middle Ages were not just about surviving in a harsh world, they were a time of immense creativity, especially in the fields of art and architecture. The Gothic period, in particular, was one of the greatest artistic movements in history, giving rise to some of the most magnificent buildings ever created. Gothic architecture, which flourished from the 12th to the 16th centuries, was a revolutionary style that radically transformed the design of churches, cathedrals, and castles across Europe. Unlike the Romanesque style that preceded it, which featured thick walls and small windows, Gothic architecture sought to reach towards the heavens. This was achieved through the innovative use of flying buttresses, ribbed vaults, and pointed arches, which allowed for the creation of tall, airy structures with expansive windows. These innovations gave rise to some of the most awe-inspiring cathedrals ever built, such as the Notre Dame de Paris, Chartres Cathedral, and the Cologne Cathedral. One of the defining characteristics of Gothic architecture was its emphasis on height and light. The soaring vertical lines of Gothic cathedrals were designed to draw the eye upward toward the heavens, reflecting the medieval belief in the divine. Large stained glass windows, filled with colorful biblical scenes and intricate designs, allowed light to flood the interior of these churches, creating a mystical atmosphere that was meant to inspire awe and reverence. The windows not only served an aesthetic purpose, but also conveyed religious stories to the largely illiterate population. These stained glass windows were not just decorative but educational, helping to communicate the teachings of the church to the people. The construction of these monumental structures was a massive undertaking that required years, even centuries, to complete. The building of a Gothic cathedral was a communal effort, involving skilled masons, carpenters, blacksmiths, and laborers. These craftsmen worked under the supervision of master builders, who oversaw the design and execution of the work. The process of building a cathedral was an intricate and highly organized one, with each part of the structure being carefully planned and constructed to ensure its stability and beauty. The labor was intensive, and it often took generations for a cathedral to be completed. Some cathedrals, such as the famous Notre Dame de Paris, took over a century to build, with each generation of builders adding to the work of their predecessors. Castles were another hallmark of medieval architecture. These fortified structures, designed to protect lords and their territories from invaders, were often impressive feats of engineering. While many people today associate castles with large, imposing stone structures, their designs varied greatly depending on the region, the time period, and the available resources. Early castles were simple wooden motte and bailey structures, but over time they evolved into sophisticated stone fortresses, complete with drawbridges, moats, and high walls. Some castles, like the Tower of London and Château de Chillon, became symbols of power and authority, while others, such as the castles built along the Rhine River in Germany, were built for defense and control over strategic locations. The construction of these castles was a testament to the ingenuity of medieval builders. They were designed to withstand attacks, with features such as thick walls, narrow windows, and a system of internal defenses that could be used to repel invaders. Many castles also had great halls, where feasts were held and important matters of governance were discussed. These halls were often decorated with tapestries, wooden carvings, and fine furniture, reflecting the wealth and power of the lords who resided there. Medieval cities also displayed impressive feats of architecture. While they may not have had the grandeur of cathedrals or castles, medieval cities were often carefully planned and organized. Streets were laid out with a clear sense of order, with markets, guild halls, and homes arranged around central squares or plazas. Many cities had impressive town halls, which served as the centers of governance and civic life. In places like Florence, Bruges, and Prague, the architectural development of cities reflected the growing importance of trade and commerce during the medieval period. The design of these cities was influenced by both Roman and Byzantine architectural traditions, as well as the emerging Gothic style. Beyond architecture, the art of the Middle Ages was also rich and diverse. Illuminated manuscripts, which were painstakingly created by monks in scriptoriums, were one of the most important forms of artistic expression during this time. These manuscripts, often made from vellum or parchment, were decorated with intricate designs and vibrant colors, showcasing both religious and secular themes. The artwork in these manuscripts ranged from depictions of biblical scenes to the portrayal of courtly love and chivalric ideals. Medieval art also flourished in the form of frescoes, mosaics, and sculptures. Churches and cathedrals were often adorned with elaborate paintings and carvings that told religious stories, while sculptures of saints, angels, and biblical figures adorned altars and facades. The artwork of the period was deeply religious, reflecting the central role that the church played in medieval life. However, it also celebrated the ideals of chivalry and knighthood, and many works of art depicted knights in battle or performing heroic deeds. In conclusion, the Middle Ages were far from a time of artistic stagnation or crude, primitive construction. The Gothic period, in particular, was a golden age of architecture and art, giving rise to some of the most awe-inspiring structures in the world. The cathedrals, castles, and cities of the medieval period were not just functional, they were masterpieces of design and engineering, built to last for centuries. The art of the time, from illuminated manuscripts to frescoes and sculptures, reflected the deep religious devotion and cultural sophistication of the period. The idea that the Middle Ages were a time of primitive huts and backward thinking is simply a myth. The Middle Ages were a time of remarkable artistic and architectural achievement. When we think of medieval food, it's easy to picture dull, bland meals consisting of stale bread and porridge. However, the reality is far more intriguing. Medieval cuisine was actually much healthier, more diverse, and more flavorful than many people realize, and in some ways it was even better than modern fast food. Contrary to popular belief, medieval diets were based on fresh, locally sourced ingredients, a wide variety of meats, fish, fruits, vegetables, and even exotic spices from far-off lands. The medieval diet was heavily influenced by geography and social class. Peasants typically ate simple foods like bread, porridge, and vegetables, while the nobility enjoyed elaborate feasts with meats, exotic fruits, and highly refined dishes. Despite these differences, both groups enjoyed a surprising level of variety in their diets. For example, medieval Europeans regularly consumed different types of grains, including barley, oats, and rye. Wheat was common among the wealthier classes, while peasants might have eaten bread made from coarser grains. In addition to grains, vegetables played a significant role in the medieval diet. Common vegetables included cabbage, onions, leeks, beans, carrots, and peas. Root vegetables, such as turnips and parsnips, were staples in winter months, providing important sources of vitamins and fiber. The variety of vegetables available was much greater than many people assume, and they were often prepared in creative and flavorful ways. Meat was an important part of medieval cuisine, especially for the wealthy. Game meats like venison, wild boar, and rabbit were prized, and domestic animals such as cows, pigs, and sheep were commonly raised for their meat. Poultry, such as chickens, geese, and ducks, was also enjoyed, and fish was a significant part of the diet, especially in coastal areas or for religious reasons, when eating meat was restricted during certain periods. While the lower classes typically consumed less meat, they still enjoyed occasional servings of bacon, sausages, and other preserved meats. What made medieval food truly stand out, however, was the abundance of spices and flavors. The spice trade flourished in the Middle Ages, and merchants brought exotic ingredients like pepper, cinnamon, cloves, ginger, and saffron from the Far East, Africa, and India. These spices were highly valued, not just for their flavor, but also for their medicinal properties. Spices were used in both sweet and savory dishes, creating a unique blend of flavors that would be considered gourmet by today's standards. Medieval cooks were also adept at using herbs, which were often grown in household gardens or monasteries. Fresh herbs like parsley, rosemary, thyme, mint, and sage were commonly used to season food. In fact, the wide use of herbs and spices in medieval cooking made the food much more complex and flavorful than modern fast food, which is often loaded with artificial flavorings and preservatives. Cooking techniques were another area in which medieval cuisine excelled. Stews, roasts, pies, and pastries were common dishes, and many of these were cooked slowly to allow the flavors to develop and meld together. For instance, roasted meats were often flavored with a mix of herbs, wine, and spices, creating a rich and savory meal. Dishes like pottage, a type of thick soup or stew, were staples of medieval cooking, made from a wide range of ingredients such as vegetables, legumes, and meats, and often flavored with a variety of spices. The complexity of these dishes contrasts with the simple and often repetitive meals found in modern fast food. Another surprising aspect of medieval cuisine was its emphasis on fresh, seasonal ingredients. In contrast to the mass-produced, preservative-laden fast food we consume today, medieval meals were based on what was available at the time, which meant that fruits, vegetables, and meats were often consumed at their peak freshness. The medieval period also saw the development of early preservation techniques, such as salting, pickling, drying, and smoking, allowing people to enjoy a variety of foods year-round. These preservation methods also helped reduce food waste, ensuring that food was used more efficiently and sparingly. Moreover, The medieval diet was typically much more balanced and nutritious than the modern diet, especially compared to the highly processed and nutrient-poor fast food that many people rely on today. While the wealthy had access to a greater variety of food, both the upper and lower classes consumed a range of fresh produce, grains and protein sources that provided important vitamins, minerals and fibers. One area in which medieval food was far superior to modern fast food was its lack of artificial ingredients. While medieval cooks relied on fresh, natural ingredients, fast food is often filled with artificial preservatives, flavor enhancers, and food coloring. Additionally, medieval cooking emphasized whole foods, such as fresh vegetables, meats, and grains, rather than the highly processed and refined products commonly used in modern fast food. In conclusion, medieval food was not just bland or basic, it was diverse, flavorful, and often healthier than many of the fast food options available today. From exotic spices to fresh vegetables, meats, and herbs, medieval cuisine had much more to offer than we often give it credit for. The wide variety of ingredients and cooking methods, along with the emphasis on fresh, seasonal food, made medieval meals far more satisfying and nutritious than the mass-produced options we often consume in modern times. So the next time you think about medieval food, remember that it was a time of culinary creativity, with a rich and diverse food culture that stands in stark contrast to today's processed fast food. The image of medieval peasants often conjures up a bleak existence filled with endless toil, crushing poverty, and subjugation under merciless lords. However, while the life of a medieval peasant was certainly challenging, it was far from hopeless. In fact, many peasants enjoyed a sense of community, stability, and even leisure that we often overlook. Today, we are going to explore the reality of peasant life in the Middle Ages and see why it wasn't as miserable as movies and TV shows often suggest. First, let's talk about work. Peasants did work hard, especially during planting and harvest seasons, but they were not constantly laboring from sunrise to sunset every single day. The medieval calendar was filled with religious holidays and festivals, many of which provided days off from work. Some estimates suggest that peasants in medieval Europe actually had more holidays than modern workers. In addition, work was often communal, meaning tasks like plowing fields or harvesting crops were shared among villagers, making them more manageable and even social. Speaking of community, the village was the heart of peasant life. Unlike the isolated and downtrodden figures we often see in historical dramas, medieval peasants were part of tight-knit communities. They worked together, celebrated together, and supported one another in difficult times. Many villages had communal lands, where peasants could graze their animals or gather firewood, and disputes were often settled locally, rather than through distant lords or kings. Another common misconception is that peasants had no personal freedom, while some were serfs, meaning they were legally bound to the land they worked. Many were free peasants who owned or rented their land. Even serfs were not slaves. They had rights, including protection from their lords, the ability to farm their own small plots of land, and in some cases the ability to buy their freedom. Lords depended on their peasants, and while the relationship was not always fair, it was not purely oppressive either. Food was also better than many assume. While peasants did not eat the luxurious meals of the nobility, their diet was relatively balanced. Bread was a staple, but they also ate vegetables, dairy products, and occasionally meat or fish. Beer and ale were common, as water was not always safe to drink. Many peasants had small gardens where they grew herbs and additional crops, supplementing their diet and providing a degree of self-sufficiency. Fairs and festivals were a major part of peasant life. Church holidays often involved feasts, dancing and entertainment, giving peasants a break from their labor. Some festivals included games, performances, and competitions that brought entire communities together. Traveling merchants and entertainers brought goods and stories from faraway places, adding excitement to what many imagine as a monotonous existence. Marriage and family life also provided stability. While arranged marriages were common, many medieval records suggest that personal choice played a larger role than often assumed. Peasants married within their communities, and families worked together to maintain their farms and livelihoods. Women, while often expected to manage household duties, also worked in the fields and had an active role in village life. Some even ran businesses or inherited land. While medieval peasants faced hardships like poor harvests, disease and taxation, their lives were not defined solely by suffering. They had social bonds, traditions and periods of rest that balanced their labor. Understanding the reality of peasant life helps us appreciate the resilience and resourcefulness of those who lived during the Middle Ages. Far from being powerless victims, they were the backbone of medieval society, shaping the world in ways that are often overlooked. The role of the Church in the Middle Ages is often misunderstood. Many imagine it as a force that stifled progress, suppressed knowledge and controlled society with an iron grip. While the Church did hold significant power, it was also a driving force for education, medical care, and technological advancements. Monasteries in particular played a key role in preserving ancient knowledge, fostering innovation, and improving the lives of medieval people. The Church was more than a religious institution. It was a center of learning, a provider of social welfare, and a promoter of advancements that shaped European civilization. One of the Church's most important contributions was the preservation of classical knowledge. After the fall of the Western Roman Empire, much of Europe faced instability, and many classical texts could have been lost forever. Monastic communities across Europe painstakingly copied and preserved works from ancient Greece and Rome, including texts on philosophy, medicine, and science. Without their efforts, the Renaissance may never have had the foundation it needed to flourish centuries later. These monasteries didn't merely preserve texts, they studied them, annotated them, and passed them down to future generations. The famous scriptoriums, where monks worked diligently to transcribe manuscripts, were hubs of intellectual activity that ensured knowledge was not only safeguarded, but expanded upon. Education was another area where the Church had a significant impact. While universities were not exclusive to the Church, many of Europe's first universities, including those in Paris, Oxford, and Bologna, were founded with Church support. These institutions trained scholars in theology, law, medicine, and philosophy, ensuring that intellectual life continued to evolve. The medieval university system laid the groundwork for the modern higher education system, introducing structured curricula, degrees, and academic debate. Far from opposing science, many medieval scholars sought to reconcile faith and reason, leading to important developments in fields such as astronomy, mathematics, and natural philosophy. Figures like Albertus Magnus and Roger Bacon made strides in scientific inquiry, proving that religious faith and intellectual curiosity could coexist. The Church also played a crucial role in providing medical care. Monastic hospitals were some of the earliest organized medical facilities in Europe. Monks and nuns cared for the sick, often using herbal remedies and treatments based on ancient medical texts. While medieval medicine had its limitations, these religious institutions provided care to those who had nowhere else to turn. Some monasteries even conducted early forms of medical research, experimenting with different treatments and documenting their findings. They applied knowledge from the ancient Greek and Islamic medical traditions, helping to improve medical practice over time. The concept of charity hospitals, which would later evolve into modern healthcare systems, was pioneered by the Church's commitment to aiding the sick and the poor. Technological innovation flourished in monastic communities as well. Monks developed improved agricultural techniques, such as crop rotation and irrigation systems, which helped increase food production and prevent famine. Many monasteries had their own mills, breweries and workshops, refining production methods for everything from textiles to metallurgy. Some monks even contributed to mechanical advancements, designing clocks and water-powered machinery that would later influence European industry. The Cistercian order, for example, was known for its expertise in hydraulic engineering, developing sophisticated water management systems that powered mills and increased agricultural efficiency. Their innovations in architecture, particularly in the construction of churches and cathedrals, also set new engineering standards that influenced later generations. Beyond practical innovations, the Church also played a role in social organization and charity. Many monasteries provided food and shelter to the poor, and church institutions often mediated disputes, helping maintain social stability. The idea that the Church was purely an oppressive force ignores the countless ways in which it improved medieval society. In times of famine or crisis, the Church often acted as a safety net, distributing food and offering aid to those in need. Monastic communities were self-sustaining, but also functioned as centers of economic activity, producing goods that were traded locally and internationally. The Benedictine rule, which emphasized labor alongside prayer, created a model where religious life and economic productivity went hand in hand. Art and culture also thrived under the Church's influence. The Church was the primary patron of the arts, commissioning stunning frescoes, illuminated manuscripts and monumental architecture. Gothic cathedrals, with their towering spires and intricate stained glass, were not just places of worship but also showcases of artistic and engineering mastery. Music, too, was deeply shaped by the Church, with Gregorian chant evolving into more complex forms of polyphony, setting the stage for the rich musical traditions of later periods. While the Church was not without its flaws, it was far more than just an obstacle to progress. Through its monasteries, universities and charitable efforts, it helped preserve knowledge, advance medicine, and even drive technological innovation. The Middle Ages were not an era of intellectual darkness, and the Church was one of the key reasons why. By fostering education, supporting scientific inquiry, and ensuring that knowledge was passed down through generations, the Church played a foundational role in shaping the modern world. The Crusades are often remembered as a brutal series of wars driven by religious fanaticism, conquest, and bloodshed. While it is true that they were marked by violence and conflict, this narrow view overlooks their profound impact on cultural exchange, trade, and scientific advancement. Far from being mere military campaigns, the Crusades played a significant role in shaping medieval Europe and the broader world by fostering connections between different civilizations. They were a complex phenomenon that not only reshaped the political landscape of the time, but also left a lasting mark on the development of knowledge, commerce, and cross-cultural interactions. One of the most overlooked aspects of the Crusades is the immense cultural exchange they facilitated. When European crusaders traveled to the Near East, they encountered the advanced civilizations of the Islamic world, which had preserved and expanded upon the knowledge of the ancient Greeks and Romans. Islamic scholars had made great strides in fields such as medicine, mathematics, astronomy, and philosophy, areas in which medieval Europe had largely stagnated following the fall of the Western Roman Empire. Crusaders brought back new ideas that had been lost or forgotten in Europe, including the use of Arabic numerals, algebra, and advanced medical practices. The rediscovery and assimilation of these ideas laid the groundwork for the later Renaissance and helped bridge the intellectual gap between antiquity and the modern era. Trade was another major consequence of the Crusades. Contact with the Middle East introduced Europeans to goods and materials previously unknown or scarce in the West, such as spices, silk, sugar, cotton, exotic fruits, and glassware. The demand for these commodities led to the expansion of trade routes, which not only enriched European economies, but also led to the rise of powerful merchant cities like Venice, Genoa, and Pisa. These cities became major centers of commerce, connecting Europe with the Mediterranean, the Middle East, and beyond. The economic impact of these new trade connections continued to shape European markets for centuries, fueling commercial expansion, urbanization, and the eventual rise of a powerful merchant class that would challenge the dominance of the feudal aristocracy. In addition to economic and intellectual benefits, the Crusades also influenced European military strategies and castle architecture. Exposure to Islamic fortifications, such as concentric castles, towering stone walls, and advanced defensive structures, led to innovations in European castle design. Many of the lessons learned in the East were later implemented in the construction of castles across Europe, resulting in stronger, more strategically placed fortifications that played a key role in the defense of European territories for centuries to come. Similarly, the Crusades introduced new weapons, siege techniques, and battle tactics that transformed medieval warfare. The use of crossbows, trebuchets, and Greek fire became more widespread, while cavalry tactics and military organization saw significant refinements based on encounters with Muslim armies. The exchange of medical knowledge was particularly significant. Islamic scholars had built upon the medical texts of the Greeks and Romans, developing advanced surgical techniques, medical instruments, and hospital systems that were far more sophisticated than those found in Europe at the time. European physicians who encountered these innovations during the Crusades brought them back to the West, helping to improve medical practices across Europe. The establishment of hospitals and medical schools benefited from these new techniques, gradually transforming medieval healthcare. The concept of quarantine, introduced by Muslim doctors to prevent the spread of diseases, was adopted in European cities, influencing future public health policies. Translations of Arabic medical texts, such as those by Avicenna and Al-Razi, played a crucial role in shaping medieval European medicine for centuries. Religious tolerance and coexistence, while not the primary focus of the Crusades, also emerged as a byproduct of the interactions between different cultures. While hostilities were common, periods of peace and cooperation did exist. Some Christian and Muslim leaders, such as Richard the Lionheart and Saladin, engaged in diplomatic negotiations and mutual respect, recognizing that alliances and truces could serve their interests better than continued warfare. In cities where different faiths coexisted, intellectual and commercial exchanges flourished, leading to a blending of artistic styles, architectural influences, and even culinary traditions. The adoption of spices and new cooking techniques, for example, transformed European cuisine, introducing flavors and methods that are still evident in modern dishes. The Crusades also played a crucial role in shaping the identity of medieval Europe. The idea of a unified Christendom, fighting under the banner of a common cause, helped strengthen a sense of European cultural identity that transcended national and regional divisions. While conflicts between European powers persisted, the shared experience of the Crusades fostered a greater awareness of Europe as a distinct entity within a broader global context. Additionally, The increased contact with the Islamic world encouraged European scholars to seek out and translate classical works, further accelerating the revival of classical learning that would later define the Renaissance. While the Crusades undeniably caused destruction and suffering, their legacy extends far beyond warfare. They reshaped Europe's economic and intellectual landscape, strengthened cultural connections between East and West, and contributed to technological and scientific advancements. The movement of people, goods, and ideas between Europe and the Middle East had lasting effects on the development of medicine, architecture, military strategy, commerce, and even art. Understanding the full impact of the Crusades allows us to see them not just as battles of faith, but as a complex historical phenomenon that influenced the development of the modern world. Despite their origins in religious conflict, the unintended consequences of the Crusades played a crucial role in shaping the intellectual and economic foundations of Europe, leaving a legacy that is still felt today. When thinking about the Middle Ages, many people imagine a bleak and monotonous existence, but in reality, medieval life was filled with a variety of sports, games, and festivals that brought communities together. Far from being a time of constant hardship, the Middle Ages were rich with entertainment, social events, and thrilling competitions that kept people engaged and excited. From grand tournaments to music festivals, from board games to early forms of football, medieval society had an extensive and vibrant entertainment culture. One of the most iconic forms of entertainment in the Middle Ages was the knightly tournament. These grand events, which were both sporting competitions and social spectacles, drew crowds from all walks of life. Knights would engage in jousting matches, displaying their combat prowess by charging at each other with lances while on horseback. Beyond jousting, tournaments also included mock battles known as melees, where groups of knights fought one another in large-scale combat simulations. These events were not only displays of martial skill, but also major social occasions where nobles and commoners alike gathered to enjoy the excitement, cheer for their champions, and celebrate with feasts and festivities. Beyond the battlefield, music and dance played a crucial role in medieval entertainment. Minstrels and troubadours traveled from town to town, performing ballads, storytelling, and playing instruments such as the lute, harp, and flute. These musicians were an essential part of courtly life, but they also performed at fairs and festivals, bringing joy to ordinary people. Medieval dances such as the carol were popular at gatherings, allowing people to express themselves rhythmically and socially. The songs and stories performed often carried moral lessons, historical tales, or romantic themes, keeping audiences entertained while also preserving cultural narratives. Medieval fairs and festivals were another major source of entertainment. These lively events took place in towns and villages, usually on religious feast days or during seasonal celebrations. Market stalls would be set up, selling food, clothing, and handmade crafts, while entertainers such as jugglers, acrobats, and fire-breathers dazzled the crowds. Games of chance and skill, such as archery contests and wrestling matches, added to the excitement. These festivals provided a rare break from daily labor, allowing communities to come together in merriment and celebration. Sports and physical activities were also a significant part of medieval recreation. Early forms of football, known as mob football, were particularly popular. Unlike the modern game, these matches had few rules and often involved entire villages competing against one another, with goals sometimes set miles apart. The game was rough, chaotic, and could last for hours, but it was a thrilling and beloved pastime. Archery was another favorite activity, and in some places it was even required by law for men to practice regularly, both as a form of entertainment and military preparedness. Wrestling, boxing, and other forms of hand-to-hand combat were also widely enjoyed, with contests held at fairs and celebrations. Board games and gambling were common among people of all social classes. Chess, which had been introduced to Europe from the Islamic world, became a favorite pastime of the nobility. The game of tables, an early version of backgammon, was another popular choice. Dice games, often played for money, were common in taverns and at festivals, despite repeated attempts by the church to discourage gambling. These games not only provided entertainment, but also helped develop strategic thinking and social interaction. Even in monasteries where religious devotion was central to life, forms of entertainment existed. Monks engaged in writing and illustrating manuscripts, a highly skilled and artistic activity that could also be deeply enjoyable. They also played board games, engaged in philosophical debates, and occasionally participated in athletic competitions. The notion that medieval life was devoid of pleasure and amusement is far from accurate. The Middle Ages were a time of excitement, social bonding, and creative expression. Whether through the clash of lances in a tournament, the lively melodies of a minstrel, or the communal joy of a festival, medieval people found ways to make their lives rich and fulfilling. Entertainment was woven into the fabric of daily life, proving that the medieval era was anything but dull. The common perception of medieval justice often conjures images of ruthless punishments, arbitrary rulings, and lawless societies where might made right. In reality, however, the medieval world had well-developed legal systems and institutions that maintained order and sought to administer justice in a structured way. While the methods and punishments were different from modern standards, medieval societies had courts, law enforcement, and various forms of legal recourse that provided stability and regulation. Medieval law was based on a combination of customary traditions, royal decrees, and religious influence. In many regions, justice was carried out through a hierarchical system that included local lords, town councils, and royal courts. The legal framework varied across Europe, with common law developing in England, while continental Europe followed Roman and canon law traditions. Local laws and customs also played a major role, ensuring that justice was tailored to the needs of specific communities. One of the earliest forms of law enforcement was the watch system, in which townspeople were responsible for maintaining security. Many cities and towns had officials, such as reeves or bailiffs, who acted as early forms of police officers, enforcing laws and ensuring that criminals were brought to justice. In England, the position of the sheriff emerged as a key enforcer of royal law, responsible for maintaining order within a shire and overseeing the local courts. Similarly, in the Holy Roman Empire and France, provosts and other officials carried out similar duties. Contrary to popular belief, not all crimes were met with brutal punishments. While serious offenses such as murder, treason, and highway robbery could lead to executions, many crimes were dealt with through fines, restitution, or public shaming. For instance, theft was often punished with a fine or the return of stolen goods, rather than immediate execution. In some cases, repeat offenders faced harsher penalties, but the idea of proportional justice was present in many legal systems. Trial by ordeal, a method in which the accused underwent physical tests, such as holding a hot iron to determine guilt, was gradually replaced by more structured legal procedures by the late medieval period. The court system itself was more sophisticated than commonly assumed. Local courts, often presided over by lords or town officials, handled minor disputes and petty crimes, while higher courts addressed more serious cases. In England, the system of royal courts helped establish legal consistency, and the practice of jury trials began to emerge. Instead of relying solely on a lord's judgment, some cases were decided by panels of local men who swore to judge fairly based on their knowledge of the accused and the circumstances. This early form of the jury system helped lay the foundation for modern legal proceedings. Church courts also played a major role in medieval justice. The clergy had their own legal system, known as canon law, which governed matters related to the church, such as marriage, morality, and disputes among clergy. These courts often handed down more lenient punishments than secular courts, focusing on penance rather than corporal punishment. Clergy members accused of crimes could sometimes claim benefit of clergy, allowing them to be tried in church courts rather than by secular authorities, which often led to lighter sentences. Medieval towns and cities also developed their own legal codes and institutions to maintain order. Guilds, which controlled trade and crafts, had their own rules and mechanisms for resolving disputes among members. Some cities, particularly those with charters granting them legal autonomy, had elaborate court systems that functioned independently of feudal lords. The growing use of written legal records helped improve consistency in judgments and ensured that legal precedents were followed. Despite the existence of legal systems, justice in the medieval world was not always fair. Corruption, bribery, and social status often influenced rulings, with wealthier individuals sometimes able to buy their way out of punishment. However, the evolution of medieval law laid the groundwork for many principles that still exist today, such as due process, proportional punishment, and community involvement in legal decisions. The idea that medieval justice was purely arbitrary or excessively cruel is an oversimplification. While punishments could be harsh, legal institutions provided structure and order, ensuring that societies functioned relatively smoothly. From early police forces to jury trials, the medieval legal system was far more advanced than many assume, showing that the concept of justice has long been an essential part of human civilization. When people think of Vikings, they often imagine ruthless warriors raiding monasteries, burning villages, and leaving destruction in their wake. While the Vikings were indeed fierce fighters and skilled raiders, this one-dimensional portrayal overlooks their crucial roles as traders, explorers, and innovators. The Viking Age, which lasted roughly from the late 8th to the early 11th century, was not just an era of conquest, but also one of remarkable cultural and economic exchange, maritime advancements, and exploration that left a lasting impact on the world. One of the most overlooked aspects of Viking society was their role as traders. Viking merchants traveled far and wide, establishing trade routes that stretched from Scandinavia to the Middle East. They brought goods such as furs, amber, and walrus ivory from the north, and traded them for silk, spices, and silver from the Islamic caliphates and the Byzantine Empire. Viking trade hubs like Hedeby and Birka flourished as bustling centers of commerce, where traders from different cultures exchanged goods, knowledge, and ideas. The Vikings' extensive trade networks helped connect distant civilizations, making them key players in medieval global commerce. Vikings were also skilled explorers and navigators, setting sail on voyages that took them to new and uncharted territories. Their longships, marvels of naval engineering, allowed them to travel vast distances across open seas and navigate shallow rivers with ease. Viking explorers such as Leif Erikson reached North America nearly 500 years before Columbus, establishing settlements in what is now Newfoundland. Others sailed to Iceland, Greenland, and even as far as the Caspian Sea. Their fearless exploration expanded the known world, and paved the way for future maritime expeditions. Aside from their reputation as warriors, the Vikings were also pioneers in shipbuilding and seafaring. Their longships were not only fast and agile, but also capable of withstanding harsh ocean conditions. These vessels were instrumental in their military campaigns, but also facilitated trade and exploration. The Viking mastery of shipbuilding influenced naval technology for centuries, setting the foundation for future advancements in maritime travel. Viking society was also more structured and sophisticated than many assume. They had complex legal systems, with assemblies known as things where disputes were settled and laws were made. These gatherings, which involved community participation, ensured that justice was maintained without the need for centralized authority. Women in Viking society had more rights than in many other medieval cultures, with the ability to own property, initiate divorce, and run businesses. In addition to their trading and governance, the Vikings had a rich cultural and artistic heritage. Their sagas and poetry preserved the legends of their gods, heroes, and historical events. Intricate carvings, metalwork, and rune stones demonstrated their artistic skill and deep cultural traditions. The Norse myths and stories they left behind continue to captivate people today, influencing literature, art, and even modern entertainment. The legacy of the Vikings extends far beyond their raids. They were entrepreneurs, explorers, and cultural influencers who shaped the course of history. Their ability to adapt, innovate, and connect different parts of the medieval world makes them one of the most fascinating civilizations of their time. Rather than mere barbarians, the Vikings were a people of great ambition and vision, leaving an enduring mark on the world through their trade, exploration, and technological advancements. When we think of banks today, images of towering skyscrapers, digital transactions, and credit cards likely come to mind. However, the origins of modern banking can be traced back to the Middle Ages, when medieval merchants, traders, and early bankers developed complex systems of credit, loans, and financial instruments long before the advent of modern finance. The medieval financial system was built on practical needs and grew as commerce expanded, laying the groundwork for the intricate banking structures that would later dominate the global economy. One of the earliest examples of medieval banking can be found in the bustling merchant cities of Italy, particularly in places like Venice, Florence, and Genoa. These cities were central to trade between Europe, Asia, and Africa, and merchants had to manage large sums of money to finance their extensive trade operations. To facilitate these transactions, early bankers began to develop mechanisms such as letters of credit, which allowed merchants to borrow money from one city and repay it in another without having to physically transport large sums of currency. This system provided a level of security and convenience for traders, allowing them to engage in long-distance commerce with greater confidence. Alongside letters of credit, medieval bankers also developed the concept of promissory notes, which were essentially promises to repay a loan at a later date. These notes were used by both individuals and institutions, and they served as a precursor to the checks that we use today. Promissory notes were often used in international trade, allowing merchants to complete transactions without the need for hard currency, which was often in short supply. This system of credit helped to stimulate the growth of trade and commerce during the medieval period, as it enabled merchants to conduct business more efficiently and securely. The Medici family, who rose to prominence in 15th century Florence, are perhaps the most famous example of medieval bankers. The Medici Bank, established by Giovanni di Bicci de' Medici in 1397, became one of the most powerful financial institutions in Europe. The Medici family used a variety of innovative financial tools, including double-entry bookkeeping, to manage their vast business empire. This system allowed for more accurate and efficient accounting, enabling them to track their profits, expenses, and debts with greater precision. The success of the Medici Bank laid the foundation for the development of modern banking practices and was instrumental in the financial growth of the Italian Renaissance. In addition to credit systems and promissory notes, early medieval bankers also developed rudimentary forms of insurance. Merchants engaged in long-distance trade often faced the risk of losing their goods due to shipwrecks, piracy, or theft. To mitigate these risks, some merchants began to pool their resources and share the burden of potential losses. This practice evolved into early forms of marine insurance, where merchants would pay a premium in exchange for protection against the loss of their cargo during transit. This form of insurance was particularly important for the growing trade routes across the Mediterranean, as it provided merchants with a safety net and encouraged further investment in trade. The rise of banking in the Middle Ages also led to the establishment of the first true banks, known as banca in Italian, which were often located in public squares or marketplaces. These early banks were operated by wealthy merchant families who provided loans to traders and entrepreneurs. The banks also acted as a place for depositors to safely store their money, offering a degree of security that was previously unavailable. While these medieval banks were not as complex as modern financial institutions, they played a crucial role in facilitating the flow of capital and supporting the growth of trade and commerce. Despite the many advancements made in medieval banking, the practice of lending money at interest was viewed with suspicion by the Catholic Church, which considered it usury. The Church's prohibition on charging interest created tension between religious and financial institutions, as bankers often had to navigate complex theological debates to justify their practices. Over time, however, the Church's stance on usury softened, and bankers found ways to work within the constraints of religious doctrine while continuing to develop their financial systems. The medieval banking system was not limited to Italy. In other parts of Europe, such as Spain, France, and England, Jewish and Lombard bankers played important roles in financing trade and providing loans. These bankers often operated in a legal grey area, as their work was sometimes viewed with suspicion by local authorities. However, their services were indispensable, and they helped facilitate the movement of money across Europe, particularly in regions where the Christian prohibition on usury was strictly enforced. As trade expanded and economies grew more complex, the need for more sophisticated financial institutions became evident. The early banking systems of the Middle Ages provided a foundation for the development of modern banking practices, including the establishment of national banks, the creation of paper currency, and the development of stock markets. The innovations of medieval bankers and merchants were essential in the evolution of finance, and without them, the economic structures of the modern world may never have come to be. The legacy of medieval banking is still felt today, as many of the practices developed during this period form the backbone of our contemporary financial system. The use of credit, promissory notes, and even the concept of insurance all trace their roots to the Middle Ages, and without these early innovations, the modern banking world would be unrecognizable. The Middle Ages, far from being an era of economic stagnation, were a time of financial creativity and innovation, setting the stage for the economic revolutions that would follow in later centuries. The end of the Middle Ages is often seen as a dramatic shift, with the Renaissance standing in stark contrast to the so-called Dark Ages. This view suggests that the Renaissance was a sudden break from medieval life, ushering in a new era of humanism, science, and artistic achievement. However, the reality is much more complex. The transition from the medieval period to the Renaissance was not a sudden or abrupt change, but rather a gradual evolution, shaped by a multitude of factors that built upon the intellectual, cultural, and technological foundations laid in the Middle Ages. The term Renaissance, meaning rebirth, reflects the revival of interest in classical Greek and Roman culture, particularly in art, philosophy and literature. While it is true that the Renaissance saw a renewed focus on the classical past, this movement did not arise out of a vacuum. The intellectual developments of the Middle Ages, including the preservation and study of ancient texts by medieval scholars, played a crucial role in the Renaissance's emergence. Monasteries and universities in the medieval period were central to the preservation of knowledge, and scholars in these institutions meticulously copied and translated ancient works, ensuring that classical learning was not lost. The Renaissance would not have been possible without the medieval efforts to safeguard this knowledge. In addition to the intellectual continuity between the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, the rise of the Renaissance was also closely linked to the economic and political changes of the late medieval period. The economic expansion of the 12th and 13th centuries, fueled by increased trade, urbanization, and the growth of banking, created a more affluent and stable society. This newfound wealth provided the resources necessary to support the artistic and intellectual pursuits that defined the Renaissance. Cities like Florence, Venice, and Milan became cultural hubs, where wealthy patrons, including the Medici family, funded the work of artists, architects, and scholars. The technological advancements of the medieval period also laid the groundwork for the Renaissance. The development of the printing press by Johannes Gutenberg in the 15th century revolutionized the spread of knowledge, making books more widely available and affordable. This innovation greatly accelerated the dissemination of Renaissance ideas and allowed for the rapid exchange of information across Europe. The printing press was an extension of earlier medieval technological advancements, such as the mechanical clock and improved agricultural tools, which had already begun to transform European society. Another key element of the Renaissance was the growing emphasis on individualism and humanism, ideas that were not entirely new but were further developed during this period. While medieval thinkers were primarily concerned with religious matters and the afterlife, Renaissance scholars and artists began to place a greater focus on human experience, reason, and the natural world. The humanist movement, which sought to revive the study of classical languages, literature, and philosophy, was influenced by the intellectual traditions of the Middle Ages, particularly scholasticism, which emphasized reason and logic. Renaissance humanism was not a rejection of the medieval worldview, but rather a continuation of the intellectual pursuits that had been ongoing for centuries. In art and architecture, the Renaissance witnessed a revival of classical forms and ideals, such as the use of perspective, the study of anatomy, and a focus on proportion and harmony. However, these artistic innovations did not emerge overnight. Medieval artists, particularly those working in the Gothic style, had already begun experimenting with techniques such as light, shadow, and perspective. The Renaissance took these developments to new heights, incorporating the scientific study of the human body and the natural world into artistic practice. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo built upon the work of their medieval predecessors, blending classical influences with new discoveries in science and mathematics. Politically, the late medieval period saw the decline of feudalism and the rise of centralized monarchies, a trend that would continue into the Renaissance. The development of strong centralized states in France, England, and Spain created the conditions for the growth of Renaissance culture. As kings and princes consolidated power, they were able to support the arts, sciences, and education, helping to foster the conditions for the flourishing of Renaissance ideas. At the same time, the weakening of the medieval church and the rise of secularism allowed for greater intellectual freedom and the questioning of established authority. The end of the Middle Ages and the dawn of the Renaissance was therefore a slow and gradual transformation rather than a sharp break. The Renaissance built upon the intellectual, artistic and technological achievements of the Middle Ages, and many of the ideas and practices that defined this new era were already in development during the medieval period. The transition from the medieval to the modern world was a process that spanned centuries, shaped by the efforts of countless individuals who contributed to the intellectual, artistic and cultural movements of both periods. In hindsight, it is clear that the Renaissance was not a complete departure from the Middle Ages, but rather a continuation of a long intellectual and cultural evolution. The Middle Ages provided the foundations for the Renaissance's achievements, and the Renaissance in turn set the stage for the modern world. Far from being an abrupt end to the medieval period, the Renaissance was the culmination of centuries of development, a period in which the ideas and innovations of the Middle Ages found their fullest expression. The end of the Middle Ages, therefore, was not a sudden break, but a gradual and complex evolution that paved the way for the modern world. The story of the British Empire's expansion begins in the late 15th century during the reign of Henry VII. At this time, England was a modest kingdom with limited influence beyond its borders. However, the successes of Spanish and Portuguese navigators, such as Christopher Columbus and Vasco da Gama, ignited an ambition within England to seek new routes to wealth and power across the seas. In 1497, Henry VII sponsored the Venetian navigator John Cabot, who sailed westward across the Atlantic. Cabot landed on the coast of what is believed today to be Newfoundland. Although Cabot's discoveries did not immediately lead to colonization, his voyages marked the beginning of England's overseas aspirations. They demonstrated that England too could find opportunities beyond Europe, setting a precedent for future maritime exploration. Despite these early efforts, England's progress in building an overseas empire was slow during the 16th century. Domestic political struggles and the formidable competition from Spain and Portugal limited English ambitions. However, the seeds had been planted, and by the reign of Elizabeth I, the spirit of exploration and expansion was reignited with greater intensity. Elizabeth I understood the potential of overseas ventures not only for wealth, but also for national prestige. Under her rule, privateers and explorers such as Sir Francis Drake, Sir Walter Raleigh, and Martin Frobisher embarked on daring voyages. These adventurers sought new lands, engaged in trade, and often plundered Spanish ships and settlements. Their activities blurred the lines between piracy and exploration, but significantly expanded England's maritime experience and ambitions. One of the key developments of this period was the establishment of early trading companies. The Muscovy Company, founded in 1555, aimed to develop trade routes to Russia and the East. Later, the Levant Company and the East India Company were formed, reflecting a growing English interest in tapping into the wealth of Asia. Although these companies initially focused on trade rather than colonization, they set the stage for England's later imperial expansion. The defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588 was a turning point. It established England as a formidable naval power capable of challenging Spanish dominance on the seas. The victory boosted national confidence and cleared the way for increased exploration and colonial ventures. Throughout the late 16th century, English settlers made several attempts to establish colonies in the New World. Sir Walter Raleigh's efforts to found a colony on Roanoke Island, known as the Lost Colony, ended in failure. Nonetheless, these early attempts provided valuable lessons that would inform more successful colonization efforts in the following century. The late 15th and 16th centuries thus laid the foundations for England's future empire. Through a combination of daring exploration, privateering, trading ventures, and naval conflict, England began to position itself as a player on the global stage. While immediate successes were limited, and often fraught with setbacks, the ambition to look beyond its own shores would soon propel England into an era of profound expansion and transformation. This early period of exploration under Henry VII and Elizabeth I was crucial. It fostered a maritime culture, cultivated navigational skills, and developed a spirit of enterprise that would drive the establishment of the British Empire in the centuries to come. What began with John Cabot's tentative voyage across the Atlantic would eventually lead to Britain commanding the largest empire the world had ever seen. As the 16th century drew to a close, England under Queen Elizabeth I faced a monumental challenge that would ultimately redefine its place in the world and set it on a path to unparalleled global influence. The Spanish Empire, the most formidable maritime force of the age, sought to crush England's rising power and restore Catholicism to what had become a firmly Protestant nation. The confrontation that followed would not only preserve England's sovereignty, but would signal the birth of a new naval power destined to reshape the world's oceans and international relations. Tensions between England and Spain had been simmering for decades. English privateers, often operating under semi-official royal commissions known as letters of marque, targeted Spanish treasure fleets returning from the riches of the New World. Figures like Sir Francis Drake became national heroes for their daring raids, which both enriched England and infuriated Spain. Religious divisions only intensified the hostility, with Protestant England and Catholic Spain locked in an ideological struggle as much as a political one. When Queen Elizabeth openly supported the Protestant Dutch rebels in their fight against Spanish rule in the Netherlands, King Philip II of Spain could no longer tolerate English interference and plotted a full-scale invasion. In 1588, the mighty Spanish Armada set sail. Comprising around 130 ships, including some of the largest war galleons of the time, and carrying thousands of soldiers and sailors, it was one of the most ambitious military endeavors ever launched. The Spanish plan was straightforward yet grand. Sail to the Netherlands, link up with the Spanish army under the Duke of Parma, and transport this formidable force across the English Channel to invade England. However, the English, under the seasoned leadership of commanders like Sir Francis Drake, Lord Charles Howard, and Sir John Hawkins, were well prepared. The English fleet employed tactics that showcased both ingenuity and adaptability. Unlike the lumbering Spanish galleons, English ships were smaller, faster, and more agile, able to strike from a distance with superior long-range cannons. The English chose to fight a battle of attrition, using their mobility to constantly harass the Armada, avoid close-quarters combat, where the Spanish excelled, and pick off ships at the edges of the formation. At a critical moment, the English launched fire ships, setting old vessels alight and sending them adrift into the heart of the Spanish fleet. In the ensuing panic, the Spanish ships broke formation, becoming easy targets. Nature itself seemed to side with the English. After suffering heavy damage and disruption, the Spanish Armada was forced to retreat northward around Scotland and Ireland, a route fraught with danger. Powerful Atlantic storms battered the already weakened fleet, sinking many ships and wrecking others on the rocky coasts. Of the original 130 ships, less than half limped back to Spain, many of them in poor condition. The defeat of the Spanish Armada was a watershed moment in European history. For England, it was a stunning, almost miraculous victory that resonated far beyond the battlefield. It secured the Protestant Reformation within England, safeguarded national independence, and marked the rise of English naval dominance. This triumph was not merely military, it represented a profound psychological shift. It imbued the English people with a renewed sense of destiny, ambition, and confidence that would carry them across the globe. The ramifications of this victory were profound and far-reaching. With Spanish dominance weakened, the oceans were now open for English adventurers, traders, and colonizers. English merchants began to push into new markets, establishing early trading outposts and laying the foundation for a commercial empire. The defeat encouraged the founding of colonies in North America and the Caribbean, setting the stage for future territorial expansion. The Elizabethan government and private investors alike realized that the seas were not barriers but highways to opportunity, wealth, and influence. The defeat of the Armada also triggered a gradual but significant decline in Spanish hegemony. Other European nations, inspired by England's success, felt emboldened to challenge Spanish power on land and sea. England, seizing its moment, invested heavily in naval infrastructure, shipbuilding, and the training of sailors. Maritime knowledge and technology flourished, further enhancing English capabilities and ambitions. The Elizabethan era, particularly in the aftermath of the Armada's defeat, marked the dawning of a new English identity as a maritime nation. Exploration missions expanded to distant corners of the globe, from the Arctic in search of the Northwest Passage to the establishment of trading relations with distant lands. English culture itself began to reflect this outward-looking spirit, with literature, art, and popular imagination all celebrating the sea and the promise it held. Though it would take another century for the British Empire to reach its zenith, the critical foundations were laid during Elizabeth I's reign. The defeat of the Spanish Armada was not just a military triumph, but the catalyst that transformed England from an isolated kingdom into a rising global power. It was the spark that lit the fires of ambition, exploration, and conquest that would burn brightly for centuries, propelling Britain toward its destiny as a world-dominating empire. As the 17th century began, England's ambitions turned increasingly toward commerce and expansion beyond Europe. The spirit of exploration that had blossomed under Elizabeth I evolved into a more structured and profit-driven pursuit of overseas wealth. Central to this new phase was the founding of the East India Company in 1600, a development that would have profound and lasting consequences for Britain's role in world trade and empire building. The East India Company was established by royal charter from Queen Elizabeth I, granting a group of London merchants a monopoly on English trade with all countries east of the Cape of Good Hope. These merchants, known collectively as the Governor and Company of Merchants of London trading into the East Indies, envisioned a future in which England could compete with the powerful Portuguese and Dutch trading empires that had dominated Asian commerce. The company's founding marked a pivotal moment when private enterprise backed by the Crown became a driving force behind England's overseas expansion. The early years of the East India Company were fraught with challenges. The Portuguese and Dutch, with their well-established trading networks and fortified posts throughout the Indian Ocean, presented formidable obstacles. English ships made their first voyages to the East Indies in the early 1600s, seeking to establish footholds in a region already rich with competition. They traded primarily in spices such as pepper, cloves, and nutmeg, commodities highly prized in Europe for their value and rarity. Persistence paid off. Over time, the East India Company managed to secure strategic trading posts through a combination of negotiation, diplomacy, and military force. One of the first major successes came in 1612 when the English defeated the Portuguese at the Battle of Swali, near Surat on the west coast of India. This victory convinced the Mughal Emperor Jahangir to grant the company permission to establish a factory or trading post in Surat. It was the beginning of a long and complex relationship between the British and the Indian subcontinent. The company expanded its presence across the Indian Ocean and into Southeast Asia. It established trading posts in places like Bantam in Java and later in Madras, Bombay, and Calcutta in India. These outposts served not only as centers of commerce but also as fortified enclaves that could defend English interests against rival European powers and hostile local forces. The age of mercantilism, the dominant economic philosophy of the time, strongly influenced the company's activities. Mercantilism held that national power depended on the accumulation of wealth, particularly precious metals, and that the state should closely regulate economic activity to achieve this goal. For England, overseas trade was a means to amass wealth, strengthen the nation, and reduce dependence on foreign powers. The East India Company operated under this mercantilist framework, seeking to maximize profits for its shareholders while simultaneously advancing England's strategic interests. The company's growth was not limited to commerce alone. It became a political and military entity in its own right, capable of negotiating treaties, waging war, and administering territories. It maintained its own armies and navies, and its officers often acted with the authority of sovereign rulers in the regions where they operated. Over time, the company's influence expanded from mere trade to political control, setting the stage for the eventual British domination of India. Britain's entry into Asian commerce through the East India Company was transformative. It introduced England to the vast wealth of the East, including textiles, tea, and porcelain, which would become staples of British consumption and culture. It also created enduring links between Britain and Asia, links that would grow stronger and more complex over the centuries. The success of the East India Company inspired other ventures and demonstrated the immense potential of overseas trade and colonial enterprise. By the end of the 17th century, the East India Company had firmly established itself as a major player in Asian commerce. It had survived fierce competition, built a network of trading posts, and laid the groundwork for future territorial acquisitions. More importantly, it had transformed England's approach to empire, shifting it from sporadic exploration to systematic commercial and territorial expansion. The story of the British Empire cannot be told without acknowledging the central role of the East India Company, whose early endeavors in Asia marked the beginning of a new and powerful global presence for Britain. As the 17th century progressed, England's ambitions for overseas expansion took root in the fertile lands of North America and the lucrative plantations of the Caribbean. What had begun as voyages of exploration and tentative trade evolved into full-scale colonization, with profound consequences for the future British Empire and the peoples across 3 continents who would be drawn into its orbit. The first permanent English settlement in North America was established in 1607 with the founding of Jamestown, Virginia. Sponsored by the Virginia Company of London, a joint stock company chartered by King James I, Jamestown was a precarious endeavor from the start. The settlers faced severe hardships, including disease, famine, and conflict with the indigenous Powhatan Confederacy. Despite these difficulties, Jamestown survived, largely due to the leadership of figures like Captain John Smith and the eventual cultivation of tobacco as a cash crop. Tobacco would become the economic lifeblood of Virginia and a cornerstone of English wealth in the New World. Following Jamestown, English settlement spread along the Atlantic coast. In 1620, a group of religious separatists known as the Pilgrims set sail aboard the Mayflower and landed in present-day Massachusetts. Seeking religious freedom, they established Plymouth Colony, which, though small, became a symbol of the broader Puritan migration that would shape New England. The Puritans founded the Massachusetts Bay Colony in 1630, creating tightly knit communities governed by religious principles and fostering a distinctive American culture rooted in English traditions. Meanwhile, English ambitions turned southward to the Caribbean, where the climate and soil proved ideal for sugar cultivation. Colonies such as Barbados, established in the 1620s, quickly became some of the most profitable in the English Empire. Sugar was in high demand in Europe, and the plantations generated immense wealth. However, the labor-intensive nature of sugar production led to the rapid expansion of the transatlantic slave trade. Initially, European indentured servants worked the plantations, but over time, enslaved Africans became the dominant labor force, forever altering the demographic and social fabric of the Caribbean. The English involvement in the transatlantic slave trade began in earnest during this period. English ships transported enslaved Africans across the Atlantic to work on plantations in the Caribbean and North America. This brutal system, known as the triangular trade, connected Europe, Africa, and the Americas in a network of goods, human lives, and profits. Manufactured goods from Europe were traded for slaves in Africa, who were then sold in the Americas, with the proceeds purchasing commodities like sugar, tobacco, and cotton for return to Europe. The establishment of colonies in North America and the Caribbean marked a critical turning point. England was no longer merely a European power, but was becoming a global colonial empire. Settlements in Virginia, New England, and the Caribbean formed the nucleus of what would become a vast overseas dominion. Each region developed distinct characteristics. Virginia and the southern colonies relied on plantation agriculture and slave labor. New England fostered a society rooted in religious values, small farms, and emerging commerce. The Caribbean colonies focused almost exclusively on cash crops, with plantation economies heavily dependent on enslaved African labor. This era also witnessed the development of colonial governments and legal systems modeled on English institutions. Representative assemblies like the Virginia House of Burgesses, established in 1619, gave settlers a voice in local governance and planted the seeds of democratic practices that would later flourish in the American colonies. By the end of the 17th century, England had firmly entrenched itself in the Americas and the Caribbean. Colonies were expanding, trade networks were growing, and the flow of wealth into England was accelerating. These early colonial ventures laid the foundation for the British Empire's expansion in the following centuries. However, the prosperity of these colonies came at an immense human cost, particularly for the millions of Africans forcibly taken from their homelands to labor in foreign lands. The colonization of North America and the Caribbean was a complex, often brutal process driven by economic ambition, religious fervor, and geopolitical competition. It set in motion patterns of migration, commerce, and cultural exchange that would shape the Atlantic world for centuries to come. As England's empire grew, so too did the interwoven histories of Europe, Africa, and the Americas, forever linked by conquest, trade, and human endeavor. The 18th century marked the zenith of Britain's power on the world stage. Having established a foothold in the Americas, the Caribbean, and India during the 17th century, Britain entered the 1700s as a rising global power, poised to challenge other European empires for dominance. Key military victories, especially in the 7 Years' War, and strategic engagements in India solidified Britain's standing as the world's preeminent imperial force. The 7 Years' War 1756-1763 was a pivotal conflict that would have far-reaching consequences for both Britain and its rivals. The war was fought across multiple continents, and its outcome reshaped the global balance of power. At its core, the 7 Years' War was a struggle between Britain and France for supremacy in North America and India, though it would soon involve other European powers and impact territories across Europe. the Americas, Africa, and Asia. In North America, the conflict was known as the French and Indian War, where British colonists, alongside their Native American allies, fought against French forces and their own indigenous allies. The British sought to expand their territories, particularly into the Ohio River Valley, while the French sought to protect their valuable fur trading routes and Canadian colonies. The war was characterized by a series of bloody battles, but the turning point came in 1759 with the British victory at the Battle of Quebec. This decisive engagement forced the French to cede most of their North American holdings, including Canada, to Britain under the Treaty of Paris, 1763. The acquisition of Canada was a significant victory for Britain. It not only removed the French as a colonial rival in North America, but also gave Britain control over one of the richest and most strategically important regions in the Americas. In addition to the vast expanse of land, Britain inherited a significant number of French-speaking inhabitants in Canada, known as Canadians. Despite initial concerns about integrating the French population into British colonial rule, Britain opted for a policy of tolerance, allowing French Canadians to maintain their language, religion, and customs. This decision would help preserve the stability of Canada under British rule and later shape the development of modern Canadian society. While the British were expanding their empire in North America, the war also played a critical role in establishing British dominance in India. The Battle of Plassey in 1757 was a turning point in British fortunes in India, solidifying the East India Company's control over the Bengal region and opening the door for further territorial expansion. The battle itself was a remarkable victory, as a small British force, led by Robert Clive, defeated the much larger army of the Nawab of Bengal, Siraj-ud-Dowlah, despite being heavily outnumbered. The victory at Plassey was the result of a combination of factors, including strategic alliances, bribery, and the superior tactics of the British. Robert Clive's ability to divide and conquer, along with his manipulation of local politics, allowed him to win the support of key Indian leaders who were discontented with the Nawab's rule. The Battle of Plassey is often seen as the moment when Britain began to transition from a commercial trading power to a territorial empire in India. Following the victory at Plassey, the East India Company gained unprecedented control over Bengal, one of the richest and most populous regions in India. The company now had the power to collect taxes, administer justice, and even maintain its own army. This marked the beginning of British political and military domination over India, which would last for nearly 2 centuries. The success of the East India Company also triggered a broader expansion of British influence in India, as the company began to extend its reach into other regions through both diplomacy and military conquest. By the end of the 7 Years' War, Britain had gained substantial territorial possessions around the globe. In addition to Canada and Bengal, Britain also secured numerous Caribbean islands, Florida from Spain, and key outposts in Africa and Asia. These acquisitions greatly enhanced Britain's wealth and influence, but they also strained its resources. The costs of maintaining and defending such a vast empire began to take their toll, and Britain's finances became increasingly reliant on the taxes and trade revenue generated by its colonies. In the wake of its imperial triumphs, Britain's focus turned to consolidating its empire and maintaining control over its new territories. This period saw the rise of British colonial governance systems, which were designed to centralize power in London while allowing for local autonomy in the colonies. At the same time, Britain began to develop a more systematic approach to managing its colonial economy, with a focus on extracting wealth from both land and labor. The imposition of taxes on American colonists, such as the Stamp Act 1765 and the Townshend Act 1767, set the stage for rising tensions between Britain and its colonies, ultimately leading to the American Revolution. The 18th century was a period of tremendous expansion and consolidation for the British Empire. Victories in the 7 Years' War and the Battle of Plassey were crucial milestones that propelled Britain to the forefront of global imperial power. The empire was now spread across continents, encompassing vast territories in North America, the Caribbean, Africa, and Asia. Britain's economic strength, fueled by colonial trade and resources, was matched by its military dominance on land and at sea. However, as the empire expanded, so too did the challenges of governing such a far-flung and diverse set of colonies. The legacy of Britain's victories in the 18th century would continue to shape the world for centuries to come, laying the foundation for the British Empire's height in the 19th century and the global order that would emerge in its wake. The Industrial Revolution, a period spanning from 1760 to 1840, represents a pivotal transformation in British history. This era marked the shift from an agrarian economy to an industrialized powerhouse, fueling Britain's dominance in the global arena. Industrialization provided Britain with unprecedented military, economic, and technological advantages, allowing it to not only expand its empire, but also to control vital global trade routes and reshape the global order. The roots of the Industrial Revolution in Britain can be traced to a unique confluence of factors. A stable political environment, the availability of natural resources such as coal and iron, and a growing population all contributed to an atmosphere conducive to technological innovation. In addition, Britain's extensive colonial empire, which provided both raw materials and markets for British goods, acted as a powerful catalyst for industrialization. With an expanding empire across continents, Britain found itself increasingly dependent on technological advances to maintain and expand its reach. At the core of the Industrial Revolution was the mechanization of production. One of the most significant inventions of the era was James Watt's steam engine. Watt's improvements to the steam engine in the late 18th century revolutionized industries by providing a reliable and powerful source of energy for factories, mills, and transportation. Steam engines powered cotton mills, textile factories, and ironworks, massively increasing production rates and efficiency. This innovation was a game-changer for industries, particularly textiles, which was one of the first to undergo mass industrialization. The textile industry was key to the success of industrialization in Britain. With the invention of new machines such as the spinning jenny, the power loom, and the cotton gin, the production of cloth skyrocketed. These machines allowed factories to produce goods at unprecedented speeds, meeting growing domestic and international demand. Britain's control over textile manufacturing, coupled with its ability to produce raw materials like cotton, solidified its position as the world's leading industrial power. Industrialization also significantly impacted Britain's transportation infrastructure. The advent of steam-powered locomotives and steamships revolutionized trade and military strategy alike. The development of the railway system, particularly the construction of the Stockton and Darlington Railway in 1825 and the Liverpool and Manchester Railway in 1830, connected regions across Britain and facilitated the efficient movement of raw materials and finished goods. Railroads enabled goods such as coal, cotton, and iron to be transported more efficiently, fueling industrial growth and expanding trade networks within Britain and its colonies. In addition to railways, steam-powered ships began to dominate global trade routes. These vessels could travel faster, carry more cargo, and navigate more reliably than sailing ships. Britain's merchant fleet, already the largest in the world, was further bolstered by the rise of steam-powered ships. This new technology allowed Britain to expand its trade networks across the globe, making it the undisputed leader in international commerce. The creation of steamships enabled Britain to maintain its control over vital sea routes, ensuring the smooth flow of goods between colonies, ports, and markets across every continent. The industrialization of the military also played a crucial role in maintaining British imperial power. The mass production of weapons, ships, and war materials allowed Britain to project its military power across the globe. Steam-powered warships, which were faster and more maneuverable than their sail-powered predecessors, gave Britain a strategic advantage in naval warfare. The ability to produce ironclad ships capable of withstanding heavy artillery fire further solidified Britain's naval supremacy and allowed it to protect its empire and trade routes effectively. The British Empire's expansion during this period was not just about territorial conquest, it was also about controlling the global flow of goods. With its newfound industrial power, Britain was able to dictate terms in international trade. The empire's factories produced finished goods, which were then exported to colonies and foreign markets. In return, Britain's colonies supplied raw materials like cotton, sugar, and tobacco, fueling the industrial machine back home. This system of trade, often referred to as mercantilism, allowed Britain to amass incredible wealth and expand its economic and military power. One of the key regions that benefited from industrialization was India. The British established an extensive railway network in India, which helped to consolidate British control over the subcontinent. The railroads allowed for the efficient transportation of raw materials like cotton, tea, and opium, which were then shipped back to Britain's factories. This system allowed Britain to exploit India's resources and integrate its economy into the larger imperial framework. The construction of railroads and the expansion of British industry in India also had a lasting impact on the Indian economy and society, laying the foundations for modern infrastructure in the country. Industrialization in Britain also led to the rise of a new class of industrial capitalists and financiers. Wealth generated from the empire and from industrial enterprises helped to fund further imperial expansion and economic growth. British banks, including the Bank of England, played a key role in financing the construction of railroads, the expansion of colonies, and the growth of industries that supported imperialism. The financial sector was central to Britain's ability to maintain its global power, facilitating the flow of capital and investments necessary to sustain its empire. While industrialization undoubtedly strengthened Britain's position as a global superpower, it also brought significant social changes. The rise of factory work led to the growth of cities and the development of an urban working class. Factory workers, including women and children, often worked long hours in poor conditions for low wages. The wealth generated by industrialization was not evenly distributed, with the working class suffering while industrialists and landowners amassed fortunes. This led to significant social unrest and the rise of labor movements that sought to improve working conditions and wages. Despite these challenges, industrialization undeniably transformed Britain into the dominant global power of the 19th century. The innovations of the Industrial Revolution gave Britain unparalleled military strength, economic power, and control over global trade routes. By the mid-19th century, Britain's empire spanned the globe, and its industrial and imperial power seemed invincible. The combination of technological innovation, economic dominance, and military might allowed Britain to maintain its status as the leading superpower, a position it would hold for much of the 19th and early 20th centuries. In conclusion, the Industrial Revolution was the engine that powered Britain's imperial ambitions. By transforming Britain into the world's leading industrial and military power, it allowed the nation to dominate global trade, expand its empire, and project its influence across the globe. The innovations of this period were not just technological, but were deeply entwined with the growth of the British Empire, making the Industrial Revolution a defining moment in world history and securing Britain's position as the preeminent global power of the 19th century. The story of British rule in India, known as the Raj, is one of the most transformative and complex chapters in the history of the British Empire. The period from 1858 to 1947 saw Britain exerting direct control over India, shaping its economy, society and infrastructure in ways that would have lasting consequences for both India and the empire itself. This chapter explores the historical trajectory of British involvement in India, the impact of the Indian Rebellion of 1857, and how the British Crown consolidated its power in the subcontinent, fundamentally altering India's future. Before the British Raj was officially established in 1858, India had been under the control of the British East India Company, a powerful corporation granted authority by the British government to trade and govern in the subcontinent. The East India Company's rule had expanded gradually, with British forces gaining control of large portions of India through military conquest, diplomacy, and alliances with local rulers. However, the company's grip on India was not without significant resistance, particularly from various Indian rulers and communities who sought to maintain their independence. The tensions between the British and the Indian population came to a head in 1857, when what is often referred to as the Indian Mutiny or the Sepoy Rebellion erupted. The immediate cause of the rebellion was the dissatisfaction of Indian soldiers, or sepoys, in the British East India Company's army, due to the introduction of new rifle cartridges, rumored to be greased with animal fat, which offended both Hindu and Muslim religious sensibilities. However, underlying this specific grievance was a broader sense of frustration with British rule, as Indians were increasingly subjected to economic exploitation, political disenfranchisement, and social upheaval. The rebellion began in the town of Meerut and spread quickly to other parts of northern and central India, with Indian soldiers, civilians, and even some rulers joining the fight against British authority. The British response to the rebellion was brutal and decisive, with the army crushing the uprising after months of fighting. Thousands of Indians were killed, and entire villages were destroyed. In the aftermath of the rebellion, the British government decided that the East India Company had failed to govern effectively and assumed direct control over India, marking the beginning of the British Raj. The British Raj was characterized by a significant shift in how India was governed. The British Crown took full responsibility for the administration of India, and the British Parliament created a new system of governance, appointing a viceroy to oversee the colony on behalf of the Crown. This transition from corporate to state control meant that India was no longer ruled by a private company, but by the British government itself, with direct representation in the form of the viceroy and the establishment of a new colonial bureaucracy. Under the British Raj, India's economy was restructured to serve the needs of the British Empire. British policies favoured the extraction of India's resources, particularly raw materials like cotton, tea and opium, which were sent to Britain for processing and manufacturing. In return, Britain provided India with finished goods, including textiles, machinery and weapons. This system of trade ensured that India became a supplier of raw materials and a market for British goods, creating a colonial economic model that benefited Britain while stifling India's own industrial development. British infrastructure projects such as railways, roads and canals were implemented to facilitate the movement of goods and troops, further integrating India into the imperial economic system. While these projects did provide some benefits, such as increased mobility and communication, they were primarily designed to serve British interests. The railways, for example, allowed the British to extract resources from the interior of India and transport them to ports for export, while also enabling the rapid deployment of British troops in case of unrest. Socially, British rule had a profound impact on Indian society. British colonial administrators sought to impose Western-style education and institutions on the Indian population, creating a new elite class of educated Indians who were often loyal to the British government. This new class played a crucial role in administering British policies and maintaining order within the colony. At the same time, traditional Indian customs, religious practices, and social structures were often undermined or disregarded by the British, leading to significant cultural tensions. One of the most enduring legacies of British rule in India was the creation of a unified, centralized state. Prior to British rule, India had been a collection of diverse kingdoms, empires, and regions, each with its own language, culture, and political structure. The British, however, sought to bring these disparate regions under a single administration, laying the foundations for the modern Indian state. The British also introduced systems of law and governance that in many ways would shape the political structure of independent India in the 20th century. However, British rule also sowed the seeds of resistance. As India's educated class grew, so too did the demand for greater political representation and autonomy. The Indian National Congress (ANC), founded in 1885, began to call for reforms and eventually self-rule. By the early 20th century, the ANC, led by figures like Mohandas Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, and Subhas Chandra Bose, was at the forefront of the movement for Indian independence. The British, unable to ignore the growing calls for independence, eventually found themselves negotiating with Indian leaders for a peaceful transition to self-rule. The struggle for Indian independence reached its peak in the first half of the 20th century, culminating in 1947 with the partition of India and the creation of the independent nations of India and Pakistan. The partition was accompanied by widespread violence, mass migrations, and deep-seated communal tensions that would shape the region for decades to come. India's independence marked the end of British rule, but the legacy of the Raj continued to influence the political, economic, and social landscape of South Asia. In conclusion, the British Raj was a period of profound transformation for India. While it brought about significant changes to the country's economy, infrastructure, and political systems, it also led to social unrest, resistance, and ultimately, the quest for independence. The legacy of British rule in India is a complex one, with both positive and negative aspects that continue to shape the relationship between India and Britain today. Despite the challenges and exploitation of the colonial period, India emerged as an independent nation with a rich cultural heritage and a rapidly developing economy, ultimately reshaping the balance of power in the post-colonial world. The Victorian era, spanning from 1837 to 1901, was the period in which the British Empire reached the peak of its power, wealth, and global influence. Under Queen Victoria's rule, Britain not only solidified its status as the world's foremost imperial power, but also oversaw the expansion of its territories, the establishment of new colonies, and the spread of its cultural, economic, and political systems across the globe. It was an era marked by technological advancement, economic dominance, and the belief in the superiority of British civilization, encapsulated in the ideology of the civilizing mission. During this time, the British Empire came to be known as the empire on which the sun never sets, a testament to its vast expanse across the globe. The phrase reflected the global nature of Britain's possessions, stretching from the Americas to Africa, Asia, the Pacific Islands, and Australasia. By the end of the 19th century, the British Empire covered about a quarter of the world's land surface and ruled over a quarter of the global population. One of the most significant areas of British expansion during the Victorian era was Africa, which saw the height of the scramble for Africa. European powers, including Britain, competed fiercely to carve up the African continent, with Britain securing vast territories, particularly in the east and southern regions. British control of Egypt, the Sudan, and the Cape Colony, along with protectorates in regions like Uganda, Kenya, and Zimbabwe, marked the height of Britain's African imperial ambitions. The annexation of these territories was not only driven by a desire for land and resources, but also by Britain's strategic and commercial interests. Control of the Suez Canal, for example, ensured Britain's dominance over key shipping routes and secured access to India, the jewel in the crown of the British Empire. In India, the Victorian era continued the consolidation of British power following the Indian Rebellion of 1857, which had been a significant turning point in British rule. After the rebellion, the British Crown assumed direct control of India, ending the East India Company's rule and establishing the British Raj. The British government aimed to reshape India's economy, infrastructure, and society in ways that benefited the empire. The construction of railways, roads, and telecommunication networks facilitated the extraction of raw materials, such as cotton, tea, and opium, and their transportation to British ports for export. The Raj also saw the imposition of British legal and political systems, along with a growing British presence in Indian cities and towns. Despite occasional unrest, Britain's control over India remained largely unchallenged throughout the 19th century. Technological innovation during the Victorian era played a pivotal role in supporting Britain's imperial expansion and strengthening its global power. The Industrial Revolution, which had already transformed Britain's economy, continued to drive technological advancements that enhanced Britain's military capabilities and infrastructure. The development of steamships, railways, and the telegraph revolutionized the way Britain could project power and communicate across its vast empire. Steam-powered warships and ironclad vessels allowed the Royal Navy to maintain dominance over the world's seas, while the construction of railways across colonies enabled the rapid movement of troops, goods, and resources. The Victorian era was also a period of intense cultural and ideological expansion. The British believed in the concept of the civilizing mission, a justification for imperialism based on the belief that British rule would bring enlightenment, order, and progress to backward societies. This ideology was often used to legitimize the expansion of the British Empire into regions that were seen as underdeveloped. British colonial officials and missionaries portrayed British civilization as superior and worked to impose British values and institutions upon colonized peoples. The civilizing mission was evident in the spread of education, Christianity, and Western legal systems across the empire, as well as in the establishment of colonial governments and infrastructure. However, beneath the surface of imperial grandeur, there were significant contradictions and tensions. The British Empire relied heavily on the exploitation of resources and labor from its colonies, often with little regard for the welfare of the local populations. In India, for example, the British imposition of taxes, land reforms, and policies that favored British industry led to widespread poverty, famine, and social unrest. The Victorian-era imperialists were confronted with the realities of empire, including resistance from colonized peoples and the challenges of governing vast, diverse territories. The late Victorian era also saw the rise of new movements that questioned the morality and sustainability of empire. The increasing influence of the British working class and the rise of socialist and anti-imperialist ideologies challenged the foundations of imperialism. However, at the time, These voices were often sidelined, as the British ruling class remained committed to the idea of empire as a force for good and civilization. Despite these challenges, the Victorian era cemented Britain's position as the dominant imperial power of the 19th century. The British Empire continued to expand throughout the era, reaching its zenith in terms of territorial control, economic wealth, and global influence. The legacy of Victorian imperialism, both in terms of its technological achievements and its ideological justifications, would continue to shape British policy and imperial ambitions throughout the 20th century. The British Empire, in the Victorian era, not only defined the character of the nation, but also left an indelible mark on the history of the modern world. The period between 1914 and 1945 was a time of immense change for the British Empire, marked by the devastating effects of the two world wars and the rise of nationalist movements that sought independence from colonial rule. The global conflicts and the ideological shifts of the 20th century significantly weakened Britain's control over its empire, while simultaneously fostering an environment in which the long-simmering desire for self-determination among colonized peoples reached a boiling point. The impact of these events would reshape the geopolitical landscape and set the stage for the eventual decolonization of much of the British Empire. World War I 1914-1918 was a cataclysmic event that took a tremendous toll on the British Empire, both in terms of human lives and financial resources. The war was fought on multiple fronts, and Britain found itself entrenched in a brutal, protracted conflict that drained its military and economic strength. The loss of soldiers, the destruction of infrastructure, and the severe economic burden placed on Britain during the war exposed cracks in the imperial system. At the same time, the war required the resources of the empire, and colonies like India, Australia, and Canada contributed vast numbers of soldiers, funds, and supplies to the British war effort. Despite the sacrifices made by colonial subjects, the aftermath of World War I saw growing discontent with British rule in many parts of the empire. The war had highlighted the contradictions between Britain's values of democracy and liberty and the reality of colonial subjugation. In India, for example, the disillusionment with British promises of greater self-governance following the war was palpable. The British government had made some promises of reforms, but these were viewed as insufficient and patronizing. In 1919, the British response to growing unrest in India, particularly in the city of Amritsar, led to the infamous massacre at Jallianwala Bagh, where British forces killed hundreds of unarmed Indian civilians. This event ignited widespread anger and calls for independence. World War II 1939-1945 was even more devastating for Britain and its empire. The war further drained Britain's resources and inflicted heavy damage on the country's infrastructure. The economic strain caused by the war made it increasingly difficult for Britain to maintain its global imperial commitments. The British Empire's military forces, which had once seemed invincible, were stretched thin as the empire found itself fighting on multiple fronts across Europe, Africa, and Asia. After the war, Britain emerged exhausted and deeply in debt, while the global power dynamics were shifting rapidly. The rise of the United States and the Soviet Union as superpowers and the formation of international bodies like the United Nations marked the end of Britain's unquestioned global dominance. Meanwhile, nationalist movements in India, Africa, and Ireland gained momentum, driven by the belief that colonized peoples should govern themselves. India in particular became the focal point of Britain's imperial troubles in the interwar years. Leaders like Mahatma Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru spearheaded the Indian independence movement, using both peaceful protests and political maneuvering to demand self-rule. Gandhi's non-violent resistance, symbolized by the Salt March of 1930 and the Quit India movement of 1942, garnered widespread support among the Indian population and put immense pressure on the British to grant independence. In Africa, the two world wars had a similar effect on the colonial order. Soldiers from British colonies had fought in both wars, and their experiences in combat, as well as their exposure to the ideas of self-determination and equality, sowed the seeds for post-war independence movements. After colonial subjects across Africa began to demand greater political rights and autonomy, and many African leaders started to call for an end to colonial rule. While Britain had long justified its colonial presence with the ideology of the civilizing mission, it became increasingly clear that colonial rule was unsustainable in a changing world. The growing influence of nationalist movements, particularly in India, made it difficult for Britain to maintain its imperial control. Ireland, too, experienced significant unrest during this period. The Irish War of Independence 1919-1921 culminated in the signing of the Anglo-Irish Treaty, which created the Irish Free State and marked the beginning of the end of British rule in Ireland. The partition of Ireland, however, left Northern Ireland as part of the United Kingdom, setting the stage for decades of conflict between Irish nationalists and the British government. As Britain faced mounting pressure from nationalist movements and the economic strain caused by the wars, it became increasingly clear that maintaining the vast British Empire was no longer feasible. The empire's political and economic control had been severely weakened, and independence movements across the world were gaining traction. The decline of British power was further cemented by the post-war wave of decolonization that swept through Africa, Asia, and the Caribbean in the 1950s and 1960s. The period of the World Wars and the rise of nationalist movements marked the beginning of the end for the British Empire. The toll of two world wars, coupled with the rise of self-determination and anti-colonial sentiment, led to a seismic shift in global power. Britain's imperial hold began to unravel, and within just a few decades, many of its colonies achieved independence. The collapse of the British Empire was not simply a result of military defeat, but also of changing political, economic, and social forces that made colonial rule untenable in the modern world. The challenges faced by Britain during this period highlighted the contradictions of empire and revealed that the world was no longer willing to accept colonial domination. The legacy of the world wars and the rise of nationalist movements in the 20th century would forever alter the political landscape, signaling the decline of imperialism and the emergence of a new, more multipolar world order. The period from 1947 to 1997 marks the end of the British Empire, a dramatic and irreversible transformation of the global political landscape. The events that unfolded during these decades, particularly the independence of India, the Suez Crisis, and the decolonization of Africa, signified the decline of Britain's imperial power and the emergence of new nations asserting their independence. The symbolic handover of Hong Kong in 1997 brought the final chapter of empire to a close. Britain's once vast and powerful empire, which had stretched across continents and dominated the global stage for centuries, was gradually dismantled as colonial subjects demanded self-determination and independence. India's independence in 1947 was the most significant event in the decolonization process. The British had ruled India for almost 2 centuries, and its independence was the culmination of decades of struggle by Indian nationalists. Leaders like Mahatma Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, and Subhas Chandra Bose spearheaded the movement for self-rule, using both non-violent resistance and political negotiation to push for independence. The British decision to grant India's independence was influenced by several factors, including the growing resistance movements within the country, the financial strain of World War II, and the changing global atmosphere after the war. The process of decolonization in India was far from smooth. The partition of India in 1947 created two independent nations, India and Pakistan, which led to widespread violence, displacement, and a deepening of religious tensions. The partition left millions of people on the move, as Hindus and Sikhs migrated to India while Muslims fled to Pakistan. This mass displacement and the subsequent violence claimed the lives of hundreds of thousands and left lasting scars on both nations. The Suez Crisis of 1956 marked another pivotal moment in the decline of British imperial power. The crisis was triggered when Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser nationalized the Suez Canal, a vital waterway that had been under British and French control. In response, Britain, France, and Israel launched a military intervention aimed at regaining control of the canal. However, the military action was met with widespread international condemnation, particularly from the United States and the Soviet Union, who saw the British and French intervention as an example of outdated colonialism. The failure of the Suez Crisis demonstrated that Britain no longer had the political and military power to act unilaterally in global affairs. It was a humiliating defeat for Britain, and it marked a clear signal that its imperial influence was waning. In the following decades, the process of decolonization accelerated, particularly in Africa. British colonies across the continent began to demand independence, and by the 1960s, many African nations had achieved self-rule. Countries such as Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, and Uganda gained independence from Britain, often through a combination of negotiations and armed struggle. The decolonization of Africa was not without its challenges, as newly independent nations grappled with issues of governance, ethnic tensions, and economic development. However, the wave of independence movements across Africa was undeniable, and it was a clear indication that Britain's imperial power in the region was rapidly eroding. The British government's approach to decolonization varied across regions. In some cases, Britain was able to negotiate peaceful transfers of power, while in others, the process was marked by violent resistance and conflict. The British withdrawal from Africa was particularly complicated, as the empire had been deeply entrenched in the region for over a century. The Mau uprising in Kenya and the violent suppression of independence movements in places like Cyprus and Malaya highlighted the growing tensions between the British government and its colonial subjects. The final symbolic moment of British imperial decline came in 1997 with the handover of Hong Kong to China. Hong Kong had been a British colony since the Opium Wars in the 19th century, and its return to Chinese sovereignty marked the end of British colonial rule in Asia. The handover was a carefully negotiated process, and the agreement ensured that Hong Kong would maintain a high degree of autonomy under the principle of one country, two systems. The event marked the formal end of the British Empire, a momentous occasion that symbolized the transition from imperial domination to a new era of international relations. The process of decolonization was complex and multifaceted, influenced by global political dynamics, economic factors, and the aspirations of colonized peoples. As former colonies gained independence, they were faced with the challenges of nation building, economic development, and establishing stable political systems. The British Empire's legacy was a mixture of triumphs and tragedies, with lasting impacts on the political, social, and economic landscapes of the former colonies. In conclusion, the period between 1947 and 1997 marked the final phase of British imperial rule. The independence of India, the Suez Crisis, the decolonization of Africa, and the handover of Hong Kong were key events in the dismantling of the British Empire. While Britain's imperial power had once spanned the globe, the winds of change blew across the empire, heralding the end of an era. The legacy of British colonialism remains a complex and contentious issue, but the end of empire also opened the door for new possibilities for former colonies to chart their own courses in the world. Our journey starts in 356 BC in the ancient city of Pella, the capital of Macedon. It was here, in the royal palace, that Alexander was born to King Philip II and Queen Olympias. From the moment of his birth, myths and omens surrounded him. According to legend, on the night of his birth, the temple of Artemis, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, burned to the ground. Many saw this as a sign that a force had entered the world, one that would change it forever. Olympias was a deeply spiritual woman, and she believed her son was no ordinary child. She told Alexander that he was the son of Zeus himself, the king of the gods, and that he was destined for greatness. Whether he truly believed this or not is unknown, but it planted in him an unshakable confidence, a belief that he was meant to rule over all men. While his mother filled his mind with divine destiny, his father Philip was shaping him into a warrior. Philip was no ordinary king. He had taken Macedon from the brink of collapse and turned it into the dominant power of Greece through cunning diplomacy and military brilliance. He revolutionized warfare, creating the Macedonian phalanx, a formation of tightly packed soldiers wielding long spears. It was this innovation that made his army nearly unstoppable. But Philip knew that the strength of a warrior was not enough. For his son to become a great ruler, he needed knowledge and wisdom. For this he turned to one of the greatest minds of the ancient world, Aristotle. Aristotle was brought to Macedon to tutor Alexander in philosophy, science, medicine, and the art of war. Under Aristotle's guidance, Alexander studied the great epics of Homer, learning about heroes like Achilles and Odysseus. He absorbed the lessons of history, politics, and strategy, but beyond the books and scrolls he trained in the ways of combat. He learned to ride, fight, and command. From a young age his brilliance and determination set him apart. One of the most famous stories from his youth was the taming of the horse Bucephalus, a powerful and untamed stallion that no one could ride. Alexander observed that the horse was afraid of its own shadow. With patience and understanding, he turned it toward the sun, calming the beast and riding it with ease. His father watched in awe and declared, "My boy, you must find a kingdom big enough for your ambitions. Macedon is too small for you." Those words would prove prophetic. But before he could seek his own destiny, he had to survive the dangerous world of Macedonian politics. Philip's rule was not without enemies. He had spent his life securing power and expanding his influence, but his rise created rivals and resentment. Many in his court saw Alexander as a threat, and tensions within the royal family ran high. Philip had taken other wives in his pursuit of political alliances, and this created deep divisions at the Macedonian court. Olympias and Alexander found themselves at odds with the new factions forming around Philip's other children. As Alexander grew older, he began to accompany his father on military campaigns, observing firsthand how Philip commanded his troops and strategized on the battlefield. He witnessed the brutal realities of war, the clashing of shields, the cries of the wounded, and the triumph of victory. He saw how Philip dealt with enemies using both diplomacy and force, and he learned that power was never given. It had to be taken and defended. Alexander's first experience in battle came when he was just 16. While his father was away on campaign, he was left to govern Macedon in Philip's absence. During this time, a Thracian tribe revolted, seizing the opportunity to test the young prince, but Alexander did not hesitate. He gathered an army, rode into battle, and crushed the rebellion with ruthless efficiency, proving himself as a capable leader. His reputation as a fearless warrior was growing, but so too were the tensions between him and his father. Philip's successes had made him powerful, but they had also made him arrogant. He began to look beyond Alexander, seeking other heirs and alliances. One such moment came at a grand feast celebrating Philip's latest marriage to a Macedonian noblewoman. During the gathering, one of Philip's generals openly declared that at last Macedon would have a true heir of pure blood. Enraged, Alexander stood up and shouted, "Am I a bastard then?" Before the entire court he threw his cup at the general, and an argument erupted. Philip, drunk with wine, tried to attack his son, but he stumbled and fell. Humiliated, Alexander turned to the crowd and sneered, "Here is the man who plans to conquer Asia, and yet he cannot even rise from the floor." The room fell silent. Tensions had reached their breaking point. Alexander and Olympias fled the court, fearing for their safety. Philip would later attempt to reconcile with his son, but the damage had been done. The rift between them would never truly heal, and soon fate would take a dark turn that would change everything forever. The uneasy truce between Alexander and his father was short-lived. In 336 BC, Philip II prepared for his greatest campaign yet, an invasion of the Persian Empire. Macedon was stronger than ever, and with Greece firmly under his control, Philip sought to expand his power beyond the Aegean. But before he could embark on this ambitious conquest, disaster struck. During a grand festival in Aegae, where Philip was celebrating the marriage of his daughter Cleopatra to the king of Epirus, he was assassinated. As he entered the theater surrounded by his elite guards, a former bodyguard named Pausanias suddenly rushed forward and drove a dagger into his heart. Philip collapsed in front of the stunned crowd, and within moments, his once mighty rule had come to a bloody end. Chaos erupted in the aftermath. The assassination left the kingdom in turmoil, and the court was filled with whispers of conspiracy. Many believed Olympias had played a role in Philip's murder, seeking to eliminate rivals and secure Alexander's path to the throne. Whether she was truly involved or not, one thing was certain: Alexander wasted no time seizing power. At just 20 years old, he proclaimed himself King of Macedon. His first move was swift and ruthless. Any who dared challenge his claim were eliminated. Rivals, nobles, and even potential threats within his own family were executed to prevent any resistance. He crushed dissent with an iron fist, ensuring that his authority was absolute. But consolidating power in Macedon was only the beginning. The Greek city-states, bound to Macedon through Philip's conquests, saw an opportunity to break free. Athens and Thebes, in particular, stirred with rebellion, believing the young king to be unproven and vulnerable. Alexander, however, was determined to prove them wrong. With lightning speed, he marched south with his army, arriving at the gates of Thebes before the city could fully prepare for war. He offered them a chance to surrender, but the Thebans defied him. They underestimated the fury of the young king. Alexander unleashed his forces, and the siege of Thebes became a brutal display of his power. The city's defenses crumbled under the relentless assault, and once his army broke through the walls, the slaughter began. In a ruthless show of strength, Alexander ordered the city to be razed to the ground. Thousands were killed, and the survivors were sold into slavery. The message was clear: rebellion would not be tolerated. The destruction of Thebes sent shockwaves through Greece. Athens and the other city-states quickly abandoned thoughts of resistance and submitted to Alexander's rule. With Greece secured under his iron grip, he could now turn his attention to the dream his father had never lived to see fulfilled: the invasion of Persia. The great war that would define his legacy was about to begin, and Alexander was ready to carve his name into history. With Greece firmly under his control, and the memory of Thebes' destruction fresh in the minds of his subjects, Alexander turned his gaze eastward. Persia, the greatest empire the world had ever known, stood before him, a vast and powerful enemy. But to Alexander, it was not an insurmountable obstacle, it was his destiny. In the spring of 334 BC, he led his army across the Hellespont, the narrow strait that separated Europe from Asia. He had arrived on Persian soil, and there would be no turning back. The force he brought with him was small compared to the mighty Persian army, but it was battle-hardened, disciplined, and led by a man whose ambition knew no limits. He commanded roughly 40,000 soldiers, including the elite Macedonian phalanx, a formation of warriors wielding long spears that had never been broken in battle. Alongside them were his trusted cavalry, the companion cavalry, considered the most formidable horsemen of their time. Though outnumbered, Alexander's strategy, speed and sheer force of will would prove more than a match for the Persians. The first true test of his campaign came swiftly. Near the banks of the Granicus River, the Persian satraps had assembled an army to halt Alexander's advance. They believed they could crush him before he could gain a foothold in Asia. The Persian commanders lined their cavalry along the riverbank, confident that the raging waters and steep embankment would break the Macedonian charge. But Alexander did not hesitate. Leading from the front, he spurred his cavalry forward, plunging into the river despite the strong currents and treacherous footing. The battle was fierce, with Alexander himself at the heart of the fighting. He cut through the Persian lines with relentless fury, his sword striking down enemy commanders one by one. At one point, he was nearly killed when a Persian noble raised his weapon to strike him down, but his loyal general Clytus the Black intervened at the last moment, saving his life. With the Persian cavalry shattered, their forces broke and fled, leaving Alexander victorious. This first triumph sent a clear message to the Persian king Darius III. Alexander was not a mere upstart. He was a force to be reckoned with. Rather than slowing his momentum, Alexander pressed forward, marching deeper into Persian territory, seizing cities and fortresses along the way. At every turn he was met with both fear and admiration. Many Greek cities under Persian control welcomed him as a liberator, opening their gates willingly. Others, unwilling to surrender, faced the full wrath of his army. But while Alexander pushed forward, Darius III was preparing for war. The young Macedonian king had proven himself in battle, but the real test was yet to come. The Persian king was amassing a massive army, one that would dwarf Alexander's forces in size. The two would soon meet on the battlefield, and the fate of an empire would hang in the balance. Alexander's victory at the Granicus River had sent shockwaves through the Persian Empire, but the true test of his campaign still lay ahead. The great king Darius III, now fully aware of the Macedonian threat, was no longer content to let his satraps handle the invader. He began assembling an army unlike any Alexander had ever faced, one that would dwarf the Macedonian forces in both numbers and resources. Yet, if there was one thing Alexander knew, it was that sheer numbers did not win battles, strategy did. Marching through Asia Minor, Alexander continued his advance with unrelenting speed. City after city fell to his forces, either by surrender or conquest. In many Greek cities that had long been under Persian rule, he was welcomed as a liberator, and they pledged their loyalty to him. Those who resisted met the full fury of his army. As his reputation grew, so did his legend. His soldiers saw him not just as a commander, but as a man touched by the gods, a living embodiment of destiny. By late 333 BC, Alexander had reached the city of Gordium, home to the famous Gordian knot, an intricate and seemingly impossible tangle of rope said to have been tied by an ancient king. According to legend, Whoever could untie the knot was destined to rule all of Asia. Alexander, never one for superstition without action, approached the knot. When attempts to unravel it proved futile, he simply drew his sword and sliced through it in one clean stroke. Whether he had solved the puzzle or simply bypassed it mattered little. The message was clear: nothing would stand in his way. But as Alexander pushed further into Persia's domain, Darius was ready. The Persian king had gathered an army of nearly 100,000 men, composed of elite Persian immortals, cavalry, and levied soldiers from across his vast empire. He had chosen the battlefield carefully, narrow terrain near the town of Issus, where his numerical superiority would be less of an advantage. When Alexander learned of Darius's location, he wasted no time. He turned his army south, marching through the night to surprise the Persian forces. By dawn, both armies stood face to face. The Battle of Issus was unlike anything Alexander had fought before. The Persian forces stretched as far as the eye could see, their banners waving under the eastern sun. Darius, seated in his grand war chariot, believed victory was assured. But Alexander had no intention of letting the Persian king dictate the terms of battle. With calculated precision, he ordered his companion cavalry to charge directly at the Persian left flank, breaking through their lines with devastating force. The Macedonian phalanx followed, their sarissas driving into the enemy ranks with deadly efficiency. The battlefield was a chaotic storm of blood and steel, but amid the carnage, Alexander saw his moment. He fixed his gaze on Darius himself. With his elite cavalry at his side, Alexander cut through the Persian defenses, forcing his way toward the Persian king. Darius, seeing the relentless advance, panicked. The ruler of the largest empire on earth, the man who had believed himself untouchable, turned and fled the battlefield. His retreat sent shockwaves through his army, and what had been a grueling battle turned into a full-scale rout. The Persian lines collapsed, and the once mighty host was sent scattering in all directions. Alexander had achieved the impossible. He had broken the Persian king. The victory at Issus was more than just a military triumph. Among the captured were Darius's own family, including his wife, mother, and children. But rather than treating them as spoils of war, Alexander showed them great respect, ensuring they were given the finest care. His actions were not just those of a conqueror, but of a ruler who sought legitimacy over the empire he intended to claim. Yet, despite his victory, Alexander knew that Darius was not yet defeated. The Persian king had escaped, and as long as he lived, the war was far from over. Alexander now had his sights set on the beating heart of Persia's empire, the cities of Tyre, Egypt, and ultimately, Babylon. But before he could claim the title of King of Asia, he would face one of the most grueling and legendary sieges in history. After his stunning victory at Issus, Alexander had proven to the world that he was more than just a young conqueror. He was a force of nature. But his journey was far from over. The Persian king Darius III had escaped, and as long as he remained free, the Persian Empire was still a threat. Alexander now set his sights on the strategic coastal cities that supplied Persia's vast empire, knowing that if he controlled the sea, he could cripple his enemy's ability to strike back. His next challenge was the great city of Tyre, an island fortress that had stood for centuries as an impenetrable stronghold. It was the jewel of the Phoenician coast, a city whose walls rose high above the sea, surrounded on all sides by deep waters. No army had ever taken Tyre by force, and its rulers believed that Alexander would not be able to do what so many had failed to achieve. But they underestimated the will of the Macedonian king. When Alexander sent envoys demanding the city's surrender, the Tyrians refused. They mocked his request and killed his messengers, throwing their bodies from the walls into the sea. It was a grave mistake. Alexander was not one to be denied. If he could not reach the city by land, he would create land. He ordered his engineers to build a massive causeway, a stone bridge stretching from the mainland to the island fortress. Day by day, his men worked under constant attack from Tyrian archers and naval forces. The defenders sent fire ships to burn his siege works and rained down projectiles from their towering walls, but Alexander's resolve did not break. He brought in siege towers, massive structures armed with catapults, and continued his assault with relentless determination. The siege dragged on for months, but Alexander's patience was infinite. He called upon his allies in the Greek world to send ships, blockading the city from the sea. His engineers reinforced the causeway, bringing it ever closer to the walls. Then, in a final decisive push, his army stormed the city. The walls of Tyre, once thought to be unbreakable, crumbled before him. His soldiers poured through the breaches, unleashing their fury on those who had defied him. The city that had once laughed at Alexander now lay in ruins, its streets filled with the echoes of conquest. With Tyre fallen, the path to Egypt was open. Unlike the defiant Tyrians, the Egyptians did not resist him. To them he was not a conqueror, but a liberator. For centuries they had been ruled by the Persians, and now a new ruler had come, one who honored their gods, respected their traditions, and brought with him the promise of a new era. In the ancient city of Memphis, Alexander was crowned as Pharaoh, the living god-king of Egypt. It was here that he would make one of the most fateful decisions of his life. Deep in the western desert lay the oracle of Amun at Siwa, a sacred site believed to hold the wisdom of the gods. Alexander, ever drawn to the idea of divine destiny, made the arduous journey through the desert to seek the oracle's guidance. When he arrived, the priests greeted him not as a mortal man, but as the son of Zeus Ammon. Though history does not record the exact words spoken to him, Alexander left Siwa with an unshakable belief: he was no mere king. He was chosen by the gods to rule the world. With Egypt under his control and his divine mandate confirmed, Alexander turned his gaze east once more. Darius was still out there, rallying his forces, gathering the full strength of the Persian Empire for one final confrontation. But Alexander was not the same man who had crossed into Asia years before. He was now a living legend, a ruler of nations, a man who had defied the impossible. And soon he would face his greatest challenge yet, the decisive battle that would determine the fate of the world. Alexander had reshaped the world with his victories, but his journey was far from over. The Persian Empire still stood, and its ruler Darius III was preparing for a final stand. Alexander knew that to truly claim the empire, he would have to confront Darius in open battle. News reached him that Darius had gathered a massive army at Gaugamela, a vast plain where he intended to crush the Macedonian invader once and for all. Unlike Issus, where the terrain had limited the Persian numbers, Gaugamela offered open ground, perfect for Darius's cavalry and war chariots. But Alexander was undeterred. He would not retreat. He would not slow down. He would face the might of Persia head-on. As he approached the battlefield, he saw the sheer scale of the enemy before him. Darius had assembled what was perhaps the largest army the ancient world had ever seen. Tens of thousands of soldiers, war elephants, scythed chariots, and the finest Persian cavalry stood ready to obliterate Alexander's forces. Some of his commanders urged caution, even retreat. But Alexander would not be swayed. He gathered his men the night before the battle and spoke to them with fire in his voice. He reminded them of their victories, of their glory, of the destiny they were forging together. They were not just fighting for conquest, they were fighting to carve their names into eternity. As dawn broke, Alexander rode to the front of his army. The Macedonian phalanx stood in perfect formation, their long spears gleaming in the morning light. His cavalry, disciplined and fearless, waited for his command. On the opposite side of the field, Darius watched from his golden chariot, surrounded by his elite guard. Then, with a single motion, the battle began. Darius unleashed his war chariots, their bladed wheels designed to cut through infantry like a scythe through wheat. But Alexander had anticipated this. He ordered his men to open gaps in the line, allowing the chariots to pass harmlessly through before cutting down their drivers. The Persian cavalry then surged forward, seeking to envelop the Macedonian forces, but Alexander countered with precision, sending his own cavalry to meet them in a clash of steel and fury. The field became a storm of dust and blood, warriors locked in deadly combat, the air filled with the sounds of battle. Then Alexander saw his moment. He had spent the battle luring Darius into a false sense of control, drawing his forces apart. Now, with perfect timing, he led his elite companion cavalry straight toward the Persian king. He charged like an unstoppable force, cutting through the enemy ranks with ruthless efficiency. As he neared Darius, panic spread through the Persian lines. For the second time, the great king of Persia lost his nerve. He turned his chariot and fled, abandoning his army to be slaughtered. With their king gone, the Persian soldiers broke. Some fought to the death, others threw down their weapons and ran. By the day's end, Alexander stood victorious. Gaugamela had not just been a battle, it had been the death blow to the Persian Empire. He was now the master of Asia, but victory came at a cost. His men had fought and bled for years, and though they followed him without question, they had begun to wonder how far they would go. Alexander, however, was not finished. His eyes turned further east, toward the last remnants of Persian resistance and beyond, to lands unknown, to an empire without end. With the Persian Empire shattered, Alexander was no longer just a conqueror. He was the ruler of the largest empire the world had ever seen. Babylon, Susa, and Persepolis had fallen before him, their wealth pouring into his hands. But despite his triumph, he did not stop. He could not stop. There was still one task left unfinished. Darius III, the defeated king of Persia, had fled eastward into the vast and treacherous lands beyond the empire's heartland. As long as he lived, there would always be a shadow over Alexander's rule. And so, with relentless determination, he set out to hunt down his fallen adversary. Through mountains and deserts, Alexander pursued Darius. The journey was grueling, the terrain unforgiving. The deeper he marched into the unknown, the more his men began to question their purpose. They had fought for years, conquered the unconquerable, and now they were chasing a ghost across an endless expanse. But Alexander did not waver. He pushed forward, driven by a force that few could understand. To him, this was not just about vengeance or power, it was about destiny. Finally, after months of pursuit, word reached Alexander that Darius had been betrayed. One of his own governors, Bessus, had seized him, declaring himself the new king of kings. When Alexander found Darius, the once mighty ruler of Persia was dying in the dust, abandoned by those who had once sworn loyalty to him. The sight was pitiful. Here lay the man who had ruled the greatest empire in the world, now nothing more than a broken fugitive. As he took his last breaths, Alexander is said to have offered him comfort, assuring him that his death would be avenged. Darius died with the knowledge that his empire was gone, his legacy erased. But Alexander was not finished. Bessus, the traitor who had dared to defy him, would not escape justice. Alexander pressed further east, into lands unknown to the Greeks, where fierce warriors and vast wildernesses awaited him. His campaign was no longer about conquest alone, it was about forging something greater than an empire. He adopted Persian customs, dressed in their robes, and demanded that his men bow before him, as the Persians did their kings. This, however, did not sit well with his Macedonian soldiers. They had followed him to the ends of the earth, but now they saw their king changing before their eyes. Whispers of rebellion spread through the ranks, but Alexander did not yield. He saw himself as more than just a Macedonian king. He was the ruler of a new world, a fusion of East and West, a vision no one else could see. Bessus did not last long. When Alexander finally caught him, he made an example of the traitor, stripped of his false title. Bessus was executed in the brutal fashion of the Persians, a message to all who would stand in Alexander's way. With Darius dead and the last remnants of Persian resistance crushed, the empire was truly his. But even then, it was not enough. He turned his gaze toward the distant lands of India, where new challenges and new legends awaited him. His men, weary and longing for home, did not yet realize that their greatest trials were still to come. Alexander's ambition knew no bounds. With Persia conquered and its last ruler dead, he turned his gaze further east, toward the fabled lands of India. The great rivers, the towering mountains, and the unknown civilizations beyond called to him. To Alexander, this was more than just another conquest. It was the final frontier, the last step in achieving his vision of a unified world. But what lay ahead would test him in ways he had never imagined. The march into India was grueling. The heat was relentless, the jungles thick and unforgiving. Monsoons drenched the land, turning roads into rivers of mud. Yet Alexander pushed forward, his army following him with a mixture of awe and exhaustion. The further they ventured, the more they realized they were not just fighting enemies, but the land itself. Disease spread among the ranks, supply lines stretched thin, yet Alexander never wavered. His mind was set on the riches and glory that awaited beyond. As they moved deeper into India, they encountered rulers who would not bow so easily. One of them was King Porus, a warrior of immense strength and pride. He commanded an army unlike anything Alexander had ever seen. Thousands of men, cavalry, and the most fearsome of all, war elephants. These massive beasts, armored and trained for battle, towered over the battlefield, their presence alone enough to shake even the most seasoned soldier. But Alexander did not fear them. He had faced the might of Persia and emerged victorious. He would do the same here. The battle against Porus took place near the Hydaspes River, a swollen and raging force that Alexander used to his advantage. Under the cover of darkness, he led a portion of his army across the river, surprising Porus at dawn. The Macedonian phalanx clashed against Indian warriors, swords and spears flashing under the heavy rain. The elephants charged, crushing men underfoot, sweeping away soldiers with their trunks. The battle was brutal, chaotic, and unlike anything Alexander had fought before. But he was relentless. His cavalry maneuvered with precision, his men striking at the elephants' legs, forcing the massive beasts into a frenzy. The tide turned, and soon Porus found himself wounded, his army shattered. When he was finally captured and brought before Alexander, he stood tall despite his injuries. When asked how he wished to be treated, he simply replied, "Like a king." Impressed by his bravery, Alexander not only spared him, but made him an ally, granting him his kingdom back under Macedonian rule. Though victorious, the cost of the battle was high. Alexander's men, battle-hardened and loyal, had followed him to the ends of the earth. But now they began to question. They had conquered Persia, crushed every enemy in their path, but India was vast, endless, and filled with unknown dangers. They longed for home, for rest, for an end to the endless march. For the first time, Alexander faced resistance not from an enemy, but from his own men. He pleaded, he threatened, but they would go no further. The dream of conquering all of India faded, and at last Alexander relented. With a heavy heart, he turned back, beginning the long journey home. But fate had other plans, and the road back to Babylon would prove just as deadly as any battlefield he had ever faced. The retreat from India was not the triumphant march home that Alexander had envisioned. His army, weary and battered, began the long journey back through treacherous terrain. Rather than retracing their steps, Alexander made the fateful decision to take a new route through the unforgiving Gedrosian desert. He saw it as another challenge, another test of endurance that would forge his men into legends. But what awaited them was far worse than any enemy they had faced. The desert was merciless. Blistering heat scorched the land by day, while freezing winds tore through their camp at night. Water was scarce, food even scarcer. The once mighty army that had crushed empires was reduced to a desperate mass of survivors, their bodies weakened by hunger and thirst. Horses collapsed, unable to bear the conditions. Soldiers fell where they stood, their armor offering no protection against the relentless sun. Yet Alexander pressed on, leading from the front, sharing in their suffering, refusing to turn back. Despite the horrors of the desert, his ambition never faded. He dreamed of new conquests, of expanding his empire beyond what anyone had thought possible. But his men, those who had followed him for years through countless battles, had reached their limit. They no longer saw a vision of glory, only death and suffering. And though they still revered their king, their devotion began to wane. When they finally emerged from the desert, what remained of Alexander's army was a shadow of its former self. Thousands had perished, not in battle, but against an enemy they could not fight. The realization weighed heavily on Alexander. He had conquered the known world, but at what cost? And yet there was still work to be done. He returned to Babylon, the heart of his empire, where he planned his next great campaign. Arabia, Carthage, perhaps even the lands beyond the Atlantic. His mind was already envisioning the next conquest. But fate had other plans. In Babylon, amid the grand halls and the wealth of a world-spanning empire, Alexander fell ill. Fever gripped him, his strength drained. His generals, his friends, those who had marched with him from Macedon, gathered around as his condition worsened. Whispers of poisoning spread, but no proof was ever found. Some believed it was exhaustion, the toll of a life spent chasing an impossible dream. Others thought it was the gods themselves, punishing him for daring to challenge the order of the world. As death loomed, his men, desperate for guidance, asked him who would inherit his empire. His answer was as cryptic as it was prophetic. To the strongest, with those final words, Alexander the Great, the man who had conquered the world, breathed his last. His death sent shockwaves through his empire. Without an heir, his generals turned on each other, dividing his vast lands in a brutal struggle for power. The dream of a unified world under one ruler died with him, but his legacy endured. Cities bore his name, his tactics shaped warfare for centuries, and his legend lived on. Alexander had carved his name into history, not just through conquest, but through the sheer force of his will. And though his empire crumbled, his story would never be forgotten. Alexander's death marked the end of an era, but the battle for his empire was only beginning. With no clear successor, his most trusted generals, known as the Diadochi, turned on one another in a brutal struggle for power. The unity Alexander had fought so hard to create dissolved into chaos, as the vast empire fractured under the weight of ambition and betrayal. In Babylon, Perdiccas, Alexander's trusted commander, initially took control, attempting to hold the empire together. He had Alexander's signet ring, a symbol of authority, but power was fleeting. Other generals, each with their own ambitions, refused to accept his rule. Ptolemy seized Egypt, declaring it his own. Antigonus claimed Asia Minor. Lysimachus took Thrace. Cassander, the son of a former regent, sought control of Macedon itself. Each man saw himself as the rightful heir, and none were willing to submit to another's rule. The empire descended into the wars of the Diadochi, a series of brutal conflicts that reshaped the world Alexander had left behind. Betrayals were constant. Alliances formed and shattered in an instant. Perdiccas, once poised to rule in Alexander's name, was assassinated by his own officers. In Macedon, Alexander's mother Olympias fought to preserve his bloodline, but she too was killed in the ruthless struggle for dominance. The young Alexander I, Alexander's son, was ultimately murdered, ending any hope of a direct heir reclaiming the throne. As the years passed, the dream of a unified empire faded completely. The territories that Alexander had conquered were carved up by his former generals, each ruling as kings in their own right. Ptolemy established the Ptolemaic dynasty in Egypt, a line that would last for centuries, culminating in the reign of Cleopatra. Seleucus claimed Persia, founding the Seleucid Empire. Antigonus fought desperately to reunite the empire, but he too fell in battle, his dreams crushed by the very men who once followed Alexander. Despite the bloodshed, Alexander's influence endured. Greek culture, language and ideas spread across the lands he had conquered, shaping civilizations for centuries to come. His cities, from Alexandria in Egypt to those in Central Asia, became centers of learning and trade. His military strategies were studied by future generals, from Rome to Napoleon. Even in death, Alexander's vision had changed the course of history. Though his empire did not survive, his legend did. His name remains synonymous with greatness, a symbol of ambition, conquest, and the relentless pursuit of glory. The world he left behind was forever altered, shaped by the echoes of his impossible dream. As the dust of war settled and the Diadochi carved up Alexander's empire, a new era emerged, one of kings rather than conquerors. The generals who had once stood united under Alexander's banner now ruled as monarchs, each forging their own destiny from the ruins of his vision. The wars had left scars across the land, but they had also laid the foundation for the Hellenistic world, a civilization that blended Greek culture with the traditions of the East. Ptolemy had secured Egypt, a land of ancient wonders and untold wealth. Unlike many of his rivals, he chose stability over endless conquest. He declared himself pharaoh, adopting the customs of the people he ruled while maintaining the Greek ideals that had shaped his life. Under his reign, Alexandria flourished, becoming a beacon of knowledge and power. The Great Library of Alexandria, a monument to learning, was founded, attracting scholars from across the known world. Ptolemy had not only taken a kingdom, he had built a legacy that would last for generations. In the east, Seleucus claimed vast territories stretching from Persia to India. His rule was one of constant struggle, balancing the ambitions of his Greek officers with the traditions of the peoples he governed. The Seleucid Empire was a land of contrasts, Greek cities rising among ancient Persian capitals, Macedonian military rule merging with Eastern philosophies. But like all great kingdoms, it was vulnerable. Rivals within and enemies beyond its borders ensured that his reign would never know peace. Meanwhile, in Macedon and Greece, Cassander fought to solidify his control. He was not a warrior like Alexander, but a strategist, a man who understood that power was maintained through fear and calculation. He ordered the execution of Alexander's mother Olympias, and later his wife Roxana, and their son Alexander I. With the bloodline extinguished, there was no one left to challenge his rule in the name of the fallen king. Yet, despite his cunning, his reign was short-lived. and Macedon would continue to be a land of turmoil for years to come. Antigonus, perhaps the most ambitious of them all, dreamed of restoring Alexander's empire under his rule. He declared himself the rightful heir, challenging the other Diadochi in a final bid for supremacy. The Battle of Ipsus in 301 BC was the turning point. Facing the combined might of his rivals, Antigonus fought with the same relentless spirit that had once driven Alexander. But unlike his former king, he did not emerge victorious. He fell on the battlefield, his dreams shattered, his empire divided among the victors. Though the wars had ended, the world Alexander had left behind continued to evolve. The Hellenistic kingdoms, each a fragment of his once unified domain, would shape history for centuries. Greek culture, philosophy, and science flourished in the lands he had conquered, influencing civilizations from Rome to India. The age of conquest had ended, but the legacy of Alexander the Great endured, echoing through time in the empires that followed. As the Hellenistic world continued to take shape, the influence of Alexander the Great remained a force that transcended his short but extraordinary life. Though the wars of the Diadochi had divided his empire, they had also ensured the survival of his vision, an interconnected world where Greek culture blended with the traditions of the East. The cities he founded continued to thrive, serving as bridges between civilizations, while his name became a legend whispered across continents. In Egypt, Ptolemy and his successors ruled with a delicate balance of Greek administration and native traditions. Alexandria, the jewel of the Mediterranean, became the intellectual and commercial heart of the ancient world. The city's famous library housed the greatest collection of knowledge ever assembled, attracting scholars from all lands. The Ptolemies patronized the arts, science, and literature, ensuring that the cultural legacy of Alexander lived on through learning and discovery. The Seleucid Empire, sprawling across the lands of Persia, Mesopotamia, and beyond, was a realm of constant adaptation. Seleucus and his descendants struggled to maintain control over a vast and diverse population, navigating between Greek military rule and the deep-rooted customs of the East. The blending of cultures was evident in the cities where Greek architecture stood alongside Persian palaces, and local gods were worshipped alongside Olympian deities. Despite endless conflicts, the Seleucid dynasty carried forward Alexander's dream of a world united through shared knowledge and trade. In Macedon and Greece, the echoes of Alexander's reign were both a blessing and a curse. The land that had once given rise to a conqueror now saw constant strife as ambitious rulers vied for dominance. The Antigonid dynasty, descendants of Antigonus, managed to hold power in Macedon for generations, yet they faced relentless challenges from rival states and foreign invaders. The dream of unity had faded, replaced by the harsh reality of fractured rule. Meanwhile, in the distant East, legends of Alexander took on mythical proportions. In lands he had never set foot in, his name became synonymous with divine kingship and ultimate power. Stories of his exploits were told and retold, shaping the perceptions of kings and warriors for centuries. Even as Rome rose to prominence, their generals studied his tactics, seeking to emulate his genius on the battlefield. His influence stretched beyond the borders of his former empire, shaping the future of warfare, governance, and culture. Though his empire had crumbled, the ideals he championed lived on. The fusion of East and West continued to define the ancient world, and the cities he founded became lasting symbols of his ambition. His generals had fought over his legacy, but in the end it was the ideas he spread, knowledge, exploration, and cultural exchange, that endured the test of time. The legend of Alexander the Great was far from over. It had only just begun. Even as the Hellenistic world matured, The shadow of Alexander the Great loomed over every ruler who sought to claim his mantle. His empire had fractured, yet his name remained a symbol of ultimate conquest and ambition. The rulers of the Hellenistic kingdoms, Ptolemies in Egypt, Seleucids in the east, and Antigonids in Macedon, continued to shape their realms with Greek influence, but none could match the sheer brilliance of the man who had created it all. In Egypt, the Ptolemies had firmly entrenched themselves as pharaohs, blending Greek and Egyptian traditions to maintain control over their diverse subjects. Alexandria had become the beating heart of the Mediterranean world, a hub of trade, learning and innovation. The great library and the museum attracted scholars from every corner of the known world, advancing science, medicine and philosophy in ways Alexander himself might have dreamed. Yet for all their prosperity, the Ptolemies remained ever wary of their rivals, knowing that war was never far away. The Seleucid Empire, stretching from Anatolia to the borders of India, remained the most volatile of Alexander's successor states. Seleucus and his heirs struggled to maintain cohesion over a vast and culturally diverse population. Greek rulers governed Persian subjects, Indian war elephants marched alongside Macedonian phalanxes, and cities bore the marks of both East and West. This empire, more than any other, embodied Alexander's vision of a blended world, yet internal strife and constant external threats kept its rulers in a perpetual state of conflict. In Macedon, the Antigonids fought to uphold their power in the land where Alexander had once walked as a prince. Greece, always restless, saw frequent uprisings as city-states yearned for independence. The once mighty Macedonian army, which had crushed the Persian Empire, was now forced to defend itself against former allies and new emerging threats. The legacy of Alexander was a double-edged sword. His conquests had set the stage for greatness, but his absence had left a void none could truly fill. Beyond the borders of his former empire, Alexander's legend only grew. In India, tales of his invincibility were woven into local myths, transforming him into a near-divine figure. In the lands of Persia and beyond, rulers invoked his name to legitimize their own ambitions. Even in Rome, a rising power on the horizon, generals studied his campaigns, eager to learn from the man who had conquered the known world before his death at 32. Though his empire had long since crumbled, his influence remained stronger than ever. The world had changed because of Alexander, and no king, no general, no empire could ignore the indelible mark he had left. His dream of unity had faded into history, but his name, Alexander the Great, would endure for eternity. As the years passed and the Hellenistic kingdoms continued their struggles, the name of Alexander the Great remained a force that shaped the ambitions of rulers and the dreams of conquerors. Though his empire had splintered, his legend had grown even larger, spreading far beyond the lands he had marched through in his lifetime. Stories of his victories and conquests were told in palaces and marketplaces alike, his name whispered with reverence and awe. In Egypt, the Ptolemies maintained their rule by blending Greek and Egyptian traditions, presenting themselves as pharaohs while maintaining the intellectual and cultural superiority of the Hellenic world. Alexandria flourished as a beacon of knowledge, home to the great library and scholars who pushed the boundaries of science, medicine, and philosophy. The Ptolemaic rulers, though powerful, never ceased to look over their shoulders, knowing that the struggle for dominance among the successor states was far from over. The Seleucid Empire remained a vast but unstable realm, constantly at war with itself and its neighbors. Greek rule stretched over Persian lands, but the fusion of cultures that Alexander had envisioned remained a fragile experiment. The Seleucid kings sought to preserve his dream, founding cities and spreading Hellenistic ideals, yet their rule was plagued by rebellions and external threats. From the rising power of Rome to the shifting alliances of their own satraps, they fought tirelessly to hold together what remained of their dominion. In Macedon, the Antigonid dynasty clung to power in a homeland that had grown weary of endless conflict. The once mighty Macedonian phalanx, which had crushed the Persian Empire, now stood as a defensive force against both internal revolts and the encroaching influence of Rome. Greece, ever resistant to foreign rule, remained a hotbed of dissent, and though the Antigonids claimed to uphold the legacy of Alexander, their grip on power was always tenuous. Beyond the lands of his former empire, Alexander's legend had transformed into something almost mythical. In India, he was remembered not as a conqueror, but as a godlike figure whose campaigns had left an indelible mark on their history. In Persia, his name was both revered and reviled, a symbol of both destruction and the merging of civilizations. And in Rome, a new generation of leaders studied his strategies, seeing in him the model of the ideal warrior king. Though the Hellenistic world he had created was constantly shifting, one thing remained unchanged: Alexander's impact on history. His empire had faded, his generals had fought and died, but his influence endured in the hearts and minds of those who came after. The dream of a world united under one rule had proven impossible, yet the mark he left on civilization was eternal. No ruler could escape his shadow, and no conqueror could surpass his legacy. His story was far from over, for as long as men sought greatness, they would look to Alexander as the measure of all things. As time marched forward, the successors of Alexander the Great struggled to maintain their tenuous grip on the vast empire he had left behind. The once mighty dominion had fractured into rival kingdoms, each vying for supremacy while invoking the name of the conqueror who had made it all possible. Though the borders had shifted and alliances had crumbled, one truth remained: the legacy of Alexander continued to shape the world in ways few could have foreseen. In Egypt, the Ptolemies ruled with an iron grip, balancing the traditions of the pharaohs with the intellectual might of the Greek world. Alexandria stood as a symbol of this fusion, its great library a beacon of knowledge, where scholars from across the known world gathered to advance human understanding. Underneath the surface, however, tensions simmered. Native Egyptians resented Greek rule, and the ruling class struggled to maintain their hold over a diverse and often unruly population. The Seleucid Empire, stretching from the Aegean to the edges of India, remained the most fragile of the Hellenistic kingdoms. Beset by both internal strife and external enemies, its rulers fought ceaselessly to hold together a realm that seemed perpetually on the brink of collapse. Revolts in the eastern provinces drained their strength, and ambitious satraps sought to carve out their own fiefdoms. The dream of a unified East and West, a cornerstone of Alexander's vision, grew more distant with each passing year. In Macedon, the Antigonid dynasty clung to power as Rome's influence loomed ever larger. The restless Greek city-states, always eager to assert their independence, kept the ruling elite in a constant state of war and diplomacy. The once dominant Macedonian phalanx, the instrument of Alexander's great victories, now found itself pitted against new and evolving military tactics. Rome watched and waited, its own ambitions stretching beyond the Italian peninsula, eager to claim the mantle of empire that had once belonged to Alexander. Beyond the successor states, Alexander's legacy had taken on a life of its own. In India, he was remembered not as a mere conqueror, but as a divine warrior, his deeds immortalized in legend. In Persia, his image was both revered and despised, a reminder of a foreign king who had reshaped their world. And in the rising power of Rome, generals studied his campaigns, learning the lessons of strategy and leadership that had made him the greatest military mind of his time. Though his empire had faded, the ideals and ambitions he had set into motion continued to ripple through history. His dream of unity may have crumbled, but his influence had not. His name was still spoken with awe, his conquests still studied, his brilliance still unmatched. He had changed the course of civilization forever, and no ruler who came after him could ignore the shadow he cast. The world had moved on, but Alexander the Great had become more than a man. He had become legend. The legacy of Alexander the Great did not end with the collapse of his empire. His influence stretched far beyond the lands he had conquered, shaping the course of civilizations for centuries to come. Even as the Hellenistic kingdoms waged war against one another, his name remained a symbol of ultimate power, ambition, and the boundless potential of human will. In Egypt, the Ptolemaic dynasty had solidified its rule, blending Greek and Egyptian traditions in an effort to maintain control over a land rich in culture and resources. The rulers took on the title of pharaoh, portraying themselves as divine rulers in the style of the ancient kings of the Nile. Alexandria flourished, its great library attracting scholars from across the known world. The city became a melting pot of ideas, where Greek philosophy, Egyptian religion, and Persian science intertwined, creating an intellectual powerhouse that would leave a lasting mark on history. Yet beneath the grandeur, the fractures remained. Native Egyptians resented foreign rule, and tensions simmered as the Ptolemies struggled to balance their dual identity. To the east, the Seleucid Empire stretched across vast territories, its rulers desperate to maintain their hold on the lands Alexander had once marched through. The dream of a unified realm, where Greek and Persian cultures could coexist, proved increasingly difficult to sustain. The empire faced threats on multiple fronts. Rebellious satraps sought independence, local rulers challenged Hellenistic authority, and external enemies waited for the right moment to strike. The Seleucid kings, despite their ambitions, found themselves in a constant struggle for survival, their grip on power slipping as new forces emerged. Meanwhile, in Macedon, the Antigonid rulers sought to maintain their homeland's dominance, but the rise of Rome threatened their very existence. The once great phalanx, the foundation of Alexander's military success, was being tested by the adaptability and discipline of Roman legions. The Greeks, always restless under foreign rule, continued to resist, seeing the Macedonian kings as both protectors and oppressors. The world was changing, and the lessons of Alexander's conquests were being studied by those who sought to build their own empires. Beyond the political struggles of the Hellenistic world, Alexander's legend continued to grow. In India, he was remembered as a warrior king whose bravery and skill had left an indelible mark on their history. In Persia, his name evoked both admiration and resentment, a reminder of a conqueror who had reshaped the course of their civilization. And in Rome, rising generals and statesmen looked to his campaigns as the ultimate blueprint for military and political greatness. His strategies, his leadership, and his vision of a vast unified empire became the standard by which all future conquerors would measure themselves. Though Alexander himself had long since perished, his presence loomed over history like an unshakable force. His empire may have fractured, but his ideas endured. The spread of Greek culture, the fusion of East and West, and the relentless pursuit of greatness that had defined his life continued to inspire those who followed. The world he had left behind was a different one, but in many ways it was still shaped by his hand. Alexander had not just conquered lands, he had conquered time itself, ensuring that his story would never be forgotten. The shadow of Alexander the Great stretched across the centuries, influencing empires that rose and fell long after his death. His name became legend, his tactics the foundation of military doctrine, his ambition the benchmark for those who sought to rule the world. But even as his successors fought over his empire, the spirit of Hellenism endured, shaping cultures far beyond the lands he had once conquered. In Egypt, The Ptolemaic dynasty continued to rule, maintaining the delicate balance between Greek and native traditions. The great city of Alexandria stood as a monument to Alexander's dream, a hub of trade, learning and innovation. The great library, a beacon of knowledge, preserved texts from all corners of the known world, ensuring that the wisdom of past civilizations would not be lost. Scholars and philosophers debated the nature of the universe, blending Greek, Egyptian and Persian thought in a way that had never been done before. Yet, despite its grandeur, the Ptolemaic kingdom was not immune to strife. Political intrigue, familial rivalries, and external threats continued to erode its strength, foreshadowing the eventual rise of a new power in the West. The Seleucid Empire, vast and fragmented, struggled to maintain cohesion. The dream of a unified realm, where East and West could coexist, proved increasingly elusive. Wars with rival Hellenistic kingdoms, the resurgence of Persian influence, and the emergence of new threats from India and Central Asia all weakened Seleucid control. Local rulers, once loyal to the empire, sought independence, further fracturing the once mighty domain. The Seleucid kings, heirs to Alexander's vision, found themselves in an unending cycle of war and diplomacy, fighting to preserve their claim to his legacy. In Macedon and Greece, the Antigonid dynasty faced a different challenge: the rise of Rome. The disciplined Roman legions, having learned from the strategies of Alexander and his successors, proved to be a formidable force. The Greek city-states, ever rebellious, sought to assert their independence, undermining Macedonian stability. The once feared Macedonian phalanx, which had crushed enemies across Asia, now faced a new style of warfare, one that would ultimately reshape the future of military conflict. Rome's influence grew stronger, and the echoes of Alexander's empire could be heard in the strategies of its greatest generals. Yet, beyond the successor states, Alexander's legacy transcended borders. In Persia, he was remembered as both a conqueror and a liberator, a figure of awe and resentment. In India, his brief but impactful campaign left behind stories of his unmatched bravery and military genius. In lands he had never set foot in, his legend grew, his name whispered as the epitome of a ruler who had defied the limits of human ambition. And in Rome, where the next great empire was rising, Alexander was the ultimate model of conquest and governance. Generals studied his battles, seeking to replicate his tactics. Leaders looked to his empire as both a warning and an inspiration. The ideals he had fought for, unity, cultural fusion, and the relentless pursuit of greatness, continued to shape the course of history. Though centuries had passed, Alexander had become more than a man. He was an idea, a force that refused to fade. His dream of a world without borders may have shattered, but his influence remained, woven into the very fabric of civilization. And as new empires emerged, his shadow loomed over them all, a silent reminder that true greatness was not measured in land or gold, but in the impact one left behind. The world that Alexander had left behind was one of chaos and ambition. His generals, once united under his command, had turned against each other in a brutal struggle for power. The wars of the Diadochi, as they came to be known, had reshaped the map of Alexander's empire, dividing it into fractured kingdoms each ruled by one of his former lieutenants. But while these rulers fought for supremacy, Alexander's legacy continued to evolve, shaping the ambitions of those who sought to follow in his footsteps. In Egypt, the Ptolemaic dynasty had embraced both Greek and native Egyptian traditions, presenting themselves as pharaohs in an effort to legitimize their rule. The great city of Alexandria flourished, becoming a beacon of learning and trade. The great library expanded, attracting scholars from across the known world. Here, the fusion of cultures that Alexander had envisioned continued, as Greek philosophy intertwined with Egyptian mysticism and Persian science. The city was a living testament to the idea that knowledge and culture could transcend the borders of empires. Yet, for all its grandeur, Egypt was not without its problems. The native population chafed under foreign rule, and as generations passed, the Ptolemies found themselves increasingly isolated from the people they governed. In the vast Seleucid Empire, stretching from Anatolia to the edges of India, the struggle to maintain Alexander's vision proved even more difficult. The empire was too large, too diverse, and too fragile. Persian influences reasserted themselves, and local rulers sought autonomy. The Seleucid kings, despite their attempts to hold on to their power, faced constant rebellions and external threats. The dream of a unified realm, where Greek and Eastern cultures coexisted as equals, was slipping away. The empire's borders shrank, and the once great domain of Alexander fractured into smaller, independent states. Meanwhile, in Macedon, the Antigonid dynasty struggled to maintain control over Greece. The Greek city-states, ever independent, resisted Macedonian rule, and the growing power of Rome loomed on the horizon. The Roman Republic had studied the strategies of Alexander and his successors, refining their own military tactics. They adapted, learning from the mistakes of the Hellenistic armies, and their legions grew into a force that would soon challenge the very foundations of the Hellenistic world. But Alexander's legacy was not just political. His conquests had spread Greek culture across vast distances, leaving a lasting imprint on the lands he had once ruled. Cities bearing his name still thrived, from Alexandria in Egypt to far-off Bactria, where Greek influence persisted for centuries. The blending of Greek and Eastern traditions had given rise to new art, architecture, and philosophies. The very idea of empire had changed. No longer was it simply about domination, but about cultural synthesis, the merging of ideas and traditions to create something greater than the sum of its parts. Even in Rome, where the next great empire was rising, Alexander remained the ultimate symbol of conquest and ambition. Generals and statesmen looked to his campaigns as the pinnacle of military genius. His name was spoken with reverence, a reminder of what a single man could achieve with vision and determination. Though his empire had fractured, though his generals had turned against each other, and though new powers were rising, Alexander's influence endured. He had not just conquered lands, he had reshaped the world itself, setting in motion a chain of events that would echo through history for millennia. His shadow stretched across continents, a force that refused to fade, a reminder that the ambition of one man could alter the course of civilization forever. As the years passed, the world Alexander had conquered continued to change, shaped by the ripple effects of his ambitions. His generals and their descendants had carved out their own kingdoms, yet none could fully recreate the empire he had forged. The Hellenistic world was now a collection of warring states, each claiming to carry forward his legacy, yet each drifting further from the unity he had envisioned. In Egypt, the Ptolemaic dynasty still reigned, but their grip on power was weakening. The fusion of Greek and Egyptian traditions had produced a unique culture, but it had also created tensions. Native Egyptians viewed their Greek rulers as foreign occupiers, and despite their attempts to embrace the role of pharaohs, the Ptolemies remained outsiders. Alexandria, however, continued to shine as a beacon of knowledge, its library attracting the greatest minds of the age. Here, Greek philosophy met Eastern mysticism, and scholars debated the nature of the universe, unknowingly laying the groundwork for discoveries that would shape future civilizations. Further east, the Seleucid Empire teetered on the brink of collapse. Its vast lands, stretching from Anatolia to the borders of India, had proven impossible to govern as a single entity. The influence of Greek culture remained strong in the cities, but in the countryside, local traditions reasserted themselves. Revolts weakened the empire from within, while foreign enemies chipped away at its borders. The once mighty realm of Alexander's successors was disintegrating, a victim of its own vastness. In Macedon, the Antigonid dynasty faced a challenge unlike any before Rome. The Romans, having studied the tactics of Alexander and his successors, had developed their own brand of warfare. No longer were the Macedonian phalanxes invincible. The disciplined Roman legions adapted and overcame them. One by one, the Hellenistic kingdoms found themselves facing the unstoppable march of Rome. Macedon fell, and with it, Greek dominance in the Mediterranean began to wane. But even as Rome absorbed the remnants of Alexander's empire, his influence remained. The Roman generals revered him, seeking to emulate his strategies. His name was spoken in admiration, his achievements studied as the pinnacle of military and political genius. Roman leaders saw themselves as the inheritors of his vision, and his dream of a united world lived on, albeit under a different banner. Beyond the Mediterranean, Alexander's legacy endured in unexpected ways. In India, the memory of his campaign lingered, inspiring future rulers. In Persia, he was remembered as both a conqueror and a liberator, a figure of awe and complexity. And in the far reaches of Central Asia, where Greek culture had mingled with Eastern traditions, the seeds of his empire continued to bear fruit for centuries. Though his empire had long since crumbled, Alexander's mark on history was indelible. He had not merely conquered lands, he had transformed them. The world after him was forever altered, infused with the cultural and intellectual exchanges he had set in motion. He had bridged East and West, creating a fusion of ideas that would shape civilizations for millennia. As new empires rose and fell, his shadow remained. He was more than a king, more than a conqueror. He was an idea, a force of ambition, vision, and relentless pursuit of greatness. And though centuries passed, the world would never forget the name of Alexander the Great. The story of Alexander the Great does not end with his death, nor with the wars of his successors. His legend lived on, evolving with time, transforming from history into myth. To some, he was the ultimate warrior, a man who achieved the impossible and carved his name into eternity. To others, he was a tragic figure, a man consumed by his own ambition, unable to find peace even in victory. But regardless of how history judged him, his impact on the world was undeniable. Centuries passed, and each new empire that rose sought to claim a piece of his legacy. The Romans revered him, Napoleon studied him, and countless leaders after them measured their ambitions against his conquests. His tactics were analyzed in military academies, his political maneuvers debated by scholars, his vision of a connected world echoed in the ambitions of nations yet to be born. The cities he founded continued to thrive, their names a reminder of the man who built them. The knowledge he spread, the cultures he merged, the legends he inspired, they all endured. His tomb, if it ever truly existed, was lost to time. Many have searched for it, hoping to find the resting place of the greatest conqueror the world has ever known, but none have succeeded. Perhaps that is fitting, for a man who never stopped moving, who sought to push the boundaries of the known world ever further. There could be no final resting place. His spirit was never meant to be confined to a tomb. It lived on in the minds of those who dared to dream as he did, to strive for more, to break the limits imposed upon them by the world. And so, as history marched forward, Alexander remained, not as a mere memory, but as a force, an eternal symbol of ambition, of brilliance, of what a single man could achieve against all odds. He had once stood at the edge of the world and gazed beyond it, believing there was always more to conquer, more to discover. His empire faded, but his influence never did, and perhaps in that, Alexander the Great achieved something far greater than conquest. He achieved immortality. The story of the American frontier begins long before the Wild West as we know it. In the 1600s and 1700s, long before cowboys and gold rushes, European powers began exploring and settling the vast lands of North America. The earliest efforts came from Spain, France, and England, each seeking to expand their empires and extract wealth from the new continent. What they encountered instead was a land already inhabited by diverse and complex Native American societies who had lived, hunted, and traded across the continent for thousands of years. Spanish explorers were among the first Europeans to enter the interior of what would later become the American West. As early as the 1540s, conquistadors such as Francisco Vázquez de Coronado led expeditions through what is now the American Southwest, searching for the fabled 7 cities of gold. While they never found these mythical riches, they laid claim to vast territories and established missions and settlements in present-day New Mexico, Arizona, Texas, and California. The Spanish brought Catholic missionaries who sought to convert native peoples, often by force, and imposed European systems of governance, labor, and religion. In the north, the French pursued a different strategy, focused primarily on the fur trade. French trappers and traders ventured deep into the Great Lakes region and down the Mississippi River. They developed close alliances with tribes such as the Huron and the Algonquin, learning native languages and intermarrying with local communities. French settlements like Detroit and St. Louis began as trading posts, slowly expanding over time. Compared to the Spanish and English, the French presence was more dispersed and less confrontational, though not without its share of conflict. The English, meanwhile, began to establish permanent colonies along the Atlantic coast. Jamestown, founded in 1607 in Virginia, was the first successful English colony in North America. The English pushed westward slowly, encountering resistance from native tribes who had no intention of giving up their land. Conflict erupted frequently, including the Powhatan Wars in Virginia and King Philip's War in New England. These early clashes set the tone for centuries of frontier conflict. As European settlements grew, they encroached deeper into indigenous territories. Native tribes were forced to adapt or resist. Some chose to trade and form alliances, while others fought to defend their homelands. Disease brought by Europeans devastated native populations, wiping out entire villages and reducing the ability of tribes to resist colonization. Despite the hardships, Native American cultures remained resilient, preserving traditions and adapting to new realities. Life on the frontier was harsh and unforgiving. Early settlers faced threats not only from hostile encounters, but also from the environment itself. Winters were brutal, food was often scarce, and medical knowledge was limited. Communities had to rely on cooperation and shared labor to survive. Homes were made from whatever materials were available, wood, sod, or stone, and life revolved around subsistence farming, hunting, and trade. Throughout the 1700s, the frontier continued to move westward. The Appalachian Mountains were a major barrier, but settlers slowly began to cross them in search of new land. The Proclamation of 1763, issued by the British Crown, attempted to halt westward expansion beyond the Appalachians in an effort to stabilize relations with native tribes. This proclamation was largely ignored by settlers eager for land, leading to increased tensions and violence. The French and Indian War, which lasted from 1754 to 1763, was a pivotal conflict in the struggle for control of the North American frontier. The war was part of a global conflict between Britain and France, but on American soil, it involved both European powers and their Native American allies. Britain emerged victorious, gaining control of vast new territories, including Canada and the land between the Appalachian Mountains and the Mississippi River. However, the war left Britain deeply in debt and set the stage for colonial unrest. With the American Revolution in the late 1700s, the dynamics of the frontier shifted again. Colonists rebelled against British rule and sought to expand westward without interference. After the war, the newly formed United States began a more aggressive push into the interior. The Northwest Ordinance of 1787 provided a framework for settling and governing western lands, laying the foundation for future expansion. By the end of the 18th century, the seeds of the Wild West had been planted. The land was vast, untamed, and contested. The encounters between European settlers and Native Americans had already shaped a legacy of conflict, adaptation, and survival. The frontier was not yet the stage for gunfights and cattle drives, but it was already a crucible of ambition, endurance, and cultural collision. This was the beginning of a story that would continue to unfold across the next century, forging the myth and the reality of the American West. In 1803, the United States made a monumental move that would forever change the course of its history. President Thomas Jefferson negotiated the Louisiana Purchase, acquiring over 800,000 square miles of territory from France for $15 million. This single act nearly doubled the size of the young nation and opened up vast regions of land for exploration, settlement, and economic development. The Louisiana Purchase stretched from the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains and from the Gulf of Mexico to the Canadian border. While the land was largely uncharted by Americans, it was already home to numerous Native American tribes who had lived there for generations. Jefferson saw the acquisition not only as a strategic economic opportunity, but also as a safeguard for the agrarian ideals he believed were vital to the Republic. He envisioned a nation of independent farmers, each owning their own land and contributing to a stable democracy. To make this vision a reality, the United States had to push westward into the newly acquired territory. In 1804, Jefferson commissioned Meriwether Lewis and William Clark to lead the Corps of Discovery, an expedition to explore the new lands and find a water route to the Pacific Ocean. Their journey took them across rugged terrain, through the lands of powerful native tribes, and into what is now the American Northwest. Along the way, they mapped the region, documented wildlife and plant species, and established contact with Native American nations. Their expedition inspired further exploration and opened the door for settlers and traders who followed in their footsteps. The idea of expansion soon became more than a policy, it became a national belief. By the 1820s and 1830s, the concept of manifest destiny had begun to take shape. This was the belief that Americans were divinely destined to expand across the North American continent, from the Atlantic to the Pacific. Manifest destiny was not just about geography, it was also tied to a sense of cultural and racial superiority. Many Americans believed it was their duty to bring what they considered civilization, Christianity, and democracy to the western frontier, even if it meant displacing or conquering native peoples. As this ideology gained traction, more and more settlers began moving west. The government encouraged this migration by offering land grants and passing policies that made it easier for individuals and families to claim and settle land. Steamboats and later railroads helped make transportation more accessible, and trading routes such as the Santa Fe Trail became vital arteries of commerce and communication. The expansion also had a profound impact on Native American tribes. As settlers encroached on their lands, tribes were often forced to move or resist. The government began negotiating treaties, many of which were later broken, to relocate tribes to less desirable lands. These relocations were frequently carried out under threat of violence or through military force. The era of westward expansion set the stage for the series of conflicts that would later be known as the Indian Wars. At the same time, the frontier economy began to develop. Fur trading became a lucrative business, particularly in the Rocky Mountains and Pacific Northwest. Mountain men, independent trappers who braved the wilderness alone or in small groups, played a crucial role in exploring the frontier and establishing trade networks. Figures like Jedediah Smith and Jim Bridger became legends of the early American West, navigating uncharted lands and surviving in harsh conditions. By the 1830s, the push west had become a national movement. Towns and outposts appeared in previously uninhabited regions. The frontier began to take shape as a place of both opportunity and hardship. Pioneers faced isolation, disease, and the constant threat of attack. Yet they were driven by dreams of land ownership, economic success, and the promise of a better life. The Louisiana Purchase and the ideology of manifest destiny were foundational in shaping the trajectory of American expansion. They provided the land and the justification for moving westward, setting into motion a series of events that would culminate in the dramatic and often violent era of the Wild West. This chapter of American history was marked by ambition and idealism, but also by displacement, conflict, and the irreversible transformation of a continent. In the 1830s through the 1860s, a new chapter of American expansion took form as thousands of settlers packed their belongings, gathered their families, and set out west along the Oregon Trail. This was the Age of Pioneers, a period defined by migration, endurance, and the drive to forge a new life in the uncharted territories beyond the Mississippi River. The journey was long and perilous, but for many it represented the promise of land, opportunity, and freedom. The Oregon Trail stretched over 2,000 miles from Independence, Missouri, to the fertile Willamette Valley in Oregon. It crossed plains, deserts, rivers, and mountain ranges. The journey typically took 4 to 6 months, depending on weather, terrain, and the health of the travelers. Most migrants traveled in covered wagons, also known as prairie schooners, which were packed with supplies, tools, food, and personal belongings. These wagons were usually pulled by oxen or mules and moved at a slow, steady pace across the rough terrain. Families would begin preparations for the journey months in advance. They needed to gather enough food, clothing, tools, and livestock to survive not just the trip, but also the early months of settlement once they arrived. Emigrants faced many hardships on the trail, including extreme weather, accidents, disease, and the constant wear of travel. Cholera was especially deadly, sweeping through wagon trains with little warning and claiming countless lives. Rivers posed significant dangers, as wagons and animals could be lost during crossings. Despite these challenges, the promise of a better life drove people westward. The U.S. government encouraged settlement of the Oregon Territory through treaties and legislation, including the Donation Land Claim Act of 1850, which offered land to settlers willing to cultivate it. For many, this was the first chance to own property and build something lasting for future generations. The journey also relied heavily on cooperation. Wagon trains, often made up of dozens of families, banded together for protection and mutual aid. Leaders were elected to maintain order, and decisions were made democratically. This sense of community helped many endure the physical and emotional hardships of the trail. At night, wagons were often arranged in a circle to create a protective corral for livestock and to provide shelter from wind and wild animals. The Oregon Trail migration had a profound impact on the American frontier. It brought settlers into direct contact with Native American tribes, whose lands they crossed or settled on. While many encounters were peaceful and involved trade or assistance, others were marked by tension and violence. As more settlers arrived, tribal lands were gradually taken over, leading to growing resentment and conflict. The trail itself evolved over time. Initially marked by mountain men and fur trappers, the route became more established as thousands traveled it. Forts and trading posts sprang up along the way, offering supplies and a measure of safety. Missionaries, merchants, and farmers all made the journey, transforming the West from an unknown wilderness into a land of growing settlements. By the 1860s, the Oregon Trail was at its height. Homesteads began to dot the landscape of the Pacific Northwest. Towns were established, farms were built, and the frontier began to take on a more settled character. However, this migration also intensified the displacement of Native American tribes, who were pushed farther from their ancestral lands. The federal government began to implement more aggressive policies to remove and relocate indigenous peoples, contributing to the long and tragic history of the Indian Wars. The Age of Pioneers helped define the American identity. The stories of families braving the wilderness in search of a better life became part of the national mythology. The covered wagon became a symbol of American perseverance and hope. The hardships endured on the trail and the determination required to complete the journey exemplified the values of self-reliance and resilience. The Oregon Trail was not just a route across the continent, it was a crucible that tested the spirit of those who traveled it. It forged new communities, reshaped the landscape, and forever altered the lives of those who made the journey. In doing so, it laid the groundwork for the westward expansion that would continue into the era of cowboys, outlaws, and lawmen, and helped shape the character of the American frontier. In the decades following the Civil War, from the 1860s to the 1880s, the American West underwent a dramatic transformation as cattle ranching emerged as a dominant economic force. The wide open spaces of the Great Plains and Southwest became the foundation of a booming cattle industry, and at the heart of this transformation was the cowboy. These rugged, skilled laborers became iconic figures of the Wild West, though their real lives were often more grueling and complex than the romantic image portrayed in popular culture. The roots of cattle ranching in the American West trace back to Spanish colonists who introduced longhorn cattle and ranching techniques to what is now Texas and the Southwest. Over time, these herds grew and adapted to the harsh environment, developing into the resilient Texas Longhorn breed. After the Civil War, large numbers of cattle roamed freely across the open range, and their value increased significantly due to growing demand for beef in the industrial cities of the North and East. Railroads played a pivotal role in this emerging economy. As rail lines extended westward, particularly into Kansas, they created access points where cattle could be driven and then shipped to urban markets. The town of Abilene, Kansas, became one of the first major cattle shipping hubs, thanks to entrepreneur Joseph McCoy, who promoted the idea of trailing Texas Longhorns north to the railheads. These long cattle drives, often covering hundreds of miles, became a defining element of the era. Cowboys were responsible for managing the herds during these drives. Most were young men in their teens or 20s, often from diverse backgrounds. African Americans, Mexican vaqueros, and Native Americans made up a significant portion of the cowboy workforce. The work was difficult and dangerous. Cowboys endured long hours in the saddle, extreme weather, and the constant threat of stampedes, predators, and hostile encounters. Their days were filled with dust, heat, and physical labor, while their nights were spent sleeping under the stars. The tools of the cowboy trade included saddles, lassos, spurs, and wide-brimmed hats for sun protection. Their clothing was functional, designed to withstand the rigors of the trail. The cowboy developed a distinct culture, with songs, jargon, and customs that became ingrained in the mythology of the West. Yet behind the romance was a demanding and often underpaid lifestyle. Ranching operations expanded rapidly during this period. Wealthy investors established large cattle companies, and ranches spread across the plains of Texas, New Mexico, Colorado, Wyoming, and Montana. The open range system allowed cattle to graze freely on public lands, but this also led to conflicts over land use and ownership. Barbed wire, introduced in the 1870s, revolutionized ranching by enabling property owners to enclose their land, leading to the gradual end of the open range. The cattle industry fueled the economic growth of the West. Towns sprang up near railroads and stockyards, creating new markets and job opportunities. Meat packing centers in Chicago and other cities processed the beef, linking the rural West to the urban economy. Supply chains developed, connecting ranchers, railroads, buyers, and consumers in a complex web of commerce. Despite its economic success, the cattle boom had environmental and social consequences. Overgrazing damaged the prairie ecosystem, and the influx of ranchers and settlers disrupted Native American communities. Conflicts arose over land and resources, contributing to the broader struggle between indigenous peoples and expanding American settlement. The great cattle drives began to decline in the late 1880s. Harsh winters, droughts, and market fluctuations led to financial losses for many ranchers. The expansion of railroads made long drives less necessary, and fenced-in ranches became the norm. Yet the legacy of the cowboy endured, becoming a lasting symbol of freedom, resilience, and the rugged spirit of the West. During the height of cattle ranching, the West was a land of opportunity and risk. The industry brought prosperity to many, but also reinforced the inequalities and challenges of frontier life. It helped shape the culture, economy, and identity of the American West, and left behind a powerful narrative of hard-working individuals who faced the frontier with grit and determination. This era was not just about cattle and cowboys, it was about the rise of a new economy, one that would define the Wild West and influence the development of the United States for generations to come. In 1848, the discovery of gold at Sutter's Mill in Coloma, California, set off one of the most transformative events in American history. This moment marked the beginning of the California Gold Rush, a phenomenon that would bring hundreds of thousands of people to the American West in search of fortune and permanently reshape the region's economy, society, and landscape. Within months of the discovery, news of gold spread rapidly, first across California, and then to the eastern United States, and eventually around the world. By 1849, an estimated 80,000 people had arrived in California, and they would become known as the 49ers. This massive influx of people came by ship around Cape Horn, overland across the rugged terrain of the American frontier, and via the Panama Isthmus. The population of San Francisco exploded from around 1,000 residents in 1848 to over 25,000 by 1850. The rapid population growth transformed quiet outposts into chaotic boom towns almost overnight. The gold rush was not limited to California. Gold discoveries in other areas, such as Colorado in 1859 and Nevada's Comstock Lode in 1859, drew additional waves of miners and settlers. These rushes helped spread the frontier further westward and contributed to the development of new states and territories. Mining camps sprung up wherever gold was found, often in remote and difficult-to-reach locations. These camps were known for their lawlessness, rough living conditions, and a transient population mostly composed of young men. Most miners did not strike it rich. Surface gold was quickly exhausted, and mining became increasingly industrialized, requiring expensive equipment and access to deep ore deposits. As corporations took over mining operations, many individual prospectors were forced to take wage jobs or move on. The sudden boom brought not only miners, but also entrepreneurs who saw opportunity in providing goods and services. Merchants, hoteliers, blacksmiths, saloon owners, and others flooded into mining regions to serve the needs of the new population. Some of the greatest fortunes of the gold rush were not made from gold itself, but from the businesses that supported the mining industry. People like Levi Strauss, who sold durable pants to miners, became household names. The gold rush catalyzed economic growth across the United States. The wealth generated by mining helped fund infrastructure and development, including railroads and telegraph lines. Banks, investment firms, and shipping companies all profited from the increased economic activity. The gold rush also had significant social and political consequences. California's rapid population growth and economic importance led to its admission to the Union as a state in 1850. However, the rush for wealth also brought tension, discrimination, and violence. Native American populations were devastated as settlers encroached on their lands, introduced new diseases, and carried out violent campaigns of displacement and extermination. The influx of people from China, Mexico, South America, and Europe created a multicultural society, but also led to racial tensions and discriminatory laws. The Foreign Miners' Tax of 1850 targeted non-white miners, particularly Chinese immigrants, and was one of many measures that marginalized minority groups. Vigilante justice was common in the mining camps. With little formal law enforcement, communities often took justice into their own hands, resulting in public hangings, lynch mobs, and widespread corruption. As towns grew, efforts were made to establish order, but the early days of the gold rush were marked by an atmosphere of lawlessness and unpredictability. The impact of the gold rush extended beyond economics and demographics. It changed the physical environment of the West. Hydraulic mining techniques, which used high-pressure water jets to wash away entire hillsides, caused massive environmental damage. Rivers were clogged with sediment, forests were stripped, and landscapes were permanently altered. The long-term consequences of these practices are still visible today. By the 1860s, the easy-to-reach gold had been largely depleted. The feverish rush gave way to more stable, organized mining operations. Some towns withered and disappeared, while others evolved into permanent settlements. The legacy of the gold rush was clear. It accelerated westward expansion, stimulated the national economy, and set the stage for further development of the American frontier. It also revealed both the promise and peril of unchecked ambition. For many, the gold rush was a dream pursued and lost. For others, it was a stepping stone to something greater. And for the American West, it was a crucible that forged new paths, new cities, and new conflicts. It was a defining episode that brought together people from around the world, united by the hope of striking it rich, and forever changed the story of the American frontier. From the 1860s through the dawn of the 20th century, the American frontier was marked by rapid expansion, booming towns, and frequent violence. In a landscape often defined by chaos and lawlessness, a special class of men emerged to bring order and justice to the West. These were the lawmen. Figures like Wyatt Earp, Bat Masterson, and Wild Bill Hickok became legends of the Wild West, celebrated and sometimes mythologized for their bravery, quick draw skills, and determination to uphold the law in some of the most dangerous places in the country. Lawmen were often appointed marshals, sheriffs, or deputies in towns that sprung up quickly due to gold strikes, cattle routes, or rail lines. These towns frequently attracted a rough crowd, gamblers, gunslingers, outlaws, and drifters seeking opportunity or escape. With limited resources and no formal police infrastructure, lawmen had to rely on personal reputation, courage, and alliances to maintain peace. Their duties included arresting criminals, settling disputes, breaking up saloon brawls, and sometimes escorting prisoners across long and dangerous routes. One of the most iconic lawmen of the era was Wyatt Earp. Born in 1848 in Illinois, Earp served in various law enforcement roles across several frontier towns. He is most famous for his role in the gunfight at the OK Corral in Tombstone, Arizona, in 1881. Alongside his brothers Virgil and Morgan and ally Doc Holliday, Earp faced off against the outlaw cowboys in a shootout that lasted less than a minute, but cemented his place in Western history. While often portrayed as a fearless enforcer of justice, Earp's life was complex. He had brushes with the law himself, operated saloons, and was sometimes accused of being more of a vigilante than a peacekeeper. Bat Masterson, another legendary figure, was born in Canada in 1853 and made his name as a buffalo hunter, scout, and eventually a lawman in Dodge City, Kansas. Known for his calm demeanor and precise marksmanship, Masterson served as a sheriff and deputy U.S. Marshal. He was involved in numerous gunfights, but often preferred diplomacy and strategy over violence. Later in life, he moved to New York City, where he became a sports writer, proving that even the toughest lawmen could reinvent themselves. Wild Bill Hickok, born James Butler Hickok in 1837, was a scout, gambler, and lawman who gained national fame for his exploits in the West. Known for his sharp shooting and larger-than-life persona, Hickok served as a marshal in towns like Hays and Abilene, Kansas. His reputation as a deadly gunfighter was solidified by tales of multiple shootouts and daring arrests. He was also a showman, performing in early Wild West shows that helped shape the public image of frontier life. Hickok's life ended abruptly in 1876 when he was shot in the back while playing poker in Deadwood, South Dakota. The cards he held, a pair of aces and eights, became known as the dead man's hand. Lawmen often walked a fine line between justice and vigilantism. The lack of formal courts and legal protections meant they had to make quick decisions, sometimes based more on instinct than procedure. This blurred line led to both praise and criticism. Some saw them as heroes who protected the innocent. Others saw them as men who imposed order through force and fear. Many lawmen were also part of the very systems they tried to regulate, owning saloons, gambling halls, or brothels. Despite the contradictions, these men played a vital role in bringing stability to the frontier. Their presence deterred crime and provided a sense of order amid the chaos. Their stories were widely reported in newspapers and dime novels, turning them into national figures and embedding them into American folklore. As the frontier began to close and towns became more civilized, the need for such rugged lawmen diminished. The rise of more structured law enforcement agencies, statehood for many Western territories, and increased communication and transportation reduced the scope of lawlessness. But the legacy of the lawmen endured. They became enduring symbols of courage and justice in American culture. Films, books, and television shows portrayed them as fearless defenders of order in a wild and untamed land. While the real lives of Earp, Masterson, Hickok, and others were far more nuanced than the legends suggest, their impact on the development and stabilization of the American West cannot be overstated. They stood as both men of their time and as lasting icons of the values and contradictions of the frontier era. Between the 1860s and the early 1900s, The American frontier was not only shaped by pioneers and lawmen, but also by the outlaws who defied authority and operated outside the law. These bandits and rogues became legendary figures, feared and admired in equal measure. Their daring crimes, bold escapes, and violent ends contributed to the mythos of the Wild West, painting a picture of rebellion and danger that has fascinated generations. Among the most infamous outlaws of the Wild West were Jesse James, Billy the Kid, and Butch Cassidy. Each of these men carved their names into history through a combination of violence, charisma, and notoriety. Jesse James, born in Missouri in 1847, began his criminal career as a Confederate guerrilla during the Civil War. He and his brother Frank were part of a group known as Quantrill's Raiders, responsible for brutal attacks against Union forces and sympathizers. After the war, Jesse and Frank turned to a life of crime, forming the James Younger Gang. They carried out a series of daring bank and train robberies across the Midwest and South. Jesse styled himself as a modern-day Robin Hood, claiming to steal from the rich and give to the poor, though there is little evidence to support this image. The gang's exploits were widely reported in newspapers, and Jesse became a folk hero to some. But he was also ruthless. Innocent people died in their raids, and he remained on the run for years. In 1882, Jesse James was betrayed and killed by Robert Ford, a member of his own gang who hoped to collect a bounty. James was shot in the back while dusting a picture on the wall in his own home. Billy the Kid, whose real name was Henry McCarty, was born in New York City in 1859 and orphaned at a young age. He drifted westward, and by his teens had already become involved in petty crime. By the time he was 21, Billy had killed multiple men and was one of the most wanted criminals in New Mexico. His involvement in the Lincoln County War, a violent conflict between rival ranching factions, thrust him into the spotlight. Billy was charismatic and reportedly well liked by those who knew him, but he was also deadly. He escaped from jail multiple times and was known for his quick draw. In 1881, he was shot and killed by Sheriff Pat Garrett, a former acquaintance, in a darkened room at Fort Sumner. Billy's legend grew quickly, helped by newspaper stories and dime novels that portrayed him as a tragic anti-hero rather than a ruthless killer. Butch Cassidy, born Robert Leroy Parker in Utah in 1866, took a slightly different path. Along with his partner Harry Alonzo Longabaugh, better known as the Sundance Kid, Cassidy led the Wild Bunch Gang, which became famous for robbing banks and trains throughout the western United States. Unlike many outlaws, Cassidy often avoided unnecessary violence and preferred planning over gunplay. The Wild Bunch conducted some of the most successful and well-organized robberies of the era. After law enforcement intensified efforts to capture them, Cassidy and the Sundance Kid fled to South America. Their exact fate remains a mystery. Some accounts claim they were killed in a shootout in Bolivia in 1908, while others suggest they escaped and lived under assumed names. Regardless of the truth, their story captured the imagination of the public and inspired books and films for decades. Outlaws of the Wild West were not merely criminals, they became symbols of rebellion during a time of rapid change. As railroads, telegraphs, and government structures expanded into the frontier, some people viewed these men as resisting encroaching authority and industrialization. Their stories reflected both fear and fascination with the untamed nature of the West. Newspapers played a crucial role in shaping the legends of outlaws. Sensational headlines and dramatic retellings of robberies and gunfights turned criminals into celebrities. Dime novels added layers of fiction, portraying them as gallant rebels or misunderstood loners. This romanticized image often obscured the violence and hardship they left in their wake. Many outlaws came from disadvantaged backgrounds. Some had served in the Civil War, others were orphans or laborers who saw few opportunities in a changing economy. The lawless conditions of the frontier provided both motive and opportunity for criminal behavior. Outlaws often formed gangs for protection and efficiency, relying on tight-knit groups to carry out their plans and evade capture. These gangs would often find temporary refuge in isolated hideouts, such as Hole in the Wall in Wyoming or Robber's Roost in Utah, where geography made it difficult for law enforcement to reach them. Despite their daring, most outlaws met violent ends. Few retired peacefully. The frontier was an unforgiving place, and loyalty was fragile. Betrayal was common, as in the case of Jesse James. Others, like Billy the Kid, were hunted relentlessly until they were gunned down. Their deaths only added to their legends, turning them into martyrs of the frontier mythos. By the early 1900s, the frontier had largely closed. Railroads connected distant regions, telegraphs enabled quick communication, and professional law enforcement agencies became more effective. The age of the outlaw faded, but their stories endured. They became part of American folklore, shaping the way future generations would view the Wild West. The outlaws of the frontier era remain some of the most intriguing characters in American history. Their lives were marked by danger, drama, and contradiction. They were both products and provocateurs of a tumultuous time. And though their actions often caused suffering, their stories continue to captivate, reminding us of the complex legacy of the American frontier. From the 1850s through the 1890s, the American frontier was the stage for a long and violent series of conflicts between Native American tribes and the expanding United States government. Known collectively as the Indian Wars, these clashes were rooted in land disputes, cultural misunderstandings, broken treaties, and a relentless drive for westward expansion. As settlers pushed into tribal territories, indigenous peoples resisted the invasion of their ancestral homelands, leading to tragic and often brutal confrontations that reshaped the West. The roots of these conflicts go back to earlier decades, particularly the policy of Indian removal adopted by the U.S. government. One of the most infamous episodes was the Trail of Tears, which took place during the 1830s. Under the Indian Removal Act signed by President Andrew Jackson, thousands of Native Americans, including the Cherokee, Choctaw, Creek, Chickasaw, and Seminole, were forcibly removed from their lands in the southeastern United States. They were marched west to what was then called Indian Territory, in present-day Oklahoma. The journey was marked by disease, starvation, and exhaustion. Thousands died along the way, making the Trail of Tears a symbol of suffering and injustice. In the decades that followed, as settlers continued to pour into the Great Plains, the Rocky Mountains, and the Southwest, more tribes came into direct conflict with the U.S. military. The Plains tribes, such as the Sioux, Cheyenne, Comanche, and Apache, were among the most fiercely resistant. These were warrior cultures with deep spiritual connections to the land, and they did not accept the encroachment of railroads, homesteaders, or soldiers without a fight. One of the most iconic battles of the Indian Wars was the Battle of the Little Bighorn in 1876. It took place in Montana Territory and is often referred to as Custer's Last Stand. Lieutenant Colonel George Armstrong Custer led the 7th Cavalry into battle against a coalition of Lakota Sioux, Northern Cheyenne, and Arapaho warriors led by Sitting Bull and Crazy Horse. Custer underestimated the strength of the native force and divided his troops, which led to the complete annihilation of his unit. Over 260 U.S. soldiers were killed. While the battle was a stunning victory for the native tribes, it galvanized public opinion in the United States and led to an aggressive military campaign that eventually forced many tribes onto reservations. Other significant conflicts during this era include the Sand Creek Massacre of 1864 in Colorado, where a peaceful village of Cheyenne and Arapaho was attacked by a Colorado militia, resulting in the deaths of over 150 people, many of them women and children. The Red River War of 1874-75 in Texas and the Southern Plains saw the U.S. Army clash with Comanche, Kiowa, and Southern Cheyenne tribes. The Nez Perce War of 1877 involved a remarkable retreat by Chief Joseph and his people, who traveled over 1,000 miles in an attempt to reach Canada before ultimately being forced to surrender. The Apache Wars in the Southwest lasted for decades and involved legendary figures like Geronimo, an Apache leader who resisted U.S. and Mexican forces through guerrilla warfare. Geronimo's campaign spanned from the 1850s to the 1880s and became symbolic of native resistance. His eventual capture in 1886 marked one of the final chapters in the Indian Wars. The last major conflict is often considered to be the Wounded Knee Massacre of 1890 in South Dakota. Tensions had risen due to the ghost dance movement, a spiritual revival among native tribes that preached the return of the buffalo and the retreat of white settlers. The U.S. government saw the movement as a threat. When the 7th Cavalry attempted to disarm a group of Lakota at Wounded Knee Creek, a shot was fired and chaos ensued. Soldiers opened fire, killing around 300 Native Americans, including many women and children. Wounded Knee symbolized the tragic end of the Indian resistance and the closing of the American frontier. Throughout the Indian Wars, native tribes suffered tremendous losses. Their populations declined from disease, warfare, and starvation. Many were confined to reservations, often far from their traditional lands and with limited resources. Treaties were frequently broken, promises were unfulfilled, and generations of Native Americans endured systemic displacement and cultural erosion. Despite these hardships, native cultures endured. Many tribes preserved their languages, traditions, and spiritual practices. In the face of adversity, they adapted and survived. The history of the Indian Wars remains a painful but essential chapter in the story of the American West. It highlights the cost of expansion and the resilience of the peoples who resisted it. The legacy of the Indian Wars continues to be felt today. Native communities still face challenges related to land rights, economic opportunity, and cultural preservation. But they also continue to celebrate their heritage and reclaim their histories. The tragic events of the Indian Wars remind us that the American frontier was not only a place of opportunity, but also a place of deep and enduring conflict. By the 1890s, the Wild West had begun to change, signaling the end of an era that had once been defined by lawlessness, rugged individualism, and the unregulated life of frontier towns. The closing of the frontier, officially declared in 1890 by the U.S. Census Bureau, marked a turning point in American history. As the frontier receded, the promise of uncharted land and endless opportunities began to fade, replaced by the realities of industrialization, organized law enforcement, and the expansion of the railroad. The Indian Wars, which had been waged for decades, effectively came to a close by the end of the 1880s. With the defeat of major Native American resistance movements, the remaining tribes were confined to reservations, and their traditional ways of life were all but destroyed. The vast expanse of the American frontier was now largely under the control of the U.S. government and its settlers. The idea of the frontier as a place of freedom and opportunity, where anything was possible, began to be replaced by the reality of a rapidly evolving nation. The completion of the Transcontinental Railroad in 1869 had already begun to transform the West, facilitating the movement of people, goods, and resources across the country. The railroad made it easier for settlers to travel to the frontier and for products like cattle, crops, and minerals to be transported to markets back east. Railroads also brought in lawmen, businesses, and social structures that began to bring order to the once untamed West. As trains crisscrossed the land, they connected the far-flung corners of the country and made the vast distances of the frontier seem smaller and more manageable. The expansion of the railroad also led to the rise of towns and cities, where the frontier's rough-and-tumble days of lawlessness gave way to the growth of more regulated urban societies. By the turn of the century, cities like Denver, Phoenix, and Albuquerque had become thriving centers of commerce and culture. As settlements grew, so did the need for organized law enforcement. The vigilante justice that had once been a hallmark of the frontier was gradually replaced by more formalized systems of policing. The rise of modern law enforcement during this period played a significant role in the decline of the Wild West. The U.S. government began to establish more permanent law enforcement agencies, and local sheriffs, marshals, and detectives replaced the independent, often lawless figure of the frontier lawman. These new institutions, along with improved communication methods like the telegraph, made it easier for authorities to track down criminals and enforce the law across larger areas. The widespread use of the railroad also made it more difficult for outlaws to escape to remote hideouts. The days of the notorious train robberies and bank heists began to diminish as law enforcement grew more sophisticated and far-reaching. At the same time, the rise of corporate interests and industrialization changed the nature of the Western economy. Cattle ranching, mining, and farming were increasingly dominated by large corporations, and small-time homesteaders and independent cowboys were gradually pushed out. The once wild cattle trails were replaced by barbed wire fences and more organized corporate ranches. As a result, the economic boom that had once fueled the Wild West began to slow. The promise of free land for homesteaders dwindled as the government sold off land to private interests or gave it to railroad companies, further closing off opportunities for independent settlers. By the 1900s, the romanticized image of the Wild West had become a thing of the past. The outlaws and lawmen who had once defined the frontier were now relegated to history books and popular myths. The social and economic changes that had taken place over the previous decades had brought an end to the untamed world that had once been synonymous with the American West. The final chapter of the frontier era was written not with the last gunfight or the last train robbery, but with the closing of the land that had once been open to all. Despite the decline of the Wild West, its legacy lived on. The stories of the outlaws, cowboys, and lawmen, as well as the great battles between settlers and Native Americans, continued to captivate the public imagination. The myths of the frontier were immortalized in dime novels, plays, and eventually in Hollywood films, which romanticized the characters and events of the Wild West for generations to come. The Wild West became a symbol of American toughness, resilience, and individualism, qualities that were associated with the pioneering spirit and the forging of the nation. The closing of the frontier signaled the end of a specific chapter in American history, but in many ways it marked the beginning of a new era. The lessons and legends of the Wild West continued to influence American culture, politics, and identity for years to come. The frontier may have closed, but the spirit of exploration, the desire for freedom, and the quest for new opportunities would continue to shape the country in the century that followed. The Wild West has long been a symbol of freedom, adventure, and rugged individualism, but much of what we think of as the Wild West today is shaped by myth and legend. From the moment the frontier began to close in the late 19th century, The stories of cowboys, outlaws, lawmen, and the untamed land itself began to evolve. What was once a real and chaotic part of American history gradually became a romanticized vision, exaggerated and idealized in the popular imagination. The myths of the Wild West were not just confined to books and folklore, they were amplified by the emerging movie industry in the early 20th century. Filmmakers eager to tell stories of adventure and heroism found a rich source of material in the legends of the American frontier. Westerns became a genre all their own, with iconic films such as Stagecoach 1939, The Searchers 1956, and High Noon 1952 solidifying the myth of the lone cowboy, battling the forces of chaos and lawlessness. These films often portrayed a stark contrast between the rugged individualism of the cowboy and the encroaching modernity of society. The cowboy, as depicted in these films, was often an anti-hero, a figure who operated outside the law but still maintained a sense of honor and justice. His world was one of adventure, danger, and the fight for freedom, embodying ideals of personal independence that resonated with American audiences, especially during periods of social and economic upheaval. But while the films painted a picture of the West as a place of high drama and moral complexity, they also often glossed over the realities of life on the frontier. The violent conflicts with Native American tribes, the struggles of settlers and homesteaders, and the challenges faced by women and minorities were frequently sidelined in favor of more heroic and romanticized narratives. In the years following World War II, Hollywood westerns reached their peak. Actors like John Wayne, Clint Eastwood, and Gary Cooper became synonymous with the image of the cowboy hero, and their portrayals became the standard by which all westerns were measured. Yet, despite their popularity, these films often failed to accurately depict the true history of the Wild West. They turned the historical complexities of the frontier into a one-dimensional narrative of good versus evil, with cowboys representing the forces of righteousness and outlaws symbolizing chaos. In reality, the Wild West was far more nuanced. The outlaw figures who became legends, like Jesse James, Billy the Kid, and Butch Cassidy, were often romanticized as rebels fighting against oppressive authority. Their robberies and violent actions were portrayed as acts of defiance rather than criminal behavior, turning them into folk heroes in the eyes of many. These stories, sometimes embellished and exaggerated, were passed down through dime novels, newspapers, and later, Hollywood films. But while the outlaws were glamorized, the Native Americans who resisted encroachment on their lands were often demonized as villains or savages. The history of Native American resistance, the forced removal from their ancestral lands, and the lasting impact of the Indian Wars were frequently overshadowed by the myth of the Wild West as a place of heroic struggles and battles between good and evil. Over the years, the romanticized vision of the Wild West continued to influence American popular culture. Television shows like Bonanza, 1959, 1973, and Gunsmoke, 1955, 1975, as well as more recent films like Dances with Wolves, 1990, and True Grit, 2010, kept the spirit of the West alive, even as the country entered the 20th and 21st centuries. The cowboy remained a symbol of rugged masculinity, independence, and a nostalgic yearning for a simpler, more adventurous time. Yet, even as the Wild West has been mythologized in film and television, it has also been subjected to reinterpretation. Modern westerns, like No Country for Old Men 2007 and The Ballad of Buster Scruggs 2018, often deconstruct the classic myth, offering more complex portrayals of frontier life. These films explore the harshness of the West, the morality of the characters, and the consequences of violence, presenting a more critical and nuanced view of the American frontier. The legacy of the Wild West remains strong, not just in entertainment, but in how the American frontier is perceived today. The symbols of cowboys, outlaws, and lawmen still evoke a sense of freedom and adventure, despite the fact that much of the mythic history of the Wild West has been distorted or simplified. The romanticized image of the frontier continues to shape American identity, representing a time when the nation was forging its path and expanding its boundaries. But the Wild West's mythology has also contributed to the marginalization of important aspects of history. The reality of the American frontier was often far more violent, divisive, and tragic than the stories we tell about it. Native Americans, whose lives and cultures were deeply affected by westward expansion, have often been relegated to the background in favor of stories that glorify the settlers and outlaws. The history of the West is much more than the legends of cowboys and gunfighters. It is also the history of displacement, injustice, and survival. Today, the Wild West remains an indelible part of American culture, but it is also a reminder of the complexities of the nation's history. The legends of the cowboys, outlaws, and lawmen are still cherished, but they are no longer the sole narrative of the West. As we move forward, there is an increasing effort to tell a more complete story of the American frontier, one that includes the voices and experiences of those who were often overlooked or silenced. The Wild West will always be a symbol of adventure and freedom in the American imagination, but it will also be a reminder that history is never as simple as the stories we tell about it.